Well, good morning, race fans, and I'm going to tell you what, everyone across the pond and here in the U.S., well, I'll tell you that tonight, well, this morning, early, I'm used to saying tonight, we're back. I'm going to say this is round two, the last 6 hours of the majors, 4 hours of Le Mans. You know, we covered the first 6 hours, myself, Joe White, and John T. Wimp, and it was, a very, very good one out there. Well, I'll tell you what, want to welcome everybody. How you doing out there? I hope I don't mispronounce your name too bad. Raphael? Bell? Hello? CLD, how you doing out there? How you doing, Mike? Man, I tell you what, getting geared up here, and these guys, we got some info out here to share. A few unfortunate teams have dropped out, early on. See what's some of the teams that are still dominating, because when we left Kinetic Racing, just putting the hammer down on the field for the LMP1. Dude, we'll get you up to speed on everything. I want to appreciate everybody tuning in. As you can see right there, we're here at Circuit de Le Mans. Say it like the rest of them is, but John, are you back with us? That's fantastic.
Yeah,
You back with me, man? Well, I tell you what, this is unique for us. Unique for me, anyways. I tell you, it's early morning. I have never done. I'll go ahead and admit, I've done some midnight racing. I've done 1 o'clock in the morning, but it's only lasts about an hour. But this will be the first time doing a 6-hour style stint from 2 in the morning. Usually this is for the Aussie guys, the European guys, but man, I tell you what, it's going to be exciting to watch. And from what I can see already, where we left off is kind of where these guys are still sitting, Kinetic Racing, owning the top spot.
Yeah, they've pretty much been around there all day with their teams, and right now Kinetic Racing Europe still in the lead, and they have been for pretty much the entire time we've been gone. I've had this up pretty much running all day, watching it, trying to catch it as I go in and out. And pretty interesting name here that was in the car for him earlier. They had Yao Valverde in there, Gabriel Roos, I think is how you say his last name. But then Christian Challoner. If that name sounds familiar, it's because he is a Peak Antifreeze Series driver.
Oh, wow. Nice. Yeah.
He had a super long stint in there from lap 193 to 285.
Oh, wow, okay. Well, we'll probably see some new names driver-wise. Maybe you might see a couple that come back in. You're right, Gabriel right now, he's piloting the Kinetic machine out there. Well, some most notable things that has happened over the course of, since we've been here, we're 18 hours in, just like what Mike said out there. Unfortunately, Brian, out there, we got some hardware issues for Alliance in the GTE class. Their day has just not got any done. It looks like Grizzly has retired. There's too many mistakes. Got involved in some traffic. And, just out of this race, man, so far. And then the big one here, announcement from the Le Mans press booth. This is kind of cool, folks. I was reading this out here, and I knew you could say John. But it says Team Alliance Racing, GTLM, which is basically the GTE car, is currently missing on the track. Now, this was as of 5:53 p.m., folks. So this is when this was back. Currently missing from the track. Reports of an inflicted partying in their paddock coming in. Basically, they're down there having too much stuff. Witnesses report seeing DJ lights, disco balls, topless people, okay. Cassette something slamming on the bottles of champagnes through a party funnel. All "We Are the Champions" blaring in the background. Just a second. This just in. Officials are reporting that the post-race celebration champagne bottles are missing. The perpetrator caught on camera appeared to be a Mexican descent, but was destined with a makeshift mask made from what appeared to be, raw. So they're having a party, good old time down there in their pit road. Man, and did we miss something, Mel, over the course when we was gone?
Obviously, we missed a whole lot.
Mike just said Christian is the 2019 European Region Mario Andretti champion. There you go. I think you was just referring to that there a minute ago.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
Really good racer in all disciplines then.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, we were talking about kinetic racing. Remember we talked to John King, one of the kinetic guys. The first thing he came up here, he said this is their wheelhouse. Huge confidence, and he's still boasting that confidence because the top two guys in the LMP Kinetic Racing Europe has Gabriel out there. Vincent sitting in Kinetic Racing America. Then you have the Unorthodox. And still don't count them guys out. Unorthodox has maintained, stayed within, when there's striking distance. The problem is the gap now, 3 and 2 laps behind. So it has extended a lot.
Yeah, at this point in the race, what everybody's looking for is the guys up front that are leading their classes. They've got to make a mistake. And Kinetic Racing America's being 2 laps down. That's not insurmountable, with the amount of time that we have left, with some strategy calls and, maybe Kinetic Europe, makes a couple mistakes here, gets a little tired. These guys have put in some really long stints here, and Gabriel's back in the car again after Christian's long stint. So, very good group of guys, very professional, obviously know what they're doing. They've done a terrific job. They need to close it out, but everybody else behind them doesn't want them to do that. So they've got to play spoiler here and just keep doing what they're doing.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, some more info here just to let you know about some other teams. Adam Hollick, talking about the IRTM, the number 155. They had to call it quits. There was a lot of funds. The blown engine going over a bump in the backstretch. And this was as of 10 p.m. back. They tried to claw the way back from dead last P19. Just some major incidents right there, blowing the motor. Unfortunate for them there. Also, we've got trying to look here, see what kind of updates, some other teams. That looks to be about the only one right there I'm seeing that is out of it, unless anybody out there actually. John, speaking of John King, he's out there too, and a Peak Pro driver. Yeah, we love. Me and John know about the Peak series. There you go.
Yeah, I know. As soon as I saw him in the car earlier this evening, I knew exactly who he was.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, right now, Gabriel holds the top spot with Vincent there. Then you got Steve, who was actually the man in Orthodox. You got Eric Mitch right there. That sounds familiar. I've heard that name before.
I have as well. I just can't place where.
I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen oval side of things before, but either way, he's running in the Bombshell Motorsports, currently in the LMP1 class. He's in place class overall. Dean Mole sitting in 5th place overall. So it looks like, yes, we've had 1 or 2 drop out. Trying to see Dog Beard. I'm noticing they're not in there or for the LMP1. So it must have, hard day for them. Must be out of it. Had to retire out. I thought there was one more. Did have 8. We had 8 drops in the LMP1. So maybe we can get an update out there from Mike on who is maybe falling out of the LMP1 class. Look on into the LMP2. Arsene, I hope I said that right, for Alliance Racing. They're still in the top spot. And you got Kinetic Racing 4 sitting right there in second. Gustavo? Is that right?
Sounds like Gustavo.
Yeah. I had that in my mind, but I just couldn't get out of my words. There you go. Appreciate you. And
mix up between Gusto and Gustavo.
Yeah, Gustavo. Yeah. My bad. Stefan, and No Emissions Motorsports, pretty good, hanging on the 3rd. And then we go back to the GTE class, and still holding down Cameron Dance. FT1 Motorsports. Remember when we left off? FT1 was up there along with Big Bone Racing, and another one up there with them, but I don't see them
It's,
up there right now.
Avid Chronic was up there, but
Yeah.
they ran into some trouble.
I hate to see that.
Who else? Yeah, it was those three. Yeah, Hippo was up there as well. So
Hippo is still in
had,
third right now. Hippo Racing right. They
yeah,
jumped.
so
The
they're
big one is Big Bone, 19 spots.
yeah, unbelievable job. Those guys started 32nd, right?
Yeah.
So up to 14th overall, second in their class, and FT1's just been up there in the top, two positions pretty much all day.
Yeah, the GTE class, really competitive. I mean, all the classes are competitive, but really, really competitive here in the GTE side of things. Let's see, we got, like I said, we talked about the Big Bone racing. Hey, what's going on, everybody out there? How y'all doing? That's Hell Clifton, man. You're up early in the morning. Clifton, he's from America side with us, so go. And Will says he's a real wheel man. Christian can win in just about anything, even a bathtub. And I'd like to see that on iRacing. Could you imagine bathtub racing? Wheels?
If they put it on there, he would probably race it and be really good at it. So Christian, he's well known to the iRacing community. I did not know that he was a good road racer. To be honest with
Well,
you,
he's
I
out
don't
there in the
because where
chat
we,
right there. Was it Christian
where we don't really
Chandler?
keep up with it, but
Christian Chandler, he popped in.
had to pit early for a bathroom break.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said, "Hey, look, I at least got to go." But he's also a World of Outlaw Sprint Car Series pro. It also reminds me of another driver we know of, Bobby
Could he be
Lazinski.
good at anything else? I mean,
Well, it's like Bobby Lazinski.
anything else?
You know Bobby?
Yeah,
Bobby Lazinski. Yeah, he runs in Peak,
yeah.
runs in Peak, runs in the road, runs in Rally. I think the only ones that he doesn't run in is the dirt. I mean, just phenomenal throughout. He runs in a lot of them. Yeah. Hey, well, folks, I tell you what. I know it's early, getting started here in this stand here. We're going to bring the last 6 hours of this thing to. If you've got a team out there you want us to showcase or show off, or if you are a team member or a driver that's not in the car or team owner, or jump up into the waiting for interview room there. We're more than happy to bring you in here to booth, talk to you, get what your thoughts are on the race, what you've seen so far. And I know, John, you said, now I'm noticing something. This is actually supposed to be a full-blown 24 simulated, and you asked earlier the time. I thought it was going off of American 24, but the look of the track does not look like that. So maybe correct me if I'm wrong out there, Mike. When this thing started at 8 a.m. time-wise, did it start European time, or did we start American time as far as the server? Because right now, it doesn't look like it's as dark, and obviously it's 2 o'clock in the morning here in the States.
Well, now it's 7:20 or so, whatever time was it, about 2:15 here, so about
Okay.
7 something in the morning. So
That's
according to in the sim, it's 7:24 a.m.
Okay, so
which would
evidently,
be the time
yes, evidently they went off the European time of start, and that threw it about 8 hours before us or something like that, 7 hours give or take. Yeah. So that's why we're seeing kind of 1 p.m. London. Okay, got you. So by the time we're done, it'll be starting to get a little bit dusk out, but yeah, we'll go right back through the daytime. So the nighttime part of it was during the time we were off air, and so forth and so on. Wasn't 100% sure. If it would have went off the American 8 a.m., we would have definitely been right in the nighttime. Okay, Cliff. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Shout out to Unorthodox Racing. Couldn't be hey, they're doing an outstanding job. Place right now.
Christian said he's not the World Outlaws guy. Well, if you're not, Christian, there's something you need to work at. All right, you have to be good at everything. Evidently, that's what we all expect.
Oh, you said Cam is the word, not me. Okay.
Yes, please get better at more things on iRacing.
Okay, John King said Gustavo answers to Gus. I'm gonna say just Gus. Almost just like Jock earlier when I was talking to him.
Yeah, except that's actually his name. So
Well,
that
he's
kind of
got.
helps.
Wow.
Yeah, you can tell it's early morning for us rednecks, boy. We're
Hey,
not.
yeah, man. Hey, but we're gonna have fun here. I tell you what, we started 1400 French time. Same as a real life race. Okay, throw some knowledge on us there, King. I mean, yes, this track is obviously I'm gonna say it's in France. It is in France, right? Hey man, look, don't laugh. I mean,
Yeah,
come on.
yes,
I'm asking a legit question here. I mean,
yes, yes, sir. It is.
I'm gonna take it because Circuit Day, la.
Well,
That usually
it's
comes.
actually in Le Mans, France.
Okay, hey, all right.
Hey, I'm here for you, buddy.
I appreciate it, man. I need all the
We
help I
we
can get.
we pull our information together. It may not be the best and brightest, but daggone it, we do it.
Well,
So,
that would mean I believe Spa is in the same territory as Le Mans, then also, isn't it?
in my redneck mind, all these road courses are right in the same
Oh
spot.
yeah,
So
yeah, true.
it's it's hard. I'm only decent at oval stuff, man. You get me turning different
Well, the
directions, and
American ones. I mean, we got Road American, Atlantic, Sebring, I believe, is also another one of ours.
yeah, well,
As
like
far as
VR is right up the road from me. Like I could go
yeah,
there, take my charger out there, and do what, but I just don't go there.
yeah,
I
100 miles
don't
south
know.
of
I should
Paris is
though.
what he says. I tell you what, that's I don't want to get too far off subject of the other race. I mean, a long race covering a lot of stuff, but I tell you, that would be one bucket list on my life. It'll never happen, but to visit Paris. Paris is a wonderful place to go. It would be kind of cool to go and see.
Yeah, I never got to go out there. I was stationed in Germany and got to travel around some, within Germany and get around there. But always wanted to go, just never honestly had the time for it. But I'd love to go back and go see some of these things that I missed out on because road racing there is pretty huge. At the time, I wasn't into it
Yeah,
at all. It took me getting on iRacing to actually get in into road racing a little bit more to where I even watch it on television. But the more you get into it, especially with iRacing, it kind of gets a fire in you, and you want to get better at it. So
yeah.
I found
What?
myself, practicing on this track yesterday, and then
Oh, crash into the wall for Bombshell Motorsports LMP1. Man, we just watched that live. He just hit that wall hard there, John. He was sitting in the fourth place spot overall, fourth place in the class. Marcus, can't go back on the replay there, man, because he tagged that wall pretty hard.
he
See what?
did. He's still trying to get himself situated
Going
here
to
too.
go slow mo, see what happened because that thing took a wicked. That was kind of weird. It kind of went wiggly and then went straight left right into the wall. Ouch.
Oh wow, the front end just shook on that thing, and that
Yeah.
that looks like it might have been a little malfunction with the wheel or something.
Hmm. Well, unfortunately, that's going to tear that thing up a little bit. Hopefully, they'll be able to get the damage, fixed and get it back out there. But hey, I was just when we were sitting there talking, I was just watching him. And as I know, just bam right to the wall, and that's just how fast things can have. And L. Clifton out there said wheel issue. That's what it looked like, kind of mechanical problem with the wheel. Because that thing shook, like you said, just boom. Because he was on a straightaway. No reason that thing should have went like it did.
Yeah, but I mean, it just goes to show you, even though we're on a simulator, you're at the mercy of your equipment, just like you are in real racing sometimes. There's nothing you
Absolutely.
can do about it. Just things happen like that. But, you have to say, and I know someone pointed this out on the chat, and I don't have a quick way to see who it was, but we will make the point out, which we were going to get to anyway, but Kinetic obviously doing a great job But in the GTE class right now, they're 4th. If they can make up a lap here on Hippo Racing in 3rd, that would every class Kinetic would be basically on a podium right now.
Wow.
So if they could catch up to Hippo, get around them for a lap, that would put every class on podium for those guys.
And that definitely would signify and put a nail into what John King out there was talking about. They came here and this is their house. If they can get that done and finish that thing off strong, because you're right. Right now they own the top 2 spots in LMP1. They're in 2nd in LMP2 and 4th in GTE. So roundabout doing what they need to do. I don't know, that FT1, Big Bone, and Hippo, they look pretty strong in that GT class. I mean, I don't want to count anybody else out. Still got a ways to go. And this one, it's a strategic. There we go. Yep.
Were you about to George W. Bush it? Strategery.
That's right, strategery. Yes, there we go. Got to throw out the big word thing one at a time. Confuse everybody.
That's right. Let us get all our bad jokes out now. We'll get with it here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we want to appreciate everybody tuning back in. Again, we brought the first 6 hours. Go check that out if you missed all the coverage there. Live here on the OSRN Network and online SIMRACINgnetwork.com. It has been a good one. These guys out here from the first stint on, a lot of great teams out here. Been dominated pretty much, for the most part, Kinetic Racing has dominated the top side of the LMP1 class, and they're moving on up like in the GT and the LMP2. But we went through the nighttime, getting down here to the last final hours. Now it's actually going to be about a little bit 5.5 to go. We're closing in. We appreciate everybody, and hope you've enjoyed, man, the coverage here for the majors. 24 hours of Le Mans. It's definitely something different. Myself and John up here, we're bringing to you all this info and been unique.
It has, but it's been a lot of fun, man. You see a lot of work that goes into all this here. As we're talking, the Bombshell Motorsports car is on pit road right now.
Yes, he is.
I think they might be making a driver change here. It's like
Well, it blinked out, then Marcus came back in on it.
Yeah. I'm not sure what they're doing yet. Probably getting some of that damage fixed as well, because that's not going to help anything. So it's a good time for them to do what they need to do.
Oh, yeah.
Try to hold position here, not lose too many laps.
We got Dean Moe hanging on to the 5th place there with Kinetic Swift Racing. Be a good time for him to make up some ground, too.
That's really, in the LMP1, you've got 1 lap. Well, Kinetic Americas is 1 lap down. Unorthodox is only 2, so manageable distances there for those 2 teams, especially if Kinetic Europe has any slip-ups or issues. But so far, haven't really had any. Knock on wood for those guys.
Oh, yeah.
And then in the GTE class, FT1 Motorsports, ahead by a couple laps, 3 laps, I think it is, over Big Bone, but then Big Bone's got Hippo behind him for a lap, and then Kinetic is behind for a lap. So really close battle there for 2nd place in that class, but still got a long way to go. Anything could happen.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, definitely, like you said, long way to go in this one. Riding along here with Dean, just to give y'all folks a shot of what he's out the windshield here in the cockpit view. You can just see him working that wheel, going through, I don't know the technical term of what that section of the track would be. I would call it the Pier S's. A very technical part of the track as you cross the start-finish line. Kind of go up the hill here. Here's the fast part of the track. A lot of momentum-style turns here to ride along and kind of uphill, elevated as you go down the hill here. On into that long back stretch where, you will cap a lot of speed on there.
Yeah, you do, but the part that we just watched Dean go through, that's where I was just getting killed. So, you got to be on your game there, going through that section. To me, it seems like there was one part was a little easier, on the track to get through. And then you got that other part. It's so technical, and you've got to be right on it. You missed just a little bit of it, and you're done. So, I would probably already be out of this race if it was me. But it's interesting, man. And no, John, we're not trying to put any curse on you at all. That's why I said knock on wood for you guys. I'm not catching blame for anything happening.
Yeah, no doubt. We have had some commentators' curses before, but hey, I appreciate that, Mike. He just said that part going through there, where I said most of the S's before you get to start finish line, the Ford chicane. I can remember that because I'm a Ford guy. I like Ford. So if it was Chevy chicane, I would probably be like, yeah, no wonder, man, it blows up and wrecks there.
See, I'm not going to make anybody mad. I'm not going to say anything about that. So. Plus, I'm a Dodge guy, so nobody really cares. So.
Well, all right. I mean, now that would be kind of cool. Dodge chicane. Dodging all kinds of curves and stuff. But there are some unique names for around here. I apologize in advance. I know there's probably some other broadcasters that know these things left and right. Being new to the Le Mans, I mean, obviously I know Le Mans in itself, but knowing the technical of a lot of the terms are, and that's something unique to road tracks. We don't have that in oval. I mean, Daytona doesn't have the Hendrick Motorsports turn 1. You know, I mean, we say turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, down the back stretch, down the front stretch, or going to the tri-over or something like that.
Well, we'll keep it simple.
Right.
If
well,
it's a
here,
lot of many turns, we call it the S's because it's in the shape of an S.
Yeah. Mike said go.
We keep it simple. We keep it simple because we're stupid.
But well, he said that I did. Man, talk about offending people. Come on now. But that is the unique thing about road racing is they do have those names. I mean, even like Le Mans has a lot of theirs, especially most notably uphill part there. But that is kind of unique to a lot of the tracks when it comes to part of road racing with the names of the terms and so forth. Oh, we got one of the GT cars off track back there, and I'm on. Yeah. Looked like that was Kudox. Yep, spun that thing. Back on the replay here and see what happened. Yep. Came out of the turn. We'll find it right here and show you in a little slow-mo. Looks like he caught the curb and that car just kept coming around on him. That would actually be Ross.
Yeah, it looks like he just carried a little too much speed in there. Takes a real aggressive line over the bumps there and then gets the back end around on it. You remember we were talking in the first 6 hours about the difference between the Ferraris and the Porsches and how they handle. And I said, when you go over bumps and do things in the Ferrari, it's kind of by the seat of your pants. That's what I meant right there. That's what it feels like.
And, with the GTE car, obviously with the weight and how that car is, it alludes to a actual, they're built more like a real car. I mean, they are full-blown race cars. They have a lot of technical stuff in them. But the way those things are built, a lot more, I'm going to say they're probably a lot more heavier than what the LMP cars are. So, manhandling, we talked about this earlier in the stint because one of the guys who came up and talked to us, man, he sounded like he was out of breath. He just ran on a treadmill for hours. But he was one of the GT drivers. So you can see try to muscle one of these things around the track.
Yeah, and some guys are built for this type of racing. Some guys put in so much time that they could sit here for hours, like Christian Challenger did. Just put in a ton of time in his stint, and he's probably tired, but not so exhausted he's falling out of the.
Well, now, Mark out there said that the S's that we're talking about at the end of the course, now he's saying those are the Porsche curve. And
yeah, well, the whole section of that track isn't the Ford. Ford can't have everything, okay?
Well, but I mean, okay, but I'm trying to learn here. I'm trying to get it right. So the S part, is the Porsche curves. I'm taking right there past the start finish line is the Ford chicane coming up. Okay, so that would definitely make sense because every part of the track is different. I know there's a part that's the Indy part. Hey, I'm learning out here, folks. I appreciate the info. I appreciate y'all working with me up here. I know John sometimes he gives me a hard time, but that's okay.
What I'm supposed to do. It's all in good fun.
I know, man. I tell you what, old John King out there said the biggest difference in most European road courses were roads between the places. You know what? That's another thing. We touched on the history of Le Mans. A lot of road courses are actually roads. I mean, they're not like what, full on built racetracks. These were converted to racetracks. Le Mans being one of them. Monaco comes to mind. That's one of probably the most famous ones. Obviously, that's more of a Grand Prix style thing, but that one right there, when it comes to converting a city and a road to a track, that one really comes to mind.
Yeah, now a lot of them have, like I think one of the corners here is called Indianapolis because it's shaped like the corners at Indy. So that's, they do that in a lot of different areas. Like Pocono, for instance, has all 3 corners are after different tracks.
Okay.
And so it's kind of cool that even though it's over there, they're like, it's Indy. But I don't know. It's a thing that those guys do, and us rednecks, we just.
I like what King just said right there. I don't know if you see it, but he said because it is. He said, still when the track's not in use, the main road between Le Mans and Mulsanne towns, they actually still use that's.
Huh. I did not know that.
I didn't either. I mean, that's something.
Man, we've learned so much stuff just doing this.
Hey, absolutely. You know what? I love it too. I like learning. Hey, look, there's your buddy Tommy Haynes out there. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, he's actually awake. I told him there was no way he was going to be awake.
Absolutely.
So, I went up there and watched some of the football game. Didn't quite go.
Well, now don't say football. There, you're getting confused. Football across seas. Say soccer.
American
American
football.
And there's another thing, John, out there. John was talking about. He said, so in Europe they get used to the names of the corners because and that might be something I might just learned here. The reasoning behind some of these corners, obviously, it's because of great racetracks like you talk about Indy, and maybe some of the manufacturers. But it might be because of some of these turns might be actually what the actual road is going into it, and that's just neat to learn. Definitely, a lot of behind these tracks, the history behind the roads type stuff. I like it. And right, Troy, the sun gonna get a little dicey as the sun's coming up here. This track might get a little slicker. You talked about it earlier. It was getting cool for us, but now it might start to warm back up for him a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we kept up with the track temp pretty good. The first 6 hours we were on, we started out, I think it was about 108 degrees Fahrenheit. Yes, I said Fahrenheit. Let everybody else do the math on the Celsius there. But right now we're at 65. So it'll be interesting to see what we get up to here. There you go.
Yeah, 18 Celsius. So yeah, I mean you're right, but we were up there, and I got a feeling we're gonna get back up there. And that transition, we talked about it. Even iRacing, we talked about them maybe later on in coming years implement rain and so forth. But they do have a dynamic to where this track surface will change. The tires will heat up, and cloud cover. Atmosphere and all that will change how these cars will handle their setups that they've got. They'll have to make adjustments, small adjustments. That's something we'll see as that weather changes throughout the race, and that's something these guys. And right now, it looks like Gabriel, he's going through a little bit of traffic right now.
A little bit out there for everybody right now.
Oh yeah, everybody's clipped up, yeah.
But they're doing a really good job managing it. I could tell everybody's, where I've been watching pretty much all day, guys have been pretty cordial to each other, getting out of the way. You see them blinking their lights.
John's the Iron Man. He just stayed up and watched the whole entire race. I had to go take a nap, folks. I'm soft.
I was here with it. I went to Tommy's to watch football and eat and come back, and the race was still on. So I have been watching a lot.
How close do you live to him?
Oh, like 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, he's just up the street.
Oh, well, I mean, you're not too far from where I'm at. About 2.5 hours, maybe 2 hours.
Yeah,
Something like
yeah. No,
Don't come visit me.
he's like my brother, bro. He's like 10 minutes up the road.
Oh, okay. All right. Ain't nothing wrong with
Yeah,
that. Heck yeah.
yeah. He made some barbecue tonight, man. We sat around and ate some barbecue. Watched some
Oh,
football.
boy, I tell you what. There you go.
Yeah.
Well, we had steaks earlier, and I had yeah, we had some steaks. I did take the little one to go see the Santa Claus, like I told everybody I would. He had fun doing that, and then I came home and I was so tired that I had to take a nap. To get it, and prepped up for tonight. Just I'm interested to see who's going to finish out this race, because I will say this, and we talked about cars and drivers, fatigue, and equipment failure, attrition throughout the whole entire race. Things are going to happen on track, but my hat's off to all the teams that are still running right now.
Yeah, it takes a lot to do this, and you got some teams that are swapping out guys pretty regularly to keep everybody fresh, and some guys that put in really long stints, like the Kinetic Racing Europe team has done overnight. So put a lot of time into this stuff, but just to be able to do it as a team and still be in it, it says a lot. And a lot of guys, when you start doing these things like with what we did, our goal was just we wanted to run the whole 24 hours. We didn't care where we finished. Just not be that guy that causes a problem and run the whole race. So
Sounds about like the team talking about the G class. They just go out here and finish and have fun. I'll tell you another guy right now, the LMP2, Marcin. It's Marcin. I'm on confirmation on it. But he is holding down the top spot there in that Honda, the LMP2 class. So far, Atlantis Racing Esports.
yeah, they've done a good job maintaining through this race as well. Being right up front there in their class, doing a great job right now, putting down good laps, leading their class by 3 laps. And you got Kinetic Racing Force 25. Let's see, they're 3 laps behind, and then you got No Emissions behind them. You mentioned them earlier. I know that, so they're on the same lap with the Kinetic guys in that class.
Oh, okay, I got it right. Marcin. All right, good deal. Got one for myself. What's up, Jason? How you doing? Yeah, appreciate you tuning in. Well, you want to know who's bad fast? I gotta admit it. It's the Kinetic Racing right now. They have pretty much dominated from the start of the race on. When we left off a 6-hour mark. Atlantis Racing, yeah, right. They're doing an outstanding job in LMP2. But Kinetic Racing for that LMP1 top class, they have held down the top spot. Unorthodox is there. Time's running out for them. They still got a long way to go to try to maybe make up some of that time. They're gonna have to do something different. Yeah, Kinetic. John King came up earlier and said his first words was, "This is their wheelhouse." Man had some confidence.
And they've done a good job for him. There's a reason he's got that confidence.
Oh, yeah.
Done great. I mean, you also have to give it up for Unorthodox for maintaining. Through there. They had some issues earlier in the race. At the start, I think getting disconnected and losing some time, and so now they're right here with the Kinetic Americas team, 2 laps down to the Kinetic Europe team. So right now you got the guys second and third place. Going to be a battle for that as well, and trying to make up time on the European team.
And don't want to count out Bombshell Motorsports. We just saw earlier there, not too long ago, they had a mishap on the straight, the back in pit road. At least they're back out there trying. They're running 4th in that position. Dean is back in the 5th overall. So, the FT1 and the GTE class has done a fantastic job. Cameron Dance right now, he's piloting that machine for that Ferrari. Most of it's been dominated by Porsches, but I'm going to go ahead and say right here, John, I don't see any of the Porsches up there in the class, so not 100% sure what happened to the Porsches that were dominating early on. Here's one's back in 10th place, Avatar Auto Racing. It looks like he's got a lot of damage on that car too.
Yeah, they do. And as we're talking here, the Unorthodox Motorsports guys have their car on pit road. They've made a driver change. Steve Driscoll is out. Travis Worland's going in. Steve ran
you're right. Yep.
a bunch of laps for those guys. Started on 277. They're on 324. So a lot of seat time for Steve there. Doing a great job for that.
Absolutely. So definitely some good one. And you're right. I mean, we don't, obviously we're talking a lot about the kinetic racing because they have definitely dominated a lot of this race. But we don't want to take anything away from any of the teams out here. They have done more than their fair share of great racing out. It is definitely awesome. And Dog Bear Racing, notice, yes, they're on the track. They're way off the pace, 12th overall. Not 100% sure what might have happened to them, but yeah, they're still out there racing in LMP1.
Yeah, they've been out there kind of in that position now. They were further down the chart, as far as standings go earlier when I was watching. I'm not sure what happened to them. I don't know if they got caught up in something or if, maybe there were some penalties issued out. If you get so many incidents, I think you get penalties and things like that.
Okay.
So, but yeah, they were further down in places here, so they've made their way back up through the field here, trying to have a decent finish. Maybe try to come out here, top 10 showing for them. That would be a very good comeback from what they've had to go through.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So actually, we'll still put all the LMP1s out. And I just happen to see Rob right there, kind of down, like I say, a little mishap. And you're right, man. I'm going to say it, the major series. Folks, check it out, www.pacific.com. If you haven't checked it out, you got a world of info there as far as their series coming up for 2020. And I'm a like 2020 because then I can throw out my little catchphrase. Do you see me now?
Oh, we're still telling that joke?
Hey man, that's a good joke. Come on now, that was good. I mean, especially if you go up to a blind guy.
Oh no,
that's wrong. I know. I'm sorry. I apologize, folks.
Wrong.
Don't get mad. That's rough.
Why are you gonna treat Stevie Wonder like?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, I don't mean nothing bad, but it is funny. Come on, it's 2020. I mean, I can't really believe. I mean, all serious joking and stuff aside, but I mean, seriously, I cannot believe that the teens are going to be over with in the 2000s, and we're actually heading into 2020. So it's that's amazing in itself.
I feel like I read something a long time ago, and I say a long time ago like I'm super old. I'm 36, but even in my lifetime, we were supposed to already be on like flying cell phone scooters or something by now.
Got some flying cars out here. These things are fast.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm with you, John.
Be, living on Mars.
Yeah, man, yeah. That'll happen. I tell you what, John, you're right. The major series, and what I was saying before there is if you look at their schedule coming up for the 2020 series season, they've got a lot of great racing in store. I know about the major series. They do have some of the top racers they are. I mean, obviously you have your pro style drivers, but they do have a lot of pro drivers in here that run. So I know about the major series as far as when it comes to a league, and they are one of the top echelons when it comes to drivers and leagues out there on iRacing.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be hard pressed to find another league, another series out there that has the competition that is here.
Absolutely.
And it's something that you just don't see. I mean, we've seen it just in this race alone. But they have so many drivers coming in and out of these cars, so it just goes to show you how many guys want to be a part of this, and there's a reason for it. It's hard to keep leagues running. There's so many on iRacing. You have hundreds to choose from, but there's only a handful that are actually really good and very competitive. And you either love the competition and it brings the best out in you and you get better, or you run around in the back and you get tired of it and go
Oh,
somewhere
yeah,
else.
absolutely. Yeah,
But I mean,
absolutely.
there's so many good drivers and good teams here that I mean, not being one that's good on road course racing like this, but I mean, if you are good and it's still this hard, it's that competitive. That tells you,
Yeah.
how much work goes into it for these guys.
My hat's off. I tip my hat to these drivers that are still maintaining racing out. Teams that are out here right now for the stint that they've been on, 18 hours and 41 minutes into the 24 hours, and they're still going strong. Unfortunately, like I said, a few of them with some mishaps, some untimely equipment failures, some things that might go wrong. But I hope everybody's enjoying it right now. Top spot been held down by Kinetic Racing Europe, Kinetic Racing America, and Unorthodox Motorsports. Kinetic Swift Racing back up to 4th. Bombshell there to 5th. There you go. Oh yeah, they do have to do. Yeah, there's actually, it depends on the team. We were talking a lot about that in the first 6. If we remember correctly, I do believe it's Bombshell Swift, I believe it is, wasn't it, John? That actually only have 3 drivers that race.
Kinetic.
Was it Kinetic?
Swift,
Kinetic, yeah. Kinetic Swift that actually has 3 drivers. Eric Thorpe was one of them. And, John King came up earlier and was talking, and maybe he could correct me on if I'm saying the right one. But he was telling us that they're going to make probably 16 driver changes throughout this whole entire event.
Yeah, it's a lot. They've got Eric Thorpe, Josh Nowak, and Dean Mole. Those are their 3 drivers, and they put a ton of laps in when they get out there. But, they're trying to give the other guys a break, too. So they're all pulling their fair share, same amount of laps, same weight here for everybody. And, you start getting down to the end of it here, and they need to make up some time. They might pick the one guy that they feel like is the fastest and throw him in for the last 2 or 3 hours.
Well, if you're a gambling man, and I know you are, 3 drivers, I got an idea of who I'd put in the car, maybe at the. But who do you think that they put at the last stint?
I don't know. I mean, they've all ran some very good times. I have to think Eric. I know Eric has put down a lot of really good times for him, and Josh as well. But not taking anything away from anybody. All 3 of them could do it. But I'd say it'd be between Josh and Eric. One of those 2 probably.
I was thinking
just looking
Eric,
at times. Yeah. Dean may be getting in the car at inopportune times. With track changes and time and all that. But
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, when we say stuff like that, we definitely don't want to take anything away from the drivers because, that's the one thing that you look at when you go into an event is you try to get, the best drivers you possibly can. And, so Mike says, in a real 24-hour Le Mans, all the teams run 3 drivers now. Yes, it got to be. Wow, I didn't know that. In real Le Mans, they only run 3 drivers. So, wow, okay.
Yeah, I thought that earlier, but I didn't want to sound like an idiot and say it without knowing. So,
they had somebody correct you. I mean, that's the way you learn. You know what I mean? Come on now. I mean, I know we're bringing it up. And that's why we learned. I just learned something there. I didn't. That's the kind of things I like. I like learning about what's going on. So,
I think we've learned more than we've helped teach anything.
Hey, I tell you. Well,
but it's so much fun though.
It is. Hey, I'm with you there, John. The learning aspect of trying to, to see what it is, and then bringing this coverage to you, it is awesome. But as UDOX Ferrari GTE, they run 6 drivers out. Okay, that's not bad. That's a pretty good stint. That'll actually you won't be quite as tired as a driver when 6 drivers run.
Yeah. Go out first and get. Yeah, no,
that'd be me probably.
That was opposite of what we did. We let our best guy go first. The second best guy went, then our third best guy went, and then I went, and then there was an argument over if I was the third best or the second worst. I was like, why are we? It's not even a big deal for me. Somebody else get it there.
Now, John just brought up something. He said it used to be 2 drivers. Really? I mean, could you imagine only having 2 drivers to do a 24-hour? I mean, that's 12 hours each in a car at the least, unless you just
Yeah,
kind
I
of
don't care
pan
who
down.
you are.
Yeah, wow.
That's extremely tough. Anybody that's done that in real life, that's
A double
crazy.
tough right there. Yeah.
I,
That's
s- I thought about that had happened. One guy trying to do it by himself.
guy who died in 1955 disaster. Yeah, he nearly won. We were taught. Yeah, the biggest crash in motorsports history. I can go back. Let me just reiterate what I went through that earlier in a broadcast. Let me go back and bring up what you're mentioning. 1955, there was a major crash caused large fragments of debris, like most of the car, to fly into the crowd. It killed 83 spectators and a French driver. I'm gonna say it, Pierre Ballin. I hope I said that right. Who raced under the name Pierre Levine, and injuring nearly 180 more. It was the most catastrophic crash in motorsport, and it prompted Mercedes-Benz to retire from motor racing. Switzerland banned motor racing, and it was only in 2018 that motor racing returned there for the Grand Prix of Zurich. Levine very nearly won the 1952 race single-handed. He had a 4-lap lead with an hour to go when the engine failed. So there you go. Wow.
I can't imagine doing that on your own. That's
That's
crazy.
wow. That's double tough. Wow.
Yeah, I think my 4-hour drive to the casino is terrible.
But 24 hours. I mean, he had a 4-lap lead. He pretty much had it covered. All he could have just went. But to have that and then just with an hour to go, boom, an engine failure.
Yeah, they should have gave it to him just based on the fact he did that by himself.
Now, my question. Who on iRacing is going to try it? I don't even actually think iRacing will allow you. I think
Actually,
you
you
have
can.
to have it. You can? Really?
You can have one driver. And when we did the Daytona race, there was one guy trying to do it all by himself. I think he made it 16 hours.
Okay. Well, that was going to be my next thing is who on iRacing is going to try to break that record and see if they can't do a 24-hour race by themselves.
The
I'm
guy
not saying
with
it
no
can't be done.
friends.
Well, I mean,
That's who's going to do it.
I ain't going to say it can't be done. And I'm not even going to say it can be, even if he don't win, the fact of him, if he finishes 24 hours, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how anybody would do it. I mean, especially in real life. I mean, all the speed, G-forces, the heat, everything you experience in a real race car. I mean, it's tough enough sitting right here racing for a couple hours, but I know I have read that guys have tried it on iRacing, but I've never heard of a story where somebody actually completed it. Did
John
the
King
full
out there, he's
24
funny.
hours.
I like what he said. You see what he said? He says, at some point they stop or they crash.
Yeah, I have to.
I'm with you, Jason. I would have figured since obviously simulators, you could obviously turn down your force feedback. Wouldn't be as bad on your arms and stuff. But if some of these young cats out here think they're Iron Man, I'm surprised nobody here on iRacing has completed that task. I'm not saying that it won't ever be done, but in real life, that's just a phenomenal. Just to even go that far. I mean, he went 23 hours. Wow. Troy said, "Guy with no friends." Well, yeah, definitely no friends. Right now, watching unorthodox racing, still hanging on in that 3rd place spot. And it's got it locked down at the top. Back in the GTE class, a lot of guys kind of spread out back here. Avatar actually has given up a lot of spots back here. Gave up about 12. Yep, they've given up about 15 spots. Which, I mean, looks like they've got into an accident earlier on because that Porsche does not look in the best of shape.
Yeah, they definitely had something go wrong with that one. But trying to figure out when for those or where it happened, but can't find it myself, so must have been way back.
Here it is, Grizzly Motorsports. Unfortunately, that's right, the LMP1 of Grizzly Motorsports out of the race. Now, Grizzly Motorsports, they are the defending series champion in the major series. But unfortunately here, tonight in the LMP1 class, out of the race. Along with Illusion Motorsports out of the race. So there's your other two LMP1 class drivers out tonight. Well, there you go. King out there said Josh Noack did something like 15 hours of Daytona race because his teammate didn't turn up. Now, I think I asked that before. Has there ever been a time in iRacing, or real racing for that matter, that your guy's supposed to show up, and then the next thing you know, don't show up? He misses his stint or whatnot.
Yeah, that would be terrible. I mean,
wow,
it was hard enough trying to plan our, race. And, we started out with like 3 teams, and all these guys wanted to do it. And the next thing you know, we're down to 5. And it's only just from practice, like 5 guys left, and we're all like, all right, we're the ones that really want to do it. So,
there it is, Missed Apex race. Unfortunately, on pit road right now. Missed Apex. Those guys out there, I love their slogan that they had before. Let me that team. We got a host of other teams, not win, but I like their slogan. We may be wrong, but we are mostly last. Hey, but those guys definitely have some fun when they come out here. Oh, okay. Snowstorm. One lost because I wonder whereabouts they're located at. A snowstorm. Oh. And there again, can't there's some things you can't. Obviously, we are in a sim world. You can't things you can't control on your own. Power outages, Mother Nature. I've always said that, computer problems or anything like that. That stuff you just can't control. We chalk it up. That's in the sim world. That is our equivalent to car breaking down, mechanical failure in real life. Okay. Well, let's bring. I see that. Got some unorthodox guys up here. Bring Steve down here first.
Absolutely. He just came off the track.
All right, let's bring Steve. Joy at the booth. Got a copy?
Yep, gotcha.
Man, I tell you what, looks like you just came off the track. How you feeling?
I don't feel pretty good. It's kind of a bit difficult lately. They had an update here the last week or so with the Rift, which makes it really difficult to see anything at night in the VR world. You got to draw a distance of about 25 feet or so. Kind of tough when you're doing 200 miles an hour and can't see the corner.
Now, wow. Now you're obviously using a VR setup. I gotta ask, how does that strain wise on yourself running this long of a race?
Well, it's not too bad.
All right. Well, it's interesting because a lot of guys we've talked in the past. Some use the monitor, some use VR, and I think we were actually talking about that. Doing a long run like this with VR, I mean, I couldn't imagine. You probably got to be in some good conditioning to do it, but Unorthodox right now, sitting in the third place with LMP1 class. Is there anything y'all can do to run down those Kinetic guys?
Maybe. It's kind of tough right now because we kind of got what we got, and everybody else, not a lot of traffic there. But I was able to, make about, 15, 20 seconds of headway there in my 3 or 4 stints there. So, got Travis in there for about 3 or 4 more than, so we have a small chance, but, just like with anything, right? It's, we got a chance, so we'll take it.
Well, we was talking about John King jumped up here earlier, and obviously he said Kinetic, this is their wheelhouse. But he was kind of a little worried about y'all's guys, and, he know you had a mishap earlier in the race, pit roads, that got y'all behind, and just not been able to claw back. It's tough to do that here because there's not very many opportunities, no cautions or anything like that, get back up there. But if you were, I do believe, man, that the Kinetic guys would be really, really worried. Maybe what's your plan for the rest of the race here?
Oh, yeah. So early in the race there, Comcast dropped out on me, so that cost us 2.5 minutes right there. That kind of stunk because we clawed back to 6 seconds of first place after starting P8. So, but right now I think we got like 2 more driver changes left to go. We're just gonna plug away, maybe do some triple stints on the tires and see if we can save ourselves a little bit.
There you go.
And just keep plugging away. I mean, we got to try something, right?
Oh, absolutely. Well, John, you got anything for me?
I was going to ask about the tire situation, especially when the temperature starts coming back up and you guys trying to make up that time, if you're going to triple stint your tires or not, or how you wear.
Our wear, at least during the night, we've been triple stinting during the night because it was, for me, I think I went, I think I just did 5 stints or 4 or something like that. I only changed tires once. It's really good at night. Now, during the day, when I started there, I was actually triple stinting my tires there in the first couple hours of the race, and that was not a good move.
Yeah,
but
hotter and slicker out there. But your times are very consistent over your entire run.
Yeah,
so
just hitting
triple stinting tires. That's pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, it's just kind of hitting the marks. You got to drive the car a little bit differently. Also found to make a couple tire pressure adjustments when you're doing double versus triple stints to kind of help even out the wear. Because also the challenges too is like with any team environment is you have different driving styles within our team. I know Travis and myself could not have more different driving styles, so that makes it a challenge to figure out how to make a setup that a good compromise between the two of us.
All right. Well, it feels great for one, feels like trash for the other, and the brakes are garbage for you, and they're great for him. So,
yep, pretty much. Yeah, we've yelled at each other quite a bit over the years, so that's part of it.
I'll tell you, hey, right now, I tell you what, you've got a battle on the track. Looks like Kinetic Swift Racing is caught there in the LMP1, and Travis is trying to hold him off there on that straight car there for the moment. So, tell you what, Steve, man, y'all looking good. Best on the rest of this race.
I appreciate it, and wish you guys the best of luck, and hope for it's an exciting finish, and hopefully the field tightens up, and hopefully to our benefit we get going. But before I go, I just wanted to say apologize to Jimbo there. We kind of had a net code thing going on, and he went off the track, and it didn't sustain anything, but I just want to apologize there for that. But it was a net code thing, but I hate doing that. That's not my style.
Racing incident sometimes happens on the track, like you said, but I tell you what, good luck out there the rest of the race.
All right, thank you. You too.
All right. Well, let's bring down the other Orthodox driver here, Matt. Matt, Joe in the booth, got a copy?
Hey, what's going on?
Well, we were talking about, I guess we're talking about the other teammate up there, Steve, and, he's giving us a world of information on what was going on with the unorthodox guys. Right now, y'all currently sitting in the LMP1 class. You're sitting in third place. Y'all kind of just been in an uphill battle all race long after kind of a little mishap earlier in the race on pit road and some connection issues. But y'all been pretty consistent and fast. Like right there, the last time by, you ran a 3:16 was the fastest lap I've seen. That's phenomenal.
Yeah, Travis, when he puts his mind to it, you can't stop him. So, yeah, we pretty much... He just hopped in the car. He's just putting his head down and he's just turning laps as fast as he can go because we're going to try to get up here or try to get to the top. We're not going to give up until the checkered flag. So we're going to keep.
Oh, and I don't blame you. I mean, we talked to, King earlier on. And, he's very confident when it comes to kinetic racing. Obviously, they've been up front dominating most of it. But he said himself, he worries if y'all were able to get up here or get to them, that y'all right now could probably knock them off that top spot.
Yeah, we've been we were kind of the underdogs last year, and towards the end of the season, everybody kind of realized that we were not to be messed with because we're actually more talented than a lot of people thought of. And coming into this year, when we merged with Precision Motorsports with Steve, it just our strength grew, and we've now proven 2 years in a row that we're forced to be reckoned with. We're up there with Alliance and Kinetic, and we're not afraid to get our hands dirty. We're in the fight.
There you go, man. I like the confidence in here in the teams. I mean, you got to have that when it comes to team sport. But looking good up in third. John, you got anything for Matt here?
All these guys just did exactly what he said. Just put his head down there and just keep plugging away, trying to get as good laps, fast laps as he can. And you got to kind of hope for some bad luck for the other guys, even though you don't ever say that out loud. But in the back of your mind, that's exactly what you want.
Yeah, just a few more extra seconds on pit road or a little off track doesn't hurt. Yeah, we don't want them like a major wreck or anything. I have to give props to the guys in the GTE car. They're driving the wheels off this thing, trying to get in the top 5. We had mishap. We're one of the 6 cars that got penalized for messing up in practice. So we started dead last, and I believe we're up in 7th in class. So we're working our wheels off. We're trying to get this little Ferrari to finish.
Looking good so far. Well, I'll tell you what, Matt, man, we got several hours to go. You got enough time to get it done. Good luck out there, and hope to see you there at that end.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to do the last 3 hours in the GTE, so it'll be fun for me.
There you go, GTE man himself. Matt's going to be out there for Unorthodox. We're going to check him out. And, well, John, I tell you, wow, some good info and good insights on what these teams go through throughout the whole entire race and whole entire stint. Got another one up here, Will Leslie. That's his last name, right? Down and get a word with him. Will, join the booth. Got a copy?
Yeah, hey you all. How you going?
Hey, how you doing? I tell you what, Will. Well, what's your team name out there and driver in the car right now?
So we got the number 71 Kinetic Racing Force with Gustavo in the car, or Gus, as you like to call.
Yeah, okay, all right. So you're looking at the LMP2 right there in a Honda machine. Right now, y'all sitting in the second place in y'all's class. Dominating performance, I'm gonna say, for Kinetic Racing. King out there was talking earlier, and I think John here even mentioned that if the Kinetic Racing could get one more spot, y'all will have all 3 of y'all's team, or all of your teams, Kinetics, on podium positions. Feels pretty good.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, to have the top 2 positions as Kinetic cars is terrific. The Kinetic Swift car had some issues sort of in the night, clipped the wall at the Porsche curves, and we had to take about a couple laps of repairs there. So ultimately that car should be a little bit higher up. Maybe get your classic 1, 2, 3. That would have been in the LMP2. We're going all right. We're pushing hard for that first position, but got 4 laps to make up.
Absolutely. I gotta ask, because of the accent, whereabouts are you from?
Say again there, I just lost you at the end.
I said, I gotta ask, due to the accent, whereabouts are you from?
I'm from Australia.
Oh, okay, man. That's a wow. That's a big thing because we're over here in the U.S. and I tell you, that's a different. And that's another thing I think me and John here talked about. The difference in areas around the world. My hat's off to how you guys stay up and do these stints. How many stints are y'all planning to do in y'all's cars, or different drivers? How many drivers do y'all have here tonight?
So in the car so far, we've had Gustavo, we've had Aldous, John, and myself. We were supposed to have Jake Fox drive a couple of stints throughout the night, but he had some power outage issues, so I've had to sort of scratch him from the schedule and make up the stints between us. So far I've done, let's check here for the moment how many laps I've done. I've done 91. Aldous has done about 105 laps, so that's something close to maybe 8 stints we're going to be looking.
Well, I'll tell you what, is your plan to get back into the car for the end of this one?
Yeah, I'll be jumping in for the sort of last 2.5, 3 hours of the car. Gonna just sort of sit steady and hope for the best. Not the best for the P1 car, obviously, but hope for the best for us and hopefully get a little bit of luck our way.
I'll tell you what, looking good out there, hanging on that second place in LMP2. John, you got anything, man, for Will here?
I think right now Will gets to brag on himself a little bit. He's got the fastest time out of his teammates. Ran a 3:31. Been challenged a little bit by Gustavo and John there, but so far on the timesheet, my friend, you're the fastest guy.
Yeah, I mean, I got the best conditions. I was driving in the middle of the night when it was pitch black, and obviously got a few good laps in clean air, and maybe a little bit of a tow from our P1 car for that one, if I remember correctly. So yeah, that was a nice fun lap. That was good fun to have that. But yeah, look, we're still running, and that's the key thing. You can set blistering pace, and you can be one of the fastest cars out there. But we've seen with some other P2 cars and some other P1 cars that you can be terrifically quick, but still crash out and not be there at the end. And that's our goal, just be there at the end.
And definitely right now, the way you're running, you're looking like you're going to be one of the top guys there at the end. And you're 100% right, Will. Hey, you can have all the speed in the world, and I think even like King said last year, Kinetic came out here and led most of it, but did not end up winning, so anything can happen in a long race. Good luck out there, man, for you guys in the LMP2 machine. Good to see you, man, here at the end of this one.
Yeah, thanks, boys. It's terrific to have you in the booth. Great to see some new faces commentating. Always like to keep the information to you guys up. It's terrific. And a big shout out to all the teams competing as well. The effort that goes into this is massive. From you could be a back marker or a front running team, but ultimately the effort here is massive. So big thanks to all those guys and the Major Series for organising a terrific race.
Hey, I'll second that, man. As always, appreciate it, Will, and appreciate all the teams out there. Good luck in the rest of it.
Yeah, catch you later, boys.
Right, there you go, man. Will from down under, Ozzy himself there. That is awesome. Awesome, man. I know, man. Awesome. Well,
just made up a word.
I made up a word. I do that sometimes. Joe-isms, I think they call it. But it's just unique to see that right there. And he's right. All these teams out here, the effort. He said it. You can be the fastest, but finishing. And there's another thing. And I know, we come from the oval side of things. We've talked about that in the first stint of the race. And a lot of those mentality guys out there is always, there's nothing else but just being first. Everything else don't matter. Here in road racing, a lot of times with an endurance race, a lot of these guys think of, man, can I just finish the race?
Yeah, and that's the whole plan. I mean, you start this race, and everybody, is going at it pretty hard. We saw some little mix-ups here and there, and guys kind of getting into it. And right when we went off air, 6 hours into this race, is when some stuff really went down on track with some of these guys. So, they're going to start really pushing it here. I'd say with it, about the next hour or so, that's when you're going to have to start getting on it. So, got, several hours left. But if you're trying to make up time, you're going to start, making some different choices here. Like they were talking about, triple stinting tires and things like that. So it'll be interesting to see what some of these guys do to make up some positions here, but they've done a terrific job. And can I just point out something? Have you ever talked to anybody that is an Australian that ever sounds angry?
No, I have not.
No, they're the most
yeah.
laid back, chill people in the world.
Yeah. Dustin, just give me an idea. Yes, that is position gained or lost, or it's supposed to be. And I see what you're saying. You said Kinetic started second in a race. I don't know where it's pulling that info as far as saying that Kinetic Europe has gained 17 since the race. I don't know if it's 17 something else that it's pulling from, but it's pulling actually from iRacing data. So I'd only go off what it says right there. But that's what the up and down arrows are representing. Position gained and lost. Actually, from my understanding, again, the overlay's kind of new to me. I'm learning everything out. what what is actually all the bells and whistles, so to speak. But you're right, Kinetic Europe definitely doing what they need to do.
Let's see. Who is somebody we haven't talked about? Here's one. I don't want to leave anybody out, you know?
RCD Sim Sports, they just had an engine 5 hours to go, so they're going to try to get that repaired, try to finish. Oh, the problems for them. Hate to see that.
Yeah, it's bad news for those guys. But here's the card 997, the GTE class.
Right,
FAC Auto Tech. Elvis Benelli. Let's show them a little bit of love here. They're doing a great job. Started 25th on the field, running 17th. They're, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th place in their class right now. Just a lap down to 4th place, 2 laps to 3rd place. So they actually 2 laps to 2nd place. So within striking distance of a podium for those guys, if they can have some things go their way.
And just to give you a little info on the team, there's actually their European-based team. Only 4 drivers, so probably relatively all-style team. But like what you said, to be in 17th place in the GTE class on pit road right now, still out here running. Outstanding job for them. And that's just the thing. You've got a lot of small teams out here that are still running. I mean, most notably right there, also in the 18th place spot. 19th place. Boss. And UDOX, you know, they've had an up and down day, but those guys, even though they've crashed a couple times, spun out, not had the night and the day so far that they've wanted, they're still out here trying to finish this thing, and right now in the GT class, they're running 19th.
They're just trying to stick with it here. I mean, they're not that far behind. A couple laps down to middle finger racing.
Now that was unique. I gotta give them credit.
Yeah, you gotta like that though. So Hanson Brothers Racing still out here doing a great job as well. Lap behind UDOX here. It's 20th position overall for those guys, but just to still be out here running, man, that's an amazing feat in itself. So I'm sure they're still, having fun. They had some issues and get a little behind here, but it's also just a really good experience and a lot of fun to do it. And then you can come back next time with, even more knowledge of how to get through things and how to handle certain parts of the track, or tweaking your setup. You find something you can use for next time.
There you go. Yeah, I'm kind of curious on the gains, the up and down of what they end up as far as Kinetic and how this thing pulling data, because it is still pulling data. It says plus 17, plus 30. I don't know where it's pulling that gain from. Gaining time overall the race, or how it works. I definitely will find that out. But Mike out there says MFR is sponsored by Bubba Wallace. Wow,
they're
really?
having they're having their own conversation about something.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
I was wondering what they're talking about. Okay. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Then I just checked. But looks like Kinetic Europe. New driver. The driver change. Joe is what I'm gonna say. Something like that. Silent.
Yao
Valverde.
I think is how you say that.
Okay.
Yeah, I know I said it correctly earlier, and then after hearing you say it wrong, I started questioning myself. So
Well, don't ever do that, because
Valverde.
mine's way off a lot of times. But Yeah, driver change there for them. He's out in the car. Kinetic American, Vincent holding down that one. Then you got Travis Steele, and that guy right there, bad fast out in that car. He's put down some great lap times. He slowed down a little bit. Last lap was a 3:23. Bombshell Motorsports with a 3:18. Out there with the fastest time so far.
All Kinetic Europe's trying to do is just maintain. That's all they have to do is just get out there and hit their marks. Run some good lap times here. Don't make any mistakes. They've got a 2-lap lead over their teammates. They're the America's team. Wonder if let's see how long a stint. These guys are really putting some time in now. So yeah, but Christian raced for a long time. Gabriel was in there for a long time. So yeah, I was probably going to be in here for some time himself. So wondering if we're going to see Christian back in the car.
Not sure. Right. There's some sector times. That's another thing with road racing sectors. That's the biggest thing when coming around a lot of turns. A lot of guys look in different parts of the track. They reference them to sectors instead of turns or whatnot. But they'll say the sector part of this track, if you try to maintain consistency throughout the whole entire run and the whole entire lap. So you can actually break that down by the different sectors of the track, 1, 2, 3, 4, depending on how big it is and how many there are. So we're kind of seeing right now what Unorthodox is putting down, sector 1 right there. Go through the different times throughout the whole entire track.
Yeah, Christian said he's done for the race. I would guess so. He started at 193 and raced all the way to 285. So.
Yeah, so we're not going to see any more of Christian out there. Got a lap history here too. I like that. Definitely checking out unorthodox guys. Lap 332, he ran a 316. Lap 333 or 317, 19, then a 23 and a 401 on 336. So not sure he must have ran up on some traffic right there. It kind of just shows you some of the difference of runs in the last 5 laps as compared to like you just said, I'm going to say Yao, who was out front in Kinetic, lap 335, ran a 319 and a 319, a 320, 319, 317. So that's pretty dead on consistent right there time-wise.
His 401 was when they...
Okay. Well, either go to say right there, Yao with some very consistent times throughout.
Yeah, definitely have it. Gabriel was in the car earlier. Said he's coming back, #soon. He's turned the fastest lap for those guys.
Yeah.
3:15:56. So all these guys have been fast in these cars.
Oh, yeah. You can't take
guys.
anything away from any of them. I tell you, it's some awesome stuff here.
I just want Christian to teach me how to go fast on oval. That's all I want. Just teach me the ways.
Here's a good setup.
It's
all about setup in the peak.
I know.
It's all about setup in the peak. My thing is, I don't want it too far off of it, but I really wish that iRacing would implement a fixed pro league. And I think that would bring about a whole new set of driving and a whole new set of racing. Because it would take the setup part out. I understand the argument people would have about that. Is that's all about what the pros do. It's real life. Some of it. Well, true. But why not have both of them? Why not have both?
Right. Yeah, Turn left and have a good setup. Wow, I'm glad I didn't offer to pay you for that information.
Watch his stream. There you go, Major said watch his stream. Well, I tell you what. You know what? I didn't even about this. Here you go. Mike, I just added you as a admin there, or in the chat. Put you an admin in the chat. I put his channel down there. I don't mind if you want people to watch his stream. Watch his stream. Absolutely. I mean, might get some pointers for guys like John. And I mean, there you go.
That's harder than it looks. It
Gabriel, yeah.
Yeah, you can put out.
Yeah,
That's
wouldn't
the
you
thing,
think?
though.
Now,
is
wait a
like,
minute. Now, John, would you think I would need the help? I mean, I've seen you race.
I mean, you know, this is the part where I just refrain from saying anything because the joke is going to sound hard.
But you're
Yeah.
good.
I'm okay. I'm not good. I'm okay.
Better than most.
No, better than a few. That's, you know, I've had a lot of help, you know, as you go, just like everybody does, if you take this seriously at all, you know. And I gotta say, like, you know, guys like Jake Nichols helped me a lot
Yeah.
to learn some things I was doing, and you actually helped hook me up, you know, with him, and it was a huge help, you know, once you get in with some of these guys.
And there you go. And that's why I bring up the fact about the style setups, you know. But he's almost like phenomenal when it comes to oval side on the fixed setups. I don't think anything away. He is a peak driver himself, and he does well there. But a lot of it is setups when you get into the pro side of things. And I know some of the pro guys will be like, "Oh no, we're still, you know." But look, I tell you what, pro guys, and here's a challenge for you. I love throwing challenges out there. Go into a peak race and run the iRacing fixed setup and win with it. And then I'm going to say, that dude's an alien.
Yeah, but you can't. You can't do that.
I know you can't, but it's a
not
challenge.
gonna
That's what I
happen.
just said.
Also, you want them to make an idiot out of themselves.
See.
That's actually the challenge.
I hear you.
Yeah. If
Well,
you're
actually,
a peak driver,
King,
do
what's
something
that?
ridiculous.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Well, King just said the problem is a lot of tracks and Christian setups can't be drove by humans. So there you go. He must like a really loose style setup, and we've heard that a lot of guys.
Yeah, a lot of guys can do it. That makes it work. Loose is fast. Just
I
gotta be able
can't.
to
I
drive
can't do it. I every time if the car's too loose, I like a little tighter setup. Just my driving style, whatnot. Like you just said, a lot of guys are different. Yeah. Well, Kinetic right now. Check this out. In the LMP2, they got the top spot. Top 2 spots, actually. Oh, excuse me, no, wait a minute. They're in the second place, my bad. Atlantic Racing Esports, the only thing there. They're taking a top spot. But Kinetic, and then they just got past. Like, well, now they're coming off pit road. Kinetic Racing Force. They just made a driver change. King says not loose. Okay. So if it's not loose, then what is his
Not
setups?
loose, but loose.
So yeah. All right, well. And it takes us back to some guys, man, love cars like that and can drive them. Well, driver change for the Kinetic Racing Force LMP2. I don't even know how to even try on that. Fuelless?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Good confirmation out there from some. Well, I gotta admit, it has been a blast here showing this off, this race so far, and a lot of these great drivers out. The mishaps here and there, and some. Like also, Dog Bear Racing, their LMP1 car, Ray has jumped in behind the wheel. Remember, Dean was in there before.
Yeah, Ray's come out. He's actually set the fastest time for those guys. 3:19:52. So doing a great job there. Pretty good times for Ray since he's been out there.
Their best time, I'm showing, was, well, that actually about their best time there, 3:19.5. Bombshell has one of the fastest, but Kinetic Swift Racing showing one of the fastest times at a 3:15.0 time. A couple other ones, Unorthodox throwing down a 3:15, Kinetic Racing Europe throwing down a 3:15. So that's had to come during the nighttime stint. We're getting here. Talk about the weather. Talked earlier. It has rose a little bit up to 19 Celsius, which I said earlier was about what, 2 Fahrenheit.
It's 67 now.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
67 Fahrenheit.
So that's actually earlier. So what, about 5 or 6 degrees we've climbed so far. I think it'll get a lot hotter. Yep, it's going to get a lot harder. As you can see, the sun starting to bear down on the track here. Christian says all the speed coming out.
Yeah. That's what you do into these things. Put the fast guys in there, try to finish it off. So Christian just put in a ton of laps for him during the nighttime. So it was a big help for them to all catch a break while he did that. So,
well, you talk about the end of the race, that's when you want to obviously pick up the pace a little bit. But does the car allow you to pick up the pace? That's another thing. The setup and so forth, so on. I mean, in real racing, or in a real life Le Mans race, obviously attrition and wear on a car. I mean, this race here takes equipment to a whole new level. We talk about NASCAR and long races, and they got them things wound up, and those motors last. But the equipment in these cars out here to last 24 hours like they do is phenomenal engineering for these guys. For the machines that they've got. My question on it, though, would be, when you get down to the last stint of a race, how much do you want to try to push on that car? Because to me, it's getting down to the wear factor of it.
Well, that's where you have the real life versus virtual world here, where you can go over these bumps and just beat it to death, and it's not going to do anything here. In real life, it's wear and tear. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
You can little different things from real world to this, but you do make your small adjustments with your air pressures and how you want the car to feel underneath you with your suspension, everything that you do. There are things that you could do to try to trim it out some, get some more speed out of it.
And I again, like I said, my hat's off to the manufacturers in real life who do the 24-hour races, and those cars survive. I mean, well, obviously we do see, mechanical failures happen, motors, transmissions, et cetera things. But those cars, to be able to take the abuse that they do, it's a phenomenal engineering feat. I mean, especially as wide open and to the limit they're taking these things around this track. I get fascinated with things like that.
Right. I mean, it's just so much time and effort put into engineering, and that's kind of the whole point of those races, I think. Which, as I say that, I look up, and
that's why
they started racing 24 hours.
Yeah,
exactly.
And there you go, and you're right. It really, I'll totally agree with what Mike said out there. The senses are, you race 24 hours and you make it. That is a testament. Hey, look, this is what we can build to the extreme and go. Obviously, we're on the virtual world. You still can have. Now, we've actually heard, and we talked about this earlier, equipment that the sim guys use. On a 24-hour run, you are putting a lot of stress on your rig and your equipment that you use, your wheel pedal setup. So I'll go as far as to say, because we talked about the conversation between direct drive wheels and the belt-driven wheels and what it might, stress and all. We've heard guys say it actually break them, so forth. So, again, testament to some of the manufacturers out there who make that equipment to run 24 hours here.
Right, absolutely. That's the thing too. Is when I did my race at Daytona, I'd got these tilting pedals from Ricmatech, and with the hydraulic, brake pedal, really nice setup that they had, and they were just fabulous the whole time. They're unbelievable. Other guys that were out there, one guy's brake pedal actually snapped.
Ouch! Ouch!
So he was having to drive it, grasping it with his toes and pushing it back and forth. And I was like, I'm not having to worry about that. So, it's just the same thing in real life in the sim world. For a lot of people, you want the best stuff. You want the stuff you know is going to last. And so that's what you get.
Money.
And I got a whole bunch of money tied up in this stuff.
Money. There's another thing. Yeah, I mean, the biggest... All right, let's also explain one of the major issues. And now we've also talked about it too when it comes to sim. One of the major issues, sponsors, definitely come on board to front a lot of these teams in real life. Again, with that said, though, Don, you'll agree well on this one, I bet, is a lot of these drivers out here have real life sponsors that will help them get through races like this also.
Yeah, a lot of guys do get some things, especially if you're good or they know who you are. Or evidently, if your name is Will and you're an engineer with the GT3
well, that
team
would have been
truck.
good to know why he was here there, King. I mean, now,
John King is a plethora of information.
I know he is, but the problem is a little late on that one because the way he comes across, that's why you should have asked Will about his job. Let me rephrase, and I don't know of any other way of saying it. I didn't know who Will was. I'm just saying. But either way, that is, now, hey, I will say that is awesome to know he is an engineer for a GT3 car. So his information, or, the world of information he would have, to me, I'm very interested in, because I love GT3 cars. Don't know much about the LMP1s, LMP2s. I know they're very, very fast, very, very technical style cars. They got a lot of tech in them, and so do the GTEs. That's another thing. NASCAR, has over the years put a little bit more tech into the cars, but they are nowhere near. I will sit and say this without a shadow of a doubt. Nowhere near the technicalness, or anywhere near the type of equipment that is involved with a lot of these road cars. Right. Any of them, for that matter. What's that?
Technicalness.
Technicalness, yeah. That's a good.
You just made up another word, kind of. You just took two words and put them together.
But hey, I'm a world of information.
A new word. It's a new word for the Joe White thesaurus.
That's it. Thesaurus.
Fantastic.
Well, everybody gets the idea of what I'm saying. There you go. Well, basically, because it used to be F1, and I'm still going to say F1, Grand Prix, and probably the Indy cars are probably some of the most. They've got the tech in them. They are advanced style cars that they are out there. But when you get into these cars like the LMP1, 2s, the GTE, GT3 cars, the tech that they have. If you put it beside a NASCAR, sure, they've went the way of fuel injection now in NASCAR, which I still feel leads to a little bit of gray areaness between it, because now you're going computer based. I think they should have stayed with the carburetor, but hey, it's what it is. And then also with the they went with the telemetry style dash instead of the mechanical style of gauges and whatnot. So everything's going more computer.
It was time for a little telltale box to know who's doing what. It used to be you didn't have that. You just had to go off what the driver said. Now you got a box in there that tells you if your driver's actually pushing the car to the limits or not, or if the driver's doing something wrong. Then you get to go back and say, hey, this is what you did. Don't blame it on anybody but yourself. So,
right, and I'll go.
The only thing that bothers me about the only thing that bothers me about when you let race cars get so technical is then you try to pull back all the technical aspects, all the things that you've learned and you've been able to put into these cars, whether it's road racing, circle track racing, any of it. You can't unlearn the things that you've learned to put into the car. So even
Right.
if you try to take it out, the teams are going to try to find a way to keep it and put it to use. You know, you're not going to unlearn all these things that you just spent, millions of dollars figuring out.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
not try to find a way to use it.
And you're right, LMP1, I will say in a hybrid era, because of how these motors, how the turbos, and how everything reacts in those cars, probably some of the most advanced technical cars there. I will agree with that. LMP1s, along with the Grand Prix style machines, I mean, there is just so much, advancement in those cars. I don't know the price tag on what one LMP car. I would imagine it's got to be close to a million to build just one of these cars.
It's probably well over that.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But
I don't
my
know.
question
I don't
is
know.
that, with they're going to back down. It's one of the most technical cars ever, and they're going to back. How do you back down off of that? I mean, how do you come back and say, all right, we're not going to do this. We're not going to allow this in this car. What steps do you take backwards in trying to close the gap? And you still think that the teams aren't going to use this information? You think they're still not going to try to tweak these changes and these technical aspects into the car? Like,
Yeah.
come on, everybody's going to do it.
And I'll agree with you. There's, you once you have that, and I get what they're trying to do. They're making these cars, trying to make them safer. And in a nutshell, too, some of them are actually getting a little faster. And then once they get faster, they're trying to dial them back down to get them just back down a little bit to where they're still safe. But they also are taking a lot out of the driver's hands, I feel. And NASCAR, I think, has done that. These cars here, I mean, with them being as advanced as they are, there's a world of telemetry. We talk about cars like Grand Prix and Indy. There is so much adjustments that the driver can do inside with shocks and brakes and all that. It's amazing to think about.
Yeah, like he's talking to Porsche and Audi lost millions on their LMP1 program.
Wow.
Of course they did. You're spending a ton of money on a product that, it's not available to the public. It's just your brand. You want your brand up front. And it's like, actually, so I was reading online, I can't remember where, but they were talking about the different sanctioning bodies and how much guys race for. And they were talking about, like, Hamilton over in F1, like, these guys get $1 million bonus if they just win a race because where they get the manufacturing points. And, in NASCAR, they don't have that. They don't pay anybody an extra $1 million for winning a race.
No, the only difference I would say with NASCAR is they have the manufacturer backing. A lot of teams do. That's where you get into. I probably think say that's the difference in NASCAR is the manufacturers will back some teams, and sometimes not all teams get that backing, but a lot of the big teams you hear about, like with Ford, Chevy, and Toyota being the primary ones. And that's a big reason why you don't see Dodge, because they backed out of supporting a lot of their teams. They just didn't want to put that kind of money into it. I mean, there's millions of dollars a year. I think, I know it's probably a lot more now, but at one time they were saying like at 18, 20 million just to run a whole NASCAR series, season.
Oh, it costs way too.
Yeah.
Even R&D for engines. I worked at Arrington Manufacturer where they did the Dodge engines for a lot of the teams and especially all the truck teams, and it was so much money being thrown around, and Dodge was just like, why are we doing this? Like,
yeah.
what does this do for us?
And I get racing in general. Everybody loves it. But it's you got to look. A lot of these manufacturers think that they could take that back to their road racing. Now, with that said, yes, when it comes to European style cars, Audis, Jags, BMWs, Ferraris, I mean, those are supercars and high-end cars on the on the road. You do see some of what they put in their actual GTE, GT3s, they try to implement some of that back in, but you are also talking about $100,000, $300,000 cars, real road cars that you can buy on the street and stuff. So they try to implement some of that tech back into their actual car. So I can see that. But when you get into, Ford, Chevy, Dodge, like we're talking about, I mean, let's take for instance the Mustang Camaro, the two of the iconic cars. Yeah, they've come up. I still feel like a $70,000 Mustang is just stupid or crazy, but some people don't. But there is a lot of tech in that car now, but it's nowhere near what a Ferrari or an Audi or anything like that would be that they would put back in. So, yeah, the difference in what NASCAR's doing as opposed to maybe some of these road styles as what they're looking at their actual manufactured cars are way different.
Well, when you get right down to it, it's all about all the companies have a different goal in mind. They all have a different bottom line. They answer to, either a boss or shareholders. And so all that matters. And so Dodge's problem was they just didn't have that kind of money laying around to throw into anything. And that's why they don't. And I don't blame them. I hate it because I wish they were in more things. I wish they had, cars to come out and compete and run a GTE class with a Charger or something, or especially being back in NASCAR because I'm a big Dodge guy. I hate not seeing it, but I also understand from a business aspect why it's bad for business and the money that they spend. And the other thing is that Dodge realizes, hey, instead of having this company.
Oh, don't mean to interrupt you there for a second, man. Yeah. But Bombshell Motorsports, man, just destroyed the wall again coming through the turn. An LMP1 car. Oh, hard hit.
I was going through the field. I missed that.
We were just watching him live right there, so I didn't want to interrupt you there. But, man, he came into the turn way hot, and that thing just slammed front. So he's not having, here in the last stints, not having the race he needs. I like that. Look, they're already having look, they're having bets out there. Josh out there says, look, he's going to pay too much on Twitch subs for Christian to get in the car. Hey, that's a good way to sell your services. There you go. There you go, John. That's the way to make some money. And Bombshell Motorsports off the track again. Boy, I tell you what, I don't know what's going on with that car. I don't know if it's just a setup or it's just going away or what, but man, he is not having the time.
I think damage from that initial contact we just saw.
Yeah, he just went right through the sand pit. I mean, I hate it. At least you're going to try to see if they can't, finish out this race. But yeah, not the stint that he wants. Oh, I can imagine so, Josh. I mean, Eric and Dean. Yeah, he's bringing it in. Bombshell is Marcus bringing in the pit road. That car definitely a handful right now. But yeah, Eric and Dean. Well, they're the team that actually, we were talking about only have. 3 drivers, so we can imagine. I got to get my hats off to that team. Yeah, that's Iron Man performance right there with 3 drivers.
Yeah, and those two, they've put a ton of laps together here. Eric's out there now. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question here, John. We're seeing that their Bombshell, Marco's having a hard time in the Bombshell machine here. Is this, and Eric Thorpe back out there in the Kinetic Swift racing machine there was talking about him. Now that we're seeing the heat come up a little bit on this track, maybe the speeds are coming up just a little bit. The transition here, is that throwing the drivers off some?
I think it's a little bit of that. You get out there and you know that the track is going to change and you're trying to feel it out. So you start pushing the car a little bit more because if you don't push it, you don't know where the edge is. And in these cars, you get close to that edge and you just wind up going over it. I mean, it's, just one of those deals with these cars. And I kind of realized that just in myself, practicing here, it does not take much to just lose it with these cars. I mean, we're talking about all the technical things that are in these cars, but if you step over the line in it, you're done. You're going off into the sand pit or into the wall or wherever you are, and there's nothing you can do about it. So they're trying to figure out where the edge is so they can start making their tweaks on their setups, but you don't know if you don't try.
Here's the thing, you know, we talked about unorthodox trying to make up some time on kinetic, and we're seeing some of the mishaps happen. Some of the other drivers, fatigue has got to be setting in to a lot of these drivers at this point. And obviously, Josh just mentioned it out there. You know, Eric and Dean been going since the beginning of the race, along with Josh there. So I got a feeling this is the time from now to the end that you're going to start feeling it, so to speak, in the body, the fatigue, your eyes, your concentration. You know, we haven't really talked about that much there, John. Concentration plays a factor here, and you start getting tired, and you know you're so focused on one thing for so many times, you can lose that concentration and you know make a mistake, like you said.
Yeah, and the other thing about this place is you've got some really long straightaways. Even though you're carrying a whole lot of speed down, I mean, 200 miles an hour in these cars, it still kind of gives you a minute to just kind of sit there for a second, and might lull you off into a false sense of security. And next thing you know, you got to get on the brakes and start slowing down for the next turn, and you just kind of jack up a little bit. So, but you know, the more you're out there racing, especially if you haven't slept, you know, you're not, as ridiculous as it might sound, hydrating and eating. There's a lot of things you can do to keep your mind in the shape it needs to be and to do these types of races.
I tell you what, we talked about unorthodox. They're back on the same laps. They're plus 2 behind on the leader, but they're right there on the same lap with Kinetic Racing America. So they have made up some ground, you know, gap-wise on that team. Not over with yet with them. They definitely could. I think Travis really, when he got in that car earlier, and he's still there, but he has made up some time for him, and it definitely could be interesting here at the end.
Travis been turning some really good times for him. He's been 3:16s, 17s, 18s. So that's about all you can ask for. His last lap there was 3:17. So just got to keep your head down and just keep at it and see what happens. We've still got, you know, several hours left in this race, coming up on the 4-hour mark here. 4 hours left, I think.
Yep.
So
that's a good thing, Gabriel. I don't know if you just saw what
way to
Gabriel
go.
said. Yeah, that's a good thing Gabriel just said. He just reiterated what you said. You relax on these straights, you can miss your braking point going into that turn. Very well said. You're right. Just like what John said. Such a long straightaway, you get kind of in a zone going, then boom, and even my dog in the back.
Yeah, your dog relaxed for a minute.
He did. He's back there.
Caught by surprise.
That's a Button. He's back there. Or she is actually back there watching the race, getting excited about what's going to happen here next 4 hours and 20 minutes. That's my mascot. Bombshell on pit road. Looks like they're changing drivers also. Darwin. Also, Kinetic Swift. Josh is getting back into the cars. We just saw Josh out there chit-chatting. Like he's getting back into the car. Didn't we just see Eric? Eric was just in there a second.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, he had to flashing his lights. We talked about that before. Flashing
Christian
the lights.
said he had to skip the chicane during the night because he went past the brake marker without slowing down.
Ouch, ouch.
Well, lucky for you, nobody saw it, Christian.
Right, yeah, there you go. No harm, no foul. I'm gonna tell you what, and you want to talk about missing Kinetic Swift Racing right there. Oh, Josh just went through the sand pit. Wow, so there you go. Even some of the best teams out here are making mistakes. I'm telling you, John, we're gonna start seeing guys, I think from here on, the mental aspect of this race. What we were talking about, the first of it, I think now is starting to show the physicality of what this place is.
Yeah, well, the pressure's starting to ramp up now. I mean, it's go time. You got 4 hours left in this race. And if you're going to make up any time, try to catch up to some guys. Hopefully they have something happen or whatever. That you got to go. And it doesn't matter how many laps down you might be to some other team. If you can make up any time at all, they have a mishap. They're on pit road for a long time. like we saw with Bombshell. They had a couple incidents there, had to go down pit road and sit there and lose some more time, and that allowed the Kinetic Swift guys to get around them. Now they're in 4th place in their class.
Absolutely. I like what Christian said out there. Said, "Why do you think I did it when the broadcast was offline?" Hey, that's smart. Give him credit.
Come on.
I give him credit. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Broadcast
They're like,
offline,
hey, you want to
yeah.
drive in the middle of the night? He's like, oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what I'm gonna say, the middle of the night, to me, I would think that's the toughest part of driving. It's very, very dark here on this track, and trying to get around this place. Hats off to these drivers.
I kind of wonder what it's like on this track to be going 200 and know you have to slow down and it's nighttime and there's no lights anywhere.
That's what I'm saying. It at this track is unique because there's so many dark spots. Unlike, let's say, a track like Daytona or some of the other ones. This place here has so many dark spots, and you're right. You've got so much speed you're carrying, and we talked about tech and we talked about the advancements in these cars. My hat's off to the light and the headlights in these things. 200 mile an hour, and to keep the headlights that they have in front, to be able to have the visualness to see out front. That's another area of advancement that technology has taken us to is how far they can see going that speed.
Well, Daddy always said you got to have a pair of good headlights.
Yeah. Well, right now, Josh is using his. He's blinking all over the track.
I know he keeps blinking. I don't know what he's blinking at.
I don't know what he is. Yeah, he's that thing's just a blinking up a cool breeze. Now, obviously, let me just go ahead to, I know a lot of y'all might not be new out there in the viewer thing, but in road racing, usually flashing the lights, you're coming up on a slower car. That means, hey, look, I'm going to pass or give way. It's more of a gentleman way here of road racing that they do. If you did that on I-85 with somebody, you might not like the outcome. That word would come about road rage.
Well, as Christian said, he was feeling it a little bit towards the end of his stint there, getting tired. So, which he should have. He did almost 100 laps or something crazy. His flash and push to talker map to the same button.
We were wondering, man. I'm gonna tell you what, because he's just out there, whether that means he's up there talking.
And he's looping it around.
Oh, well, let's go back on the replay then. See, I just went off of him. Oh, and there again, really going into the turn. See, went into the turn, maybe just carrying too much speed. That thing comes around on him. He was doing an awful lot of talking there, so maybe he needed to, or maybe he was, say, hey, look, thing just don't feel right. Something's wrong. And now he's very slow on the track. I think he's got a problem with the car.
It seems to be going pretty fast to me, but I think he was just trying to push it through there just a little bit. Yeah. He was just pushing it through that section there. I was wondering what you were talking about.
Well, yeah, I got a little different controls over here, It is funny to watch his car. It is funny to watch his car with the headlights there. And folks, just to let you know, normally yes, the flashing light means that he's going there. But his push to talk when he's talking to his team is on the same one for his headlights, and it's funny. So we can tell when he's talking to his team, when he's not. Man, those things are just a blinking.
Yeah, we're not really used to being up at this time. Normally if I am awake at 4 a.m., it's because I'm playing poker. So
I'm playing Call of Duty. That'd be about the only. That is kind of. What's that?
You don't have to talk when you play poker. I just get to sit there.
I don't talk either, man. So. I just shoot people. I better not say it.
It sounds awesome. Trent.
Oh, yeah.
Been red flagged already by all the weapons.
Absolutely. I tell you what, when we're watching it, it's kind of cool to see, you know, with the flashing, which tells us that he's talking to his team. It just shows how much communication through just one lap has been involved with the team and whatnot. Eric Thorpe said
really driving it
bedtime.
hard.
Eric said he's going. So Eric, let me ask before you leave real quick. I'm gonna take that's your last stint. We're not gonna see you back into the car. So is Josh and them gonna be the ones that's going to finish this thing out? Wow. So I hear you.
You know, it's about time Eric gets some rest, man. He's put a lot of time in. I think him and Dean have done the most laps of anybody on that team. So, done a great job to run the whole race as they have and put in so many laps.
True. All right, I'm looking here. RCD Sim Sports back on the track here. Remember they had some mechanical issues. Says, yeah, Josh and Dean will finish it off. I've been up for 40 hours. Wow. That's some commitment. My hat's off to you there, Eric.
Now go get some sleep.
Absolutely.
Good job.
Man.
You've done a fantastic job to stay up as long as you have. I don't know how you've done that, but there's no way that I could do that now.
No, that's too long. But I tell you what, Eric, you're right. I mean, I'll reiterate what John just said there. Hats off to you. Did a fine job for the team there. Now it's up to Josh and Dean to finish and cap this thing off, and hopefully they can keep that machine up there for kinetic racing. RCD back here in the GTE class. Ryan McCarthy. Guy's got two last names.
Yeah. Ryan DeCartier McCarthy.
There you go. Got the Porsche back out there. At least they're not giving up. That's the good thing. They're going to try to finish this thing off.
I like that.
Yeah, let's
I like that.
Information on the team here. They're an international team. They're ranked in the major rankings, ranked 10. Riley Curtis is the primary league owner there, which we'll see him out there talking. And he's like, we're back in business, baby. And there you go, back out at it again. Awesome run for those guys.
I like the never quit mentality, man. You could just be like, oh, hang it up and go to sleep. No, get back out there.
There you go. We need to form us a team. God. Redneck Racing or something.
What are we going to do? Eat ribs?
Chicken.
Are you talking about a race team, or are we a competition food eating, or are we beer drinking, or what?
All right, whatever.
I'm down, especially the last one. I'm always down for that.
Hell, I don't drink, though. That's the problem.
Well, good. More for me.
No, that's true. Bring
Yeah.
pizza, and I'm out of that. Or donuts. We're good to go.
You'll be the professional eater. I'll be the professional drinker.
There we go. See, we got our team already set. Anybody
right.
else
We'll
want to challenge us?
Right. We'll have pros at something. Every single thing. So we got the pro beer pong guy. We got the professional eater.
Yep.
You'll scarf down all the hot dogs and everything, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Back here in this GTE class, Dog Bear GT, man, I gotta admit that's a nice looking paint job on that BMW. Obviously, you know, some tore up parts there, and you know we're noticing little crunched up fenders more so in the GTE class. Again, we take it back to. I got a feeling now, I might get some backlash on some people out there that are watching. To me, the GTE car probably, and that's just my opinion, probably is harder to drive around the track. And when I say that, I mean, you know, for a long stint like they're doing here.
Exactly. And they are. They're a handful to drive as well, and you really got to wheel these things around. But here's the thing, too, is they've got a couple things working against them. Number one is like what we were just talking about. They are a handful to drive. Number two, there's more of them out there. Closer racing, it was a much more competitive race earlier on. And then you're the slower cars compared to the other two classes. So then you've got to get out of the way to let them get by you. And that's where some of these guys had their bad luck with when we went off the air in our first 6 hours. It was because the faster cars trying to get around the GTE cars. So, I mean, they've kind of got 2 or 3 things working against them, which is why they're the ones that get beat up the most.
Bach Auto Tech Sim Racing, as of right now, they are 5th place in the GTE class. Don, let's get info on that actual here. Fawcett.
They are. We talked about them earlier. We were showing them some
Yes,
love
we
out there.
did.
The 997.
Yeah, we did. And
They are
they're
1,
running
2,
5th.
3, 4, 5th in their class.
Yep, 5th in their class.
Showing 2 laps down to 4th place, 3 laps down to 2nd and 3rd place.
Yep. So actually, not having a bad run. They've got that Ferrari out there looking pretty good. Show a little close up there, and good to see all the paints out there working for these guys. I'm showing them this looks like a white and a red style Ferrari out there. Is that what you're seeing there too?
Yep.
All right. Oh, not a problem there, Don. I tell you, it's good. Giovanni. All right. I'll pronounce that one because that sounds like superstar name.
Giovanni Pacifici.
That would sound like a movie star, man. He's a man on a mission, action-packed adventure. Giovanni coming to it.
It'd have been better if you could do like the really low, deep movie guy voice. Like
I can
in a
in real
world
life,
where
but I
only one
think
guy
I
could-
think my mic. I think my mic actually makes my voice sound higher.
no, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. Know.
Yeah.
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 In a world where only a guy whose name ends in vowels could drive a car.
Absolutely. Stunning around the track. So they're a Swiss-based team. Okay. Yeah, I was looking up the team info. Not a lot of team info now. Obviously, they do have a website here that we go to it right now. Oh, we got to see what we do here. Here, folks. I want to check them out. Check them out right there. Auto Tech, Sim Racing. They got a lot of good information there on their website. But he just said they're a Swiss-based team, but an all-Italian lineup. I do like this little chart he's got me here. All these, it's kind of cool. A lot of what these teams are out here. That's the big thing with road racing. Team racing is a big thing. In oval side, we talk about team a lot. We know the big style teams. Hendricks, Penske, et cetera. Hear about those. But road racing also has, their big style teams here. That's just something that they look into. And it's huge. I'd say it's even more bigger.
You got that right.
Okay, I like that, Don. Well, a little slow on the punch there. I hear you.
This is my Tim comment.
There you go. Paying tribute to him. And the real life team competes in a Porsche GT3 Super Cup season. Did I like that? I like the fact. Let's go back to it again. We've talked about it a numerous times. The major series here, and we're already seeing why the major series is probably one of the top leagues and series here in iRacing. is because look at the amount, John, of real GT3, GTE style drivers out here that actually run for teams. I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna say it. I don't mean to make anybody mad, but I'm gonna say to me that's probably a little more prestige than. Obviously, we know a lot of guys that work in the NASCAR field, but to know a lot that work in GT3, especially when we're talking about how much money it takes and what these manufacturers has to put into it and so forth, and the tech and the advancements that are involved with the road racing. To me, it's just phenomenal to see a lot of these guys out here that work in there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that you really have a lot of leagues out there where there are so many people involved in real life in such a way. You know, I mean, of course, a lot of us have raced before. You know, whether you've done, dirt track racing or asphalt or whatever, we all come from racing or you're a race fan. But as far as like guys who actually do this, whether it's for a living or a really good hobby that they have, I think this is a league that I've heard probably has more than anyone else that I've heard of so far. So, but
Yeah,
it also tells you about the level of competition here because it is a lot of really good drivers here. It's been on display, for the last, day and a half.
yeah. We're on
And
the
you still
20-hour
got the
mark.
same guys out here, racing, man. You still got the same people out here. I mean, a lot of these guys running out here, I mean, their cars are still clean. Yeah, they're hitting all their marks, doing what they're supposed to do. I mean, the level of competition here is probably the strongest of anywhere, especially on the road course side.
Yeah, and like what you just mentioned right there too. A lot of these guys, we're on the 20-hour mark right now, a little bit past it. So about 4 hours left in this one to decide who's going to win it. Right now, Kinetic Racing Europe, they've got it by a 2-lap gap over Kinetic Racing American. Then there's 3 laps back to the Orthodox sitting in third. You got Kinetic Swift Racing. They're 10 laps down. I don't see how they're going to make that gap up. Bombshell, obviously, we've seen them have some mishaps 14 laps back. That's your top 5 right there. Excuse me, yeah, top 5 right there in the LMP1s. Dog Bear Racing still out here, but they're way, way down in the race here. Obviously, some mishaps are on, but definitely still trying to just finish this thing out.
Well, and you got to remember too, a lap around this place is between 3:16 to 3:20. So 3 minutes, for each lap. So realistically, Kinetic Europe, they've got to make a serious mistake. I mean, that's the, to make up 2 laps, you're talking about, 7 minutes, of on track time. So, 3 laps would be really hard to do, but the unorthodox guys have stuck with it through the, a couple things, bad luck here and there. Nothing that they did wrong, just something with the connection, and they, got behind, but they also made up some spots and sitting on the podium right now. So that's nothing to hang your head about. But the 1 lap right now that Kinetic America has on them, they could potentially make that up. We've still got a long way to go, and we've seen just here in the last 10 or 15 minutes. Some guys have issues that haven't had a lot of issues today. So out on track, and as the temperatures come up and they continue to push, and track temps at 71 degrees Fahrenheit now. So climbing now. It was at 62, 63 when we got started. So we're up to 71 now. So, anything could happen. Right? Every turn is a new adventure if you don't do it right.
There you go. Absolutely. That's hey, my hats off to them. But you know what? It's like John King said earlier. They were the dominant machine last year, and then they ended up a mishap there, got involved in a wreck. So definitely nowhere near, out of danger. Even though right now they're looking pretty good at Kinetic Racing Europe machine, out front racing right now.
Well, and I like the job that Valverde's doing for them right now. Just really consistent lap times. 3:19s, 18, 19, 20s. Not trying to pull anything crazy out of the bag because they don't need crazy lap times. They just need him to hit your marks, run competitive lap times, and that's exactly what he's doing. So he's doing his job, and that's just what they need every driver to get in the car and do. Just put down some competitive lap times, and they'll have this thing.
So far, looking very, very good. Doing that. What wheel out there said Kinetics supported by McLaren, Tesla engineers. Wow. Not only do we got some very fast
Will
guys.
An engineer himself? Isn't
Will
he the one they were talking about?
Yeah, he's the engineer himself. So there you go. Not only do we got some very fast drivers out here, some guys that are, in the industry, very smart guys there too.
Yeah, a lot daggone smarter than I am, I can tell you that.
Doing when it comes to talking engineer wise, because that's the thing. I was obviously
doing anything, Joe. I play poker for a living. That's all I do. They're definitely smarter than me.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you got to look too, man. NASCAR has a lot of great engineers, but I just got to take it back here. As advanced as these cars are, I think the engineers on these things, they set a whole new level when it comes to motorsports racing.
I mean, it's amazing what these guys can do with just opportunity. These engineers create things out of thin air, ideas and parts, or all these things that they can do. And I know some in the NASCAR world, so I know what they've accomplished and how much work has gone into it and all the testing. And I know about some things that are coming up, and I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag on anything. But it's going to be pretty cool, I think.
Yeah,
I think
there's
people
more
are going to be
racing.
really happy with it. Well, no, not just that, but
they're working on a new car. I know. They're working on it.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
amazing.
They're working on a new car. They're supposed. And here's the thing. Let's go ahead and bring that up, because the new car that they're working on, guess what? It's supposed to be mimicked of like what a GT3 or GTE car is. I think that's what NASCAR's goal, I believe, is, because when we talk about the GTE and 3 classes here, they're the closest to what the manufactured cars are. I mean, when you look at the Ferraris and the BMWs out there, they're supposed to be, close to what you buy when you go to your showroom floor and buy. Obviously, we're talking about several $100,000 cars, supercars, that is. But I think that's what NASCAR's trying to do, and that's kind of the test that they're going. Obviously, going to a single lug nut. They're looking into that with wheels. So. Yeah, the new GN car, next several years or something like that, I think is supposed to be more mimic what an actual showroom stock car is.
Yeah, some of the changes I get and some I don't get. We don't have to get into all of that, but I think that the reason they are, lack of a better word, copying the roadside is NASCAR's trying to run more road course racing.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, I mean, what better template to go off of than, like a GTE or GT3 series car? And that you were right. That's exactly what they want. So
yeah. And that's what Will just said. And there's what Will just said. GT3 or V8 supercar. Ford's very heavily, has always been in the V8 supercar series. Down there, and obviously Will definitely knows a lot about that, because that's an Australian thing. Bathurst, that comes to mind. Mount Panorama, there you go. That track, hugely famous for the V8 supercars there, and whatnot. Very, very technical and tough cars. A lot of traffic on the track right now, but yeah, NASCAR is going the route. I really feel. They're trying to, the next GN car is going to be built close to what a GT3 GTE car I think that's what they're trying to move to, and I'm all in favor of that because again, put it back to the manufacturer. So we'll just have to see. And tell you what, right now, Unorthodox, he is in a lot of traffic trying to get around one of the GTE machines.
Yeah, he is. I've been scrolling through those top couple guys that are watching him get through some of this traffic, and it's a pretty big handful for him right now. But they've done a great job keeping that car clean there. So just find your way through there, get done with it as fast as you can, get away from them. But yeah, getting back to the technical side of things and the changes that they make, I'm all about positive changes for any type of racing. The thing that I hate, though, is when you start making the changes that cost people their jobs.
True.
And part of this deal with NASCAR that I don't like is the direction they're going with that. When they're acting like they don't need fabricators anymore, they don't need certain types of engineers. They're cutting back on pit crew guys. So all these people have spent their whole life to do this for a living, to go to school or to learn the sport and go roll with the punches and the changes and put their whole life into it. Now a whole lot of guys aren't going to have a stinking job because we want to save some teams some money on a stinking body.
Well, yeah, and that's just the course of a lot of tech. I mean, we've seen it over the years in any motorsports as it gets more advanced and you get a lot more computers and stuff. It has taken a lot of the old school mechanics out of the equation and brought in more engineers. That's been going on for years. And just kind of an off reference there. You'll probably get a kick, and I hope everybody else does, but no different than the self checkouts at the supermarkets.
Yeah, that's why I don't use them.
I try not to unless there's just nobody else around.
I refuse to bag my own groceries, okay?
Well, if there's nobody else around, what do you do?
I tell somebody to get to a register, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not bagging my... They want me to pay them money to work to get my own stuff. No, I'm not doing that.
I don't do it. I don't do it. I was saying. But I'll bring up even a different subject, and I know this is totally off the wall, but it kind of goes along the line of what we're saying is the online shopping thing too. That is blowing up hugely because of, again, we go back to we're in a technological style world now. Computers, the internet has brought about, in the last 20 years, has brought about that, and and in the next 20 years, where's it going to take racing? Where's it going to take the jobs? Where's it going to take everything else? Yeah, who knows? I mean, what is it going to be like out here with these road cars and with NASCAR?
Look at everything that has evolved through time is all about speed.
Right.
We can do everything faster. We can do everything in a shorter amount of time. Even if it's shopping, things are shipped faster now. You can buy something and it gets to you the next day. Your internet page loads faster. Race cars go faster. It's all about speed and getting products to you as soon as you can get it. Or Facebook learning that you're a NASCAR fan and here's an Old Spice commercial for you because they used to sponsor NASCAR. So,
there you go.
Like, it's so creepy how my phone knows exactly where I'm going and can tell me how long it's going to take me to get there. It's like, oh, today's such and such day, and you're at the shop, and it's going to take you 14 minutes to get home.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing. Tech is good. Tech is scary. I do like what John said out there. But on the flip side, I agree with that statement. Does F1 really need 12 people to change tires? No. No, I don't. And I didn't really know they had 12 people change the tires. Now, unless that 12 people, I do know in F1 racing, and correct me if I'm wrong, that a lot of times they're not just changing tires, but they actually can change nose clips, wings, and other things like that, and make adjustments on the car. I don't know if but I'm not saying a time wise, but I'm saying I think that's why they have so many people out there. That's what I'm getting at. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure.
I just feel like when you pull into the pit, if you're a driver in F1 and those cars, it kind of looks like when you're parking your car at a NASCAR race, and all of a sudden like 10 people show up at your car trying to sell you flags and all this other stuff. You're like,
I've
get
never
out of
been
here.
in a NASCAR
Like,
race. So I
it's
don't know.
so many. What's wrong with you? But anyway, yes, that
I
stuff
never
really
have.
happens. I mean, it's
I'll
like
admit, I've
people
never
just
been to a
swarm
NASCAR
you,
race.
trying to sell you like a thing of stickers and flags, and like tracks have had to ban those people, like kick them out.
Wow.
Because it was such a nuisance. But to me, that's what it reminds me of. Like when I look at it, it's just people standing around waiting on you to pull in so they can just do whatever.
Now, John just said out there, he said that's extra people. So you're telling me that it takes 12 guys over the wall to change tires in an F1, but yet the other people doing like the wings and all that other stuff, the fuel and the nose clip or something like that, that's even more. I mean, it goes to show you how much F1 racing I watch. I have watched it, but I don't recall ever seeing 12 guys over the wall do tires. Now, are you referring to that there's 12 tire guys in the pits at all times?
Oh yeah, they're on each wheel. One guy to take it off, another guy puts a new one on, and one guy uses his gun. So see, in NASCAR, you've got one carrier now.
Yeah.
That takes both tires, over, takes both back. Two guys on each side for the gun. So NASCAR's cutting back on people.
Now let me ask you. Now I'm going to bring this up to you, John. And I hope everybody, man, is enjoying the conversation we're having out here, because we're having still some really good racing showing off some of these teams. Atlanta's Racing Esports is out here, but NASCAR's going to the one lug nut tire. Looks to be a little bit heavier style tire. You mentioned that one guy bringing out both. Are they going to have to bring out now the two tire guys on each side that they had before?
Well, what they'll probably do is make one of the changers a de facto carrier. You know what I mean? Like,
right, yeah.
Jackman, both changers are going to carry their own tire over, and then somebody, whether it's the Jackman, somebody's going to have to grab them. So, I mean, they haven't said they're going to add anybody back, but then the teams figure that stuff out, man.
1.9 seconds. Now, let me ask, reference-wise to that pit stop, we obviously know what NASCAR pit, but what about a car like the LMP1 here, LMP2, and GT3? I think that their pit stops actually, I've seen some of them in the 20-some second range. 20 kilograms would be, how much would that be in weight? Pounds. Okay,
44.
so it won't be any heavier. Okay. Aluminum wheel won't be any heavier. Well, yeah, I mean, I will give credit to the tire guys. Those guys are in extreme conditioning and shape. I mean, I've seen some of the workouts a lot of guys do. So, yeah, I mean, without a doubt, I wouldn't say that they couldn't carry both of them, but being that tire would probably be a little bit more wider from what I've seen pictures of. It just looks wider than the normal Goodyear that they're running right now. But, yeah, I mean, for reference sake, how an LMP1 typical stop. And that's a good thing that, yeah. The way they're really strict on how many people's over the wall. I normally don't see that many on the wall. Coming to a for GT3 GTE style or any of the LMP1 or LMP2s here. So yeah, definitely I would see, because I've known in the past that their pit stops are usually about 20 seconds or so. We still got Kinetic Racing right now owning the top two spots. Kinetic Racing Europe, Kinetic Racing America are holding down the top two there in LMP1. And we're 20 hours here, about 20 and a half hours into a 24-hour stint race here for the majors. 24 hours of Le Mans. Been a good one so far. Myself, Joe White, John T. Wimbish up here bringing all the coverage to you. Check us out online, SIMRACINGNetwork.com. Check us out on Facebook and YouTube at OSR Network. Appreciate everybody tuning in. I mean, John, I've learned a world of information here thanks to the folks out there kind of teaching me throughout this whole entire race. I've learned a lot about what goes into these cars, these teams, and just it's interesting.
Yeah, I think we've learned a ton of information just by doing this race here. It's been a lot of fun, not only watching the guys race, but also learning about, this discipline, this style of racing, something as we've, said a whole lot we're interested in, but don't know a lot about. It's fun, but it's been a lot of fun also to just have so many guys chime in while we're up here. And, over the course of 6 hours, we can get lost in left field sometimes talking about something.
Well,
so it's nice to have a conversation about things at the same time. So
I like what Will and them refer to, because that is unique. NASCAR pit stops in general, full 4-tire stop and fuel, usually around 14 second range, so forth. That's 2 cans of fuel. That's something else about here, and I don't know if it's the delivery system or if it's the fuel cell that these cars use, but it takes upwards of 30 seconds just to fill one of these things up. I don't know why, as advanced as these cars are, they have not figured out a way to push that fuel into these cars a lot faster.
Well, cool little side note here. I learned, this is something I did not know about the Wood brothers, even though I'm a huge fan. They're right up the road in Stewart, Virginia, about 30-minute drive from me. They were actually pretty instrumental in changing how they delivered fuel to cars in a 24-hour race. They had a car in a 24-hour race, and Glenn and Leonard were the guys who figured out how to get the fuel into the car faster.
Okay. I mean, I'm with you. I haven't understood why, they haven't just, been able to push that fuel in there and so forth. So, and I'm reading what John did send me here. John King, interesting to know that. I did not know. So, good information to have.
Oh, and Unorthodox is off the track there. Did you see that? Let's see. I just look up and see that they're around. I keep going through the field here trying to see what's going on. That we've got.
Well, I've been on Unorthodox here the last several laps, and we're still showing them running.
He just looped it for a second and got right back on it.
Okay. Definitely going to lose a lot of time right there.
But the No Emissions Motorsports back here in the LMP2 went down pit road a couple laps ago, came back out. They were making up some ground on the Kinetic Racing Force team that's running in second place. So right now, No Emissions still running third in their class. Both those teams look like they've got a little different pit strategy. We'll see how that works out, but they were making up some time on the Kinetic Racing Force team.
Yeah, they are looking really good, and that's good information to have out there, Chris. You're talking about they run 3 times the amount of fuel due to being ethanol. Now, Will, you say it's a safety thing. Imagine if a hose broke. Well, okay, I could go along with that, but let me say this. In NASCAR, they're carrying the fuel in a can. We've obviously seen it, and that's why those guys wear fire suits and the helmets that they do now. But we have seen, the fuel splash out, spark catch, and boom, catch on fire. So, I get the safety aspect, but still, if NASCAR can pull up with a can of fuel and get it in there now, it makes sense on what Chris said. If they're pushing 3 times the amount of fuel, then yeah, there's where the time is. They actually is going into the car just as fast as NASCAR would be. You're right about the no emissions. Still hanging on to 3rd place in LMP2. Now they're trying to make up that time gap to maybe see if they can't get Kinetic Racing Force knocked down back into the 3rd spot here. But Atlantic Racing still holding the top spot in that LMP class. They're doing an outstanding job so far. Let's see, FT1 Motorsports still holding on to the top spot. They've got Philip Morton. He's behind the wheel of that machine right there, holding it down in the GTE class. Big Bone Racing, they definitely are one right there too. That made some gains. You know, it's kind of interesting because you're talking about that gain. John is actually looking at the iRacing data himself, and it shows the same gain thing that I'm seeing, so I'm not sure what it's pulling when it says gaining position wide. I don't know if it's positions or time or on the track. Not sure. Overall time. It could be overall gain of the whole entire from the whole 20 hours on, what they've gained on the track. That could be what that is.
Yeah, but then they're like Kinetic Europe credit 2nd, and they're running 1st. So America's credit 1st, and they're running 2nd. Unorthodox credit 7th. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it shows that. Why it shows they're up 17. But again, I don't know if that's time throughout the whole entire, because we were talking about the GTE class back there. You were showing the same thing that I was showing in the GTE class. Them making up game positions. So, and I know you're looking at the actual iRacing replay there, as opposed to where I'm pulling the data, which is the same thing, pulling data off. So I definitely find out what gain it actually is pulling. I'll find that out. But the only thing I can think is it's over the course of 20 hours, maybe the full time that they have gained or lost throughout this whole, maybe an average. And that's interesting. Now, I as much as I like NASCAR, I did not know that, Will. I mean, I know John probably knew it, but a tank is roughly 230 pounds compared to a NASCAR is only 116 pound capacity. That right there tells me 116 pounds, and those guys wheeling those things and throwing them like they do. I mean, just the amount of physical shape that those guys have got to be in to do it.
Are you talking about the fuel cell size?
Well, no, he's actually talking about the. Could be talking about the fuel. Yeah, but I'm thinking, matter of fact. Well, I know fuel is what, 7 pounds a gallon. So, and roughly NASCAR runs 15 gallons now. They used to run 22 gallons. I think they might still run 22 gallons, but I know a lot of them, sometimes they've dropped it down to 15, 18. So it's in between 15 and 20 some. So, if you do the math, that actually would add up to almost, about 100 pounds that actual, okay, he's saying fuel cell. But again, the can itself to hold, even if they put in 2 cans and it's, let's say 20 gallons, that's 10 and 10. You do the math on it. Still a pretty heavy can for them to throw around.
Each can, I think they hold about 12 gallons in a can. So
Gotcha.
They put one in. That's why you always see them hook the second one back up most of the time, because they still need a
Yeah.
little bit more. But
And they throw
And
them
that's
around
also
like it's a
odd,
water
as
jug.
they've changed over the years with fuel cell sizes, you realize that the can size in NASCAR has never changed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like,
Yeah, that too. So, well, we've got John King back up here, and it's got some interesting facts on who he is now. Let's bring him down and get a word with him. John, Joe out in the booth. You got a copy? John King, Joe out in the booth. You got a copy?
Hey guys.
Hey, John, I tell you what, yeah, I got that information there, and very interesting to hear. I know earlier you were, talking about, kinetic motorsports, and we were talking about the confidence that you brought in. The first thing you said you come in, and they've not disappointed so far. They've been the top team out here. But it's interesting that you are one of the league organizers here, and you help organize some of these races and help organize some of the teams here at the majors. That is actually one of your jobs that you do, and you help with a lot of the team profile. I love that database that you put up there for that team. That has helped me out tremendously. A world of information there. But what are your drivers telling you so far?
Everyone's pretty happy. For the 5 cars that are still running, things have gone pretty much to plan. Sorry, the 6 cars that are still running. The only one that's had a big problem has been the Kinetic Swift car, but they've recovered pretty well as well. So everyone else is doing fine, and everyone's forgetting about the 2 LMP ones at the front at the moment, but the other cars are all about where we would have expected or hoped them to be. The one that's probably overachieving a little bit is the number 66 Momentum car, because we always run a car for the less experienced and slower guys in the team, and that's the Momentum car. So those guys have done brilliantly. Their job is literally to finish the race at whatever pace they can and keep the car clean and have fun. And they do that brilliantly. They've done it all for all of the last year or two. Pretty much the same group of guys all the time. And you see the kind of results that they get.
And you're referring to the GTE class there?
No, the HPD. So
okay.
The Kinetic Racing Momentum number 66.
Okay. So the one that's actually can't pronounce his
They're
name.
4th in HPD at the moment. Sorry, in LMP2.
I got you. Okay. Christopher right now is sitting out there. So yeah, he's sitting in a good place spot. And John brought that up earlier. John T brought up earlier that even back in the GTE class that y'all have, you're only one spot out from putting Kinetic in the podium in all 3 classes. What's the likelihood of maybe that car getting up there?
Yeah, they're making up a little bit of ground, but it's really hard to make up time here. We were about a lap behind Hippo. I think it's down to about 3/4 of a lap now, but that's still like 3 minutes, and that's a lot of time to make up. So we might get there, but we probably need Hippo to have a little bit of bad luck, or have a couple of spins or something. So we're hoping, but we're not particularly confident that it'll happen.
Well, I tell you what, y'all done a fantastic job organizing the event here for 24 hours so far for the majors, and finding out what you've done there. I know you said most of your job here is organizing. Let me ask, how long ahead of time do y'all start preparation for a 24-hour event?
A long time. So, the thinking about this event really started straight after last year's event, and we tried to learn a few lessons from the event that we ran last year. But the real work started probably 2 months ago. So I rewrote the regulations for the race about 2 months ago, and started to work on things like the registration and stuff like that. And that team profiles database is really something that we intended for next year's major series, but because this is such a team focused race, we sort of brought forward the work on that, and we've got something which is basically a beta version of it out now, and that's why a lot of the information isn't there, because the teams really haven't had much time to put in the content. So to answer your question, about 2 months.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what, I've got to admit, just the amount of information I've gotten off here, awesome work on that team database that I'm looking at here on the website. Just gives you a world of info here for all the drivers and what's going on the track. I mean, yeah, I don't know about John T here, but myself, just the organization of how this event and how these drivers and teams have done throughout the whole entire event so far has been phenomenal. And I've been really excited. I've been very thrilled to bring the coverage here to you guys and learn a lot too. I've learned a lot here. That's another thing.
Yeah, and so on the team profiles, that's exactly what we wanted it for. We wanted to give the broadcasters some information, and also so a little bit of history. The majors started 6 years ago, I think, and it was pretty small. It was only in the Northwest Club for iRacing, so it was pretty restricted, and it sort of, and Mike was and still is the main organizer, and it slowly grew. But at the beginning of last year, Mike made a decision to go global, basically, and I used to help Mike with a series called the World Cup of iRacing, where we got all the clubs to race against each other once a year. And so when he went global on the majors, he asked me to help, and I was stupid enough to say yes. And it's been a near full-time job ever since. But until it went global, there wasn't very much team aspect of the series. So it's something that's happened in the last couple of years, and we've fiddled with the rules. But what's happened is it's become a really, really important part of the series now. And you see, like Alliance has been in the majors from the start as a pretty organized team, but Kinetic didn't join until the beginning of last year, and Unorthodox are pretty much a new team as well. But you've seen today that both of those teams are really strong, and we're, although we got beaten by Alliance in the main series last year, we're both pretty determined to beat them next year. So it'll be interesting.
Oh, absolutely.
The point I was going to make is one of the reasons for the team profiles is one of the complaints we've had from the members of the majors is, if I'm not on a team, I'm screwed, because the teams are so strong and they help their drivers so much, and etc. I can't get a look in as an independent. So the team profiles database is something where new members or independent drivers can look at the teams that are running the majors and know how to contact them, and the ones that might be a good match for them, that sort of thing.
And that's some good information, because I think that's where some other, not to point out any leagues or anything, but maybe some of the leagues might be struggle on, and that is some good organization right there, coming from the major series, to have that for new drivers, because you're right, that's probably one of the number one things coming in to any league or any type, facet of racing or whatnot, they look and they go, hey, how can I get in here, man? These top echelon teams out here, they've already got their drivers. And, like what you said, if I come in here by myself, I'm going to be lost or I'm going to just get buried. We see that in NASCAR leagues a lot. And we see it in NASCAR in real life. That some of the big time teams, road racing in general, though, like you said, it's team based. And, we're seeing it out here. I'm fascinated with what I've seen here in the past almost 21 hours here so far in this 24-hour race. Y'all got some great organization going on over here at the majors, and I'm very well impressed.
Yeah, I help, but the big credit is Mike. He does so much work on this. It's his baby, and he does a huge amount of stuff.
John T,
And he takes all of the financial risk as well, and it's a pretty big risk as well.
Well, it's paying off. I mean, obviously the name's there. It gets out. Again, I told him when he reached out to myself here to broadcast this event, I knew who he was. I knew the league, and I said, "Wow, I kind of feel honored because I'll say I'm one of the lower guys out there, that don't have the reach as a lot of the other broadcasters, but it has been fun to bring this so far and to learn a lot about the series, and learn a lot about these teams out here and what goes into making an event like this. It's phenomenal. John T, man, I mean, you got anything here, man, for King? Because I tell you, to me, he's world of information. I think John T. Wimmish still here? Oh, he's got his mics off.
Maybe he's falling asleep.
He's got his mics off right now. He must have stepped away for a minute, and that's fine. I mean, that happens. But I mean. But
yeah, you're right. The teams. I spend some time. I spend a lot of time organizing the event, but I also organize the kinetic teams, and it is a huge task. We're obviously we've got the most cars in this race, because it, as I said right at the start, it's what we do. We were formed to participate in Proto GT endurance races, and we got into the majors sort of by mistake. So we're slightly unique in the majors in that this is the big race for us every year.
Let me ask you a question.
Whereas most of the teams are more focused on the regular season. We participate in that strongly and we try and win, but this is the really big race for us. But it takes a huge amount of organization just to decide who's going to be in which car and who's going to drive when and what car we're going to drive and all those things. And I've written a few articles on the majors website about it. And I compare it to herding cats because it really is like that.
Yeah, and let me ask you also a question. We're so much into it. Obviously, we're into 24 hours here. The majors 24 hours. Y'all do so many other great events, historical style recreations of races. Let me ask the amount of effort that goes into, because we're talking about a lot of teams here and a lot of the team racing. What about going into the oval race, like the Daytona 500, the World 600 races? What are some of the back ends that you might be doing to those or for those?
Yeah, so the organization of those is sort of straightforward, and we've got a process and we've got it pretty well sussed out. So it doesn't take a huge amount of organization. For the drivers and the teams, of course, it's a big effort because we force people to do a minimum amount of practice laps to make sure people are reasonably competent when they get on track. We don't care too much whether people are a bit faster or a bit slower, but we do care whether they can drive the car safely. So for the drivers and the teams, it's a big effort. Yes, we have to do some work, but it's almost it's almost just a process we follow, and we've become reasonably efficient at it. A race like this is a little bit more difficult because this is only the second one we've done for start, so we're still learning, and we definitely, even in this one we made some mistakes, and we had a few rows this morning about some of the things that some of the decisions that we've made, but that's cool, and we'll learn for it, and next year we'll do it better. But the regular races, we've got them pretty well tied down now.
Well, I tell you what, you talk about it, and everybody has a learning curve, and as long as you're learning something, that's what I always say, or I always talk about. One thing I also want to, this is kind of more iRacing related, and obviously is why we're on here, is the major series. Yes, y'all have top echelon style teams and drivers, and you just made note that you especially on the oval side of races that y'all do, that you make sure that those guys can drive. Now, my understanding, and by talking with Mike there, on some of those races like that, not only, even on some races like this or some of your other ones throughout the series, it's not just your top tier guys, but you have second tier guys too that race. Now, do you put that much effort in with those drivers as you do with the top tier drivers?
Yes, maybe even more, because we want to, one of the big things that we want to do, and particularly Mike wants to do, is help those guys and help them develop and encourage them to get better. So it's a big deal for us. So we have a special category for the not so fast or less experienced guys called sportsmen, and they'll next year in Americas, because that's our biggest region, those guys are going to have their own races. So up until now, it's been we've had splits in a lot of the races, like Daytona 500 last year. I think there were 6 splits, so 6 fields of 40 people in the racing, the races in America. But all of the pro guys, so the top guys and the sportsmen were all mixed up, and it was all based on qualifying time. But next year, in Americas at least, there's going to be distinct races for pro designated drivers and sportsman designated drivers. And the other really big change is we've only ever broadcast the top split, so the pro split in each of the regions. Next year in Americas, we're going to broadcast the first split for the sportsman class as well.
Right, and I was like I say, I was talking with Mike there. I had no idea that y'all did so many different splits, because a lot of different in leagues, they just have, when they do a major style race like this, whether it's the 12-hour race, 24-hour race, 6-hour races, or endurance style, they only have one split. They don't do as many. So I was surprised when he did mention that. And I was like, and that just shows you the scope and depth that the major series has. That's huge. Like you said, to come from 2013 to where they are now, and the organization. I see John T is back. Wimbush, man, you got anything here? I mean, I tell you what, King here has gave a lot of information, insight on what the major series is about and what it takes to put on some of these events. Yeah.
So just to go on a little bit about that point about the size. Mike is the person will have these numbers at his fingertips, but just to give you a feel for how big the majors is, we also run a support series. So the same cars and the same tracks the week before, but it's a sort of turn up and race with fixed setups, just to help people practice for the race the next week and that sort of stuff. Now I run that series, and in that series last year, we had 220 people participate during the year. So 220 different people.
Okay, I gotta ask this because this came up in our conversation me and John was talking about, and that is unique that y'all have a different kind of a section or series that y'all have. Like, how much now with the implementation of AI can that be implemented into that and help those guys practice and learn?
We won't do anything with AI in the major series, but I would assume that particularly the less experienced guys will be able to use AI to practice for events and get a little bit more racecraft. Particularly in road racing, actually it's true in ovals as well. It's not learning how to drive the car and even learning how to drive it reasonably fast on a track isn't really, really difficult. It's driving it fast on a track when there's other people on the track at the same time.
Absolutely,
That's really, really difficult. And that's why we've done the support series, is to help people, instead of just running laps by themselves on a track, to encourage them to run laps with other guys around them. And it's really, really helped. Some of the guys, there's like a hardcore of people that run those support races pretty much all the time, and a lot of those guys have improved a lot during the year.
I'm glad you brought that up. It's not so much, everybody talks about speed, being fast, being first, but you've got to get to those positions, and you've got to be able to race around other guys. I chalk up a lot of road racing with gentleman style racing. You see the flashing the lights, you're going around, catching certain people, knowing when to pass them in turns. But I'm glad to hear someone else bring that up. Not always about being the fastest guy, but you got to know passing, because, John Teal tested this. We hear a lot of that in the oval side. But that guy just drove it down in the turn. What's he doing? And so forth and so on. They're driving around some. But Wimbish, I tell you, man, King here has a lot, and just to learn a lot about what the majors and goes in. You got anything else for him? I think Wimbish has still stepped away on us. I know he turned his mic back on, so maybe he stepped away there. I mean, King, I tell you, I know you're with Kinetic Racing. I know that's your team right there. They have done what you've said so far, dominate from the start of this race. Got Kinetic Racing in Europe right now holding the top spot, and the Kinetic Racing American there second. Unorthodox, trying to do what they can to get up there. Kinetic Swift, a little bit off the pace. I know Eric Thorpe earlier in the chat said he's going to bed. He's tired. Been up for 40 hours. I mean, that is a stretch right there.
Yeah, some of those guys, some of the guys are crazy. I'm way too old to do things.
Yeah, me too. I'll admit, this here is the longest I've done on a broadcast. I have truly enjoyed it. I've learned a lot and had a blast sitting here watching these cars. But again, I go back to what you were talking about. And you talked about racecraft, and you talked about running around. You also have to, there's a difference between oval, and I do a lot of oval. I do some dirt. And yes, where the action on a lot of those tracks are a lot more closer, road racing and racing in general like this, you have to appreciate the art of what's going on and what's happening on the track, and understand, what these guys are feeling, what they're doing out here, and the mentality that it takes to run one of these races.
Yeah, and it's a lot of focus, especially for the guys in the cars that have only had 3 drivers. Those guys are getting tired, and it's difficult for them to maintain that focus for such a long period of time. If you look at what we've done with the stints for a lot of the Kinetic cars, the ones where we've had 4 drivers, we've given at least one of those drivers, or even better, 2 of them, pretty significant breaks, so that they can they can come back fairly fresh for the last 4 or 5 hours. Because often the last few hours you're not in race mode, so you haven't got anything particularly to focus on. You're just trying to turn laps as quickly as you can, and it's really easy to lose focus. So we always try to have people fairly fresh for the last couple of hours of the race. So you'll see, like in the car that I was driving, the Force car, we Aldous had a 8, 9, 10 hour break, and he's come back and he's gonna do most of the driving for the last few hours, just so that he's a little bit fresher than the rest of us. He's also one of our quickest drivers as well, so that helps.
Well, I will
But
say
that's a good thing to do, is to have someone reasonably fresh, because the last thing you want is someone that's really tired and just trying to turn laps, and they'll lose concentration in an instant.
well, I will say this. I know when we first talked to you, you came in, you were energetic, and wow, I can tell maybe like what you said.
Sound a little tired.
Sound
now.
a little tireder now, and you just said that there, King. At the last part of this race, in the last 3 or hours or so of it, you start to wear down a little bit as a driver, and I can only imagine. But I see Women's just back, and I tell you, Women's here, man. Great information I've gotten from King here on the series and what it takes to organize an event like this, and a lot of the teams and all. Got anything, man, you want to add on here?
Yeah, I was listening to the whole thing, and then I came back and started pushing the button to talk when you started asking me questions, and my mic just decided to stop working, so I had to reset that. But I was listening to the whole thing. But I'll tell you the thing that really stands out to me, and listening to John talk about the major series and what they do for people, is they help you grow as a driver. And there are not a whole lot of leagues out there that do that. It's, hey, we're going to run this series, come on in and do it. And you've got a handful of guys who are really good. You've got your guys who, get better as the season progresses, and you have people who just don't belong out there at all. And so, they go ahead and weed through those people, and they pick the people that put you where you belong. And if you're not so fast, or your racecraft isn't at the top of its game, they're going to put you somewhere, but they're also going to help you and support you and teach you. As long as you're willing to put in the work and make the effort, they're willing to help you to get better at this. And that's, I think, says a lot about this league and the major series and the people who run it, is that they want to support every driver that wants to come out and participate.
It's a really, really big thing for Mike, and he really encourages it in the series. And I think the best example of it is Unorthodox. The beginning of last year and the beginning of this year, we did a thing called the draft, where we said to people, if you're not in a team, we'll try and hook you up with one. So if you're a team and you need drivers, let us know, and if you're a driver and you want to be in a team, let us know as well. And Unorthodox basically came completely out of that draft. So we put a few people together, and they formed a team called Precision, and there was a really small team called Unorthodox that Matt Gelder ran, and those two teams ran as two separate teams last year, but then in the beginning of this year they merged, and they've become a major force, and it's purely because of the way we organize the draft, and the people involved in those two teams as well. But they came out of nowhere, really out of nowhere.
Well, I heard you talking earlier about the guys you have in a car here in this race, in the 66 Kinetic Racing Momentum team, is a handful of guys that you all basically just said, we're going to put them out here and let them get the experience, but they're really overachieving what you thought they could do. And it's a testament to you guys working with them, though, and teaching them a little bit. Now they're out here, they've kept the car clean. So far it's completely clean, and they're doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, and that's what you want. If it's you learn nothing in an endurance race if you're super fast for the first hour and then you bin the car and you've wrecked it. Where you really learn is to run it for 24 hours and see what happens at the end of it. And that's all of our cars try to do that, but that car in particular, they've got no pressure on them to perform, as far as track times are concerned. We just want them to be on the track and drive around, stay safe. And don't get me wrong, a lot of the guys in that car are pretty damned experienced now. They've done this kind of racing with us for a year or more. But some of those guys also came out of the draft that I was talking about. So they're less experienced. And like in that car, the momentum car, Chris Evans, who's been easily the fastest driver in that car, he was a member of the team that Kinetic came out of 2 years ago, and he gave up iRacing completely, and he's only just come back again, and he's done an incredible job. But again, no pressure on him. Just jump in the car, do laps, and he's done fantastically, as is the rest of the guys.
They've all their lap times are pretty phenomenal. I mean, for what you're describing, they've all turned about the same times here. Their fastest of the day is a 3:33 by Dustin, but they've all been around the 3:33, 34 mark. So yeah, really good race.
They're all good drivers. Don't get me wrong. They're not rubbish drivers that we sort of randomly picked off the street. These are all those guys have been with Kinetic for quite a while, and they've all they all understand what they need to do, and they've all we help them and we coach them, but we don't put pressure on them, and that's the big thing.
Right. So now what we've just learned, Joe, is that I would not have been picked to run in that car. So.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, I see you right now. There you go. Man. But it is good. I like the organization here, and it's well put together. And it, you know what, it feels like, and it really sounds like to me that the way it is organized here, that I'll say it. Somebody like myself and like John said, we could come out off the street here, come to the major series, even though there's some, very, very fast, tough, top guys. Y'all would find a place for us to fit in, and we would have the tools to be able to better ourselves here. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, and and hopefully you'd also have people of a similar ability to race against, and that's also really important.
And that's part of what I think is lacking on iRacing, and that's something you guys are providing that a lot of leagues do not provide. And it kind of turns people off from the league racing aspect. And some people want AI, some people only do official racing, some people only do league racing. But there aren't a lot of leagues out there that will cater, if you will, to your driving style, put you where you need to be, and help you become a more successful driver. Leagues just slap you wherever, and it's up to you to make yourself better. And you guys take an interest in your members and your drivers and wanting to help them.
Yeah, and you've got to have competition at more or less your level. Like put in, I'm a pretty competent driver, but me racing against someone like Christian is pointless, because we know from the start who's going to win. Unless I manage to get someone to distract Christian enough that he crashes.
Well, he did say in the nighttime that he almost got off the track. So there you go, King. Maybe that would give me hope if he hit the wall.
Yeah, but I think he could probably still drive a wreck car faster than I could drive it.
Well, me and Wimbush, we know. I'm glad you bring things up like that, because I agree with what John T says. A lot of leagues don't take the effort in trying to place you where you need to be, because there's a lot of diversity even in the oval side of racing, and I know in the road side there is because the skill gaps on drivers are so huge. It's good to see that y'all are trying to put that and make it get, because once you get those guys together, the racing on the track is going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, you know, some of the best races we had last year was the second and third splits, because those guys aren't quite so aggressive or, you know, or intense, and you know, the second and third splits are often really nice open races where everyone gives each other a little bit more room, and they really have fun. And so that was one of the reasons we wanted to broadcast the sportsman race in Americas, because that race is often really, really good to watch.
Absolutely. I tell you what, John,
And it gives some of those guys, you know, a much bigger incentive to run as well, because you know, the people at that level don't often get into broadcasted races.
Oh yeah, true, and I agree with it. It's good to get the exposure out there, and like you said, it still takes nothing away from them, even though the top split, bottom split, we hear that all the time. Or if you're not in the top split, you're not good. But to me, I'm like this. To get in with a good group of guys and to get in with a good league that really care about the drivers, to me, that's the important part. It doesn't matter, man, if you're at the bottom, top, middle, wherever. That's awesome. But
you want to be competitive. You know, that's the thing. There's so many leagues that, and you and I know, we've seen them, we've raced in some, where you have a handful of guys, maybe 2 or 3 that just dominate, and you feel like, man, I never have a chance. You know, you're happy if you finish in the top 10 or top 15, and that's your goal. If you could be around people of your skill level, just like what they provide here, it makes it a lot more fun. It makes you want to do better, race better, practice more, all the things that are going to help you grow as a driver. When you're not constantly getting stomped on by somebody that has a 7,000 I rating, you know.
Well, and on the flip side of that too, there, and I know King has sitting here and mentioned it. It is good, and I like how they organize that here, and obviously, John, you know, like what you said, we've been in some leagues where some drivers just come in there and they flat out dominate, and you got no hope on getting up there. But on the flip side, with how they are organizing it here, it's good to learn from those fast guys, but not have to race against them week in and week out. No, you're just going to get demoralized. Basically, well, why do I even want to show up this week? I'm not going to win. But yet, have that opportunity to learn from those guys and be able to get better in the long run.
It can really get to you and wear you down as a driver in a league, and I know because I've seen me do it.
Yeah.
You know, when I first got started, I was not good. You know, racecraft wasn't that great. For somebody that came from racing, I thought, this will be a piece of cake. I can do this. It was not a piece of cake at all. It was very difficult. But without, help from certain people who are very good, I'd still be in this big learning curve. But, getting around those guys who were extremely good and learning some, competing against them, watching what they do, really helped me get better. I think in a shorter amount of time. Without that help, I'd still be out in left field somewhere, probably.
I agree totally there, and I tell you what, and King, you're doing an amazing job here with the major series. Obviously, first time we're doing a broadcast here for them, but I have heard of the series in the past. I know John has run actually in one of your races in the past. I watched a multitude of them and definitely followed a few of the races. They're definitely well organized. It's been a treat here so far. We're 21 hours in here to the majors, 24 hours of Le Mans. We've seen several driver changes, so we've seen a slew of different talent on the track, come and go throughout this whole entire stint of the race. And there's more to come. It's not over with, like what you said earlier there, King. Kinetic, this is their wheelhouse, and they have not proven wrong so far.
Yeah, so far I've still got all my fingers and toes crossed.
Well, you said it. Anything can happen. I mean, even with about 3 hours left here in this one, with the lead that Gabriel has right now in the LMP1, You know, that can go away with a simple getting tangled up with a slower class car. I don't want to say a slower driver because a slower class of the cars, because he might, just like right here, catch him in the wrong part of the track trying to pass. Not really the fault of anybody else, but there's such a speed gap difference there. And you know, and I know, closing rates sometimes sneak up. The concentration level here at this time of the race, you said it, you know, this is the time where the fatigue starts to set in, so anything can happen.
Yeah, the advantage that the leaders have got, and I mean the leaders of all the classes, is that they can afford to be a little bit more conservative now. So, you know, like our LMP1 car and the Atlantis HPD and the FT1 GTE, those guys can afford to, you know, if they do need to overtake someone, they can afford to wait for a corner or two. And, you know, whereas the guys that are pushing to try and catch up, like Unorthodox and us in LMP2, you know, we have to take a little bit more risk now. So, you know, they do have, you know, the leaders do have a big advantage, but they still need to maintain focus. So, you know, they you know, hopefully all of the class leaders will bring it home. But, you know, you never know.
Well, you're right. I mean, still got a long way to go in this one here at the Majors 24 Hours of Le Mans. Been a good one so far, and that, folks, that's John King right there, man. One of the league organizers here. Also, did not know that, but he's also one of the Kinetic drivers out here for the Team Kinetic Force team, that is. So, man, I do appreciate the talk there, John. It's interesting, a lot of good info you've got.
No problem. I better get back and keep the team in shape.
Keep them awake back there. Throw some hot chocolate around pit road. It was good talking to you there, King.
Yeah, you too, guys. And great job so far tonight.
I appreciate it there, man. I tell you what, John T, man, right, man, that is, wow. The level of organization put into here, well, that just gives you a whole new perspective of what goes on behind the scenes.
Well, yeah, we've been sitting here for many hours talking about the drivers and, you know, singing a lot of their praises about what a great job they're doing. But to learn the workings of the league itself and how they, you know, put you in your class and want to help you, that part right there, that will sell me on a league every time. If I'm looking for a league or looking for a place to go, maybe I want to try something different, try to have some fun. You know, that's what you want to hear from a league, is that they are interested in you and you becoming better, not just, well, come over here and race, give us your money, and hope you like what we do. You know?
Yeah, there you go. We've got Jonathan up here. Let's bring him down here and get a word with him. Jonathan, Joe out in the booth, you got a copy? Jonathan, Joe out in the booth, got a copy? Jumped up there.
Hey, going?
Oh, hey, what's going on? How you doing, Jonathan?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Well, I tell you what, let us know what team you got out there, what team you're running for, and obviously, what's your driver out there right now?
I'm one of the drivers, one of the managers actually for MFR, or Middle Finger Racing.
Okay,
So a bunch of Aussies in the GTE.
You know, that is wild. Me and John T was up here talking about it. We saw, when we first saw the team name, Middle Finger Racing, kind of striked us. We were like, wow, unique name. But now we know, John T. Hey, look, Jonathan here's the main guy behind that. Right now you're running, looks to be 5th in your class of GTE cars. How many drivers do you have out here running in this whole entire event?
We've got 6 for this event. They were between our main team and our junior team. Our sportsman team, unfortunately didn't qualify. So
I gotta ask the question. But the BMW seem like they have struggled at this place in this track. And, you know, I know some of it might be set up and wise, but it's been dominated by the Porsche and the Ferraris here. Do you feel like maybe, I mean, that the BMW is lacking something here at this track?
Yeah, I have to agree with that. First and foremost, we've got 2 guys in the car for this event that do a fair bit of GT, but predominantly our team we have an extremely strong dirt side. Most of our drivers don't race the Aussie Summer on iRacing because they race real life.
Oh, you know Brett Wheeler,
but
then,
the rest,
right?
some of the boys do, but most of us are actually V8 supercar drivers. So when you go and throw us in one of these with the electronic aids, it takes us a bit. But yeah, the Ferraris, there's something there.
And it just seems like it is. I mean, we've been watching throughout this whole entire event, and it seems like the Ferrari and the Porsche in the turns have definitely just got it on lockdown. And the BMW just seems. I prefer the BMW myself, but it seems like it's just a little struggle here. I don't know if it's just how the car is set up and whatnot. But that is interesting that you brought that up. Coming from dirt, V8 supercars, obviously in Australia, Bathurst. Everybody's got to know what Bathurst is. If you don't know what Bathurst is, look it up on Google, or you live get out from under the rock there, because I'm going to tell you what, that is a technical style track right there. But for V8 supercars, wow. But to come here, like you just mentioned, it's interesting that you mentioned that. Those cars that you're used to racing in, and even in NASCAR style cars, yes, they don't have the some of them traction control or ABS, so to speak. Now, GTE cars don't have ABS; they do have traction control. But I imagine it's got to be a different shock for y'all.
It is a very different driving style. The BMW is actually quite. Oh well, personally, I don't mind it. I've driven the Ferrari too, but it's the V8. There's a lot of trail braking, and well, anything with a GT in front of it, either E or 3, doesn't really respond to the same driving style. So it's always fun. We came into this with the idea of we're gonna, like, with our 6 drivers, we're gonna finish. We're not going to bin the car, and if we can manage to do that, it's a win. And so far, we've kept to that. I avoided the nighttime driving because I'm the least experienced GT guy. So we've shuffled it around, and we've all had good days with family and that in between our drives, which is fantastic. But it's the majors itself is something that we as a team really enjoy, because 2 years ago, Dan Stevens and I, he's our ring-in Kiwi. The rest of us are Australian. He's just actually gone to bed because he gets up for work in 5 hours. But him and I did the first year to learn what the majors was, and then this year we had up to 13 or 14 drivers in events. So we hit it pretty hard, and I think next year there's 6 of us that are predominantly we're actually backing off from V8s to do the majors full out.
Well, it's phenomenal to see that. I mean, like we were just talking with John King there, who is one of the organizers for this event and for the major series. Done an outstanding job to put this thing together. It's like a battle on the track right there between the 2 of y'all's drivers. But looks like Autotech right there is on the back deck lid there, the middle finger racing. So, and that's another thing with the GTE side of things. You see a lot of close quarter style racing now. A lot of people don't know, and John T. Wimmish, I don't know if you know, but the major difference between a GTE car and a GT3, and Jonathan here just mentioned it, the aids. GTE, well, they do have the ABS, but they don't have traction. GT3 cars have both. That is one of the major differences between 2 class style cars. Obviously, there's probably other things like power or how the car's set up, et cetera. But the major one there is between what they're able to use. Now, you mentioned, Jonathan, you're going to come over here to the majors maybe next year and run some. Is that going to take away from your dirt side or the V8 supercar side? I mean, are you looking to maybe run more in the major series yourself?
Yeah, well, this year, a few of us were doing both majors and V8s, but there's 3 of us that are going to put the V8s down to the odd week and actually spend the 2-3 weeks leading up to majors events practicing the majors cars, and it's improved my driving style, driving the different vehicles, and I love what Mike and John and all that, and Wayne Hutchinson, all the guys that organise the majors. I enjoy the series. I love how they run their events. The driving quality in these events, and I said this on their podcast, is some of the best in any region that I've raced in. We've got some high-end V8 leagues, but there's always your argy-bargy and your in people. But with the majors, it's fair, it's respectful, and you look at our team participation, it's just year on year, it's growing because it just invites you to come in, race hard and fair, and you give respect and you get respect, and that's we find that really, really good. And that's a lot of hard work by Mike and John and co. There's lots in the background that I know do their work, and I don't know their names, so I do apologise.
Hey, well, nothing wrong with that there. I mean, and definitely you're right. A lot of the ins and outs that goes into this event, and the teams for that matter, y'all looking pretty good out there right now. And like you said, 5th overall in the GT class. Got to ask, are you going to have any more driver changes, or is Daryl going to be the main guy to finish it out here?
No, we've got Brett Goretz jumping back in a moment. He's probably one of our quicker guys. I'm just going to have a quick look. I can't remember. I don't think he's holding. No, I think Wayne pipped him for the fastest lap. And depending how Brett goes, Wayne may finish yet, because we can do the driver swap inside the refill. So we're spreading it around because a few of the boys stayed up a bit much last night. So
partying too much, I hear you.
Well, you got to realise for us, for most of us, it was a midnight start and a midnight finish, with a few of us going to work at 5 or 5:30 in the morning.
Wow.
And Daniel Stevens, being a Kiwi, it was a 2 a.m. start for him. So, like I said, he just got out of the car, and it's 11:30 for him, and he's got to be up for work at 4:30. So, I'd say he's burning the midnight oil, but yeah.
Now that's interesting, because that's commitment. That's all I got to say to that one. You're saying that they sit up late at night, race their stint, and are getting up early in the morning to go to work, real life work. Wow. Hats off to them.
Like we said, we wanted to have a go, and one of the boys, Matty Clote, was actually up most of the night doing some driving because he's got the GT experience, but also spotting, and wasn't tired, and we actually couldn't get him for a few hours because he passed out on the floor next to the sim. So, yeah, look, there's commitment right through the team, and look, like we said, like with a team name, it's not in any way meant rudely, but the team motto is, that's how we roll, because so many people say, you've got to do it this way, you've got to do it that way. Well, we do it our way. So.
Wow. John T, man, you got anything on that? I got no words after that. Passed out beside the rig. Wow.
That happens in these races probably a lot more than people like to admit. But I just want to know, is there any Australian anywhere that is an angry individual? An angry person? Every time I've ever heard an Australian speak or talked to them, they're always like so calm and laid back and like, yeah, man, this is how we do it. And they're never angry about anything. Like
we have a healthy, well, I purposely have my in-game talk on the left side where my shifter is, so I can't use it as much, because trust me, we may not say it out loud, but there's plenty of swearing. But look, we're, we give room, we get room, there's no use. You got to enjoy what you're doing. That's the thing. And, you get aggro if something happens, but 10 minutes later, we're over it. With Aussies, anything can be sold for the beer after a race.
There you go. That's you're my kind of people then.
Yeah, hey, I'm with you on that one. Well, Jonathan,
y'all done a fantastic job, man. If your goal was to come out, run the whole race, try to keep the car in one piece, and have fun doing it. That right now you guys have accomplished. You've checked all the boxes. I know it's not probably as great a showing as you'd like to have, what you guys are capable of, but you've done a fantastic job. Your whole team has to still be out there, running at speed and cars, pretty well still together. So I think you guys have accomplished exactly what you came here to do.
Yeah, well, we were looking at how to try and get up to fifth at least, but the Autotech 997 car had an issue. I see they're back out now, only a lap behind, so the boys will be checking some mirrors now, make sure we can stay ahead of them. But look, it's in one piece. We've all had a good laugh, and we're the lead BMW, so I'll take small solace in the Ferraris being really quick.
Yeah, they are really good. Just something about the BMWs that you just can't get them trimmed out to get the top speed out of them like the Ferrari does. But I think some of it's about the car. I know they said something about taking some weight out of it. iRacing took weight out of it and added it to the Ferrari or whatever.
But it looks good though.
It's a good looking car. Yeah, you have to admit
it does look good. Yeah, it looks. Well, Johnson, I tell you, like what John T said right there, done a fantastic job motoring this machine. You're doing what you want to do, and Middle Finger Racing, hey, I tell you what, y'all definitely giving it to, man, this 24 hours here and staying on pace and staying out here. Hope to see you there at the end, though.
You will indeed. Thanks for the chat.
I'll tell you what, right there you go. There's Jonathan, man, with Middle Finger Racing. I tell you, we talked about them earlier. Unique name, unique kind of logo to saying, do it their way, There you go. Looks like driver change for Kinetic Europe. Yow, back in the car. Fall asleep again?
No, I did not. I was looking at something. And it wasn't the back of my eyelids. I really was.
Yeah. I hear you. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'll tell you, it's been a good one so far. The time is winding down in this one. We're 21 and a half hours into the 24-hour run. And it's like a lot of the drivers have said, a lot of drivers that we have talked to have said, now's the time when the fatigue starts setting in and everything starts, concentration has to be there. So, interesting.
Well, I mean, all these guys, it's hard to get any sleep and take a nap when you do these races. I mean, I've done a couple of them, and I don't think I ever went to sleep. I would just stay up and watch what the other guys are doing or try to talk to them and help out. It's just hard for me to lay down and go to sleep knowing that they're racing. Even today, I'm not racing. We're just sitting here calling a race for 6 hours at a time. I sat here and watched it for hours.
I went to sleep.
I could not go to sleep.
I had to. I fell out. But I tell you what, folks, let's take a quick commercial break. Step away for a moment. We are running the majors. 24 hours of Le Mans here. We're at hour number 21 or so. Only about 3 more to go in this one. Theo is going to put it in victory lane, but there's a few. We'll be right back.
The most realistic online racing sim ever made. This is iRacing. Detailed laser scan tracks, fully dynamic real world cars, and over 50 series to choose from. 6 online world championships offering over $100,000 in annual prizes. This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
Service has flourished and retained customers for multiple decades. How? By making our word our bond and delivering the most responsive service and transparent financial details to give our clients the best all-around value in the industry. By not providing cookie-cutter, one-size-fits-all, off-the-shelf solutions. Instead, crafting tailored, customer-centric solutions for each client's individualized business model and needs. By empowering highly ethical, dedicated associates to build true partnerships and mutually beneficial relationships with our accounts. And by cultivating long-term, loyal customers and vendors through each and every one of these guiding principles, and maintaining those relationships with transparent, quality operations. That's why TransService has been successful for 50 years, and that's how we'll continue to grow and flourish long into the future. Let us show you why many of our clients have been with us for over 20 years. It's all about the experience, yours and ours.
All right, we're back, folks, here at Le Mans here at the 24 hours of the majors. Good so far here. And up front, Kinetic Europe still holding that top spot down over the Kinetic American Unorthodox there, sitting in the third place spot. Bombshell Motorsports there in fourth. Kinetic Swift holding on to the top five. See right here on the track. Yao going around some lap traffic here. Makes it do it pretty good.
He's got the Unorthodox Motorsports car right behind him there, trying to see if they can gain some ground here.
Absolutely. So far, so good. You know, that Unorthodox, they're still digging. They're trying to do what they can do to get up here. They're just so far off the pace right now. Hope everybody's enjoyed it so far. We're getting down to the closing hours here. Usually we'd say the closing laps, but it's actually the closing hours of racing these guys. In about 2 hours, 20 more minutes. Put a close to the 24-hour race here at Le Mans. Been all Kinetic up front, though.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, though. I mean, unorthodox, what they had to go through is really put them behind the 8 ball to begin with from the start of the race, having the connection issues that they had. I mean, just right now to be running in the podium position here, it looks like, as long as they can keep it out there and keep it in one piece, they're definitely going to wind up, third or better. So, good showing for those guys here. And I mean, they definitely let the Kinetic guys know that they were here and they were the real deal. So, sure they'll be looking forward to the next opportunity they have to come out here and try to put it on the Connect team.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, I just found this here. Go to the www.pacificmajors.com. Go over to the competition committee. There's a good picture there of John King. So if you're wondering who we was talking to earlier, put a picture with the face. Yeah. That didn't sound right, but put a picture with the voice. How's that?
Put a face to the voice.
I know, man.
Whatever. We don't know what we're saying anymore. It's almost 6 a.m. So
sorry about that, but
wow. If we're tired, we know the daggone drivers are tired. I don't care what.
That's why we say fun and exciting sim racing. You're home for that here, online SIMRACINgnetwork.com. You never just know what's going to come out of our mouths, face, or whatever you want to call it there. But yeah, like I said,
we're one of the two things. We're never both at the same time.
Absolutely.
We're either fun or exciting.
But it's good. It's got the competition committee right there. Yeah, it's good who they are, and it's just those guys right there that, like John King mentioned earlier, what it takes to run and organize an event like this. And too, there, John, him mentioning earlier on, not just what we don't see. Obviously, a lot of people see the broadcasted side of the races, but they don't see the other races that are being organized, the Sportsman Series that they mentioned of, and so much more of the background stuff going on in the league that does not get seen. And definitely, that is known, but wow, just a multitude of things.
Well, and the other thing is, it's hard to have people that are that dedicated to working in your league and working to help grow the league and gain drivers and put the time and effort in. I mean, nobody's getting rich off of this deal, It's mainly because it's fun, and that's what it's all about. And it's hard to find good people like that want to help a league, and then not only that, but they take it a extra step with helping your team or you as a driver and take an interest in you. And that's just not something that you find a lot of on the service. It's something that, like I said, I think is lacking in a lot of leagues across iRacing, where it's just, pay us your entry fee and then
go.
That's it.
Yeah. Well, I like what John King said about it. It's not a picture of me. It's just a really good looking guy's pick I found. All right. Good looking guy there. There you go.
I had to throw that part. It's not him, but it is a good looking guy.
Yeah, good looking guy. Hey. Absolutely. I love it. There you go. But I agree with you, like I said, with the amount of efforts put in here. Tell you right now, though, Kinetic's been the team. Now, Atlantic Racing, they have held down the LMP2, top spot, Atlantis Racing Esports team. They've held that down from the get-go for quite a while now. Kinetic Racing Force right there behind them. Force could actually close in. They have a little bit of mishaps here.
It could, but I mean, Marston's doing a terrific job. I mean, look at his lap times. It's just mirroring at one after the other after the other. 333s over and over. It goes in and pits, comes out, runs 34s. Just great job by him, providing, good solid laps for his team, just keeping them up front, doing exactly what they need to do, and that's just turn laps. Decent competitive laps. You don't have to push it over the edge or anything. Just, you got yourself in this position, now keep yourself there.
Absolutely. Like this other one here, if we go back and look on the website there again, Pacific.com, you got a lot of information. Hall of Fame. Constructor Championship, which is basically team championship. Kind of a fancy word of putting it. That's really a road race style term. But Alliance Racing, back in 20...
Is constructor is a fancy term?
Well, for team it is, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, for team it is. Come on, man.
I like how you paused for a second because you were like, really, John? Like,
for team it is.
That's where the filter of part of Joe White, the filter caught what he wanted to say to me. It was like, no, we're not going to do that. Nah, but I got to give you a hard time.
I know. Oh, I'm reading what Chris Stump said out there. Fun driver's fact, Tommy Haynes. That's what he say, Tom. Yeah.
Fueled on Bang energy drink.
Bang energy drink and midget. Good night, almighty. Oh, boy, the things, I tell you what. Woo! Ain't going to be a party after this race. We can already tell. But back to what I was saying here on the championship here. Alliance Racing, 2016, 2017, held it down. Kinetic Racing there in 2018. Bombshell Motorsports back in 20. Turn 1 Heroes 2018. Alliance Racing 20 Pacific. Kinetic Racing. John King on that one. There you go. 2019 International and 2019 European. Names on there twice for and back to Alliance Racing. So it looks like your top teams, like what he was talking about before, Alliance Racing and Kinetic Racing. Two newer teams here in the majors, but definitely some top tier. Then if you go in here, you look again. Pictures of some drivers talking about and seeing out here throughout the whole entire. And actually, there's a picture of Christian Chandler. I don't know how new it is, but it says a 2019 European. But it does have a picture of him. It looks like got some way long hair there.
Got the long rocker hair going on.
Yes, he does. I'm just looking through here, just world of teams out here. The drivers, actually a good breakdown of what teams we have out here. You know, we talk about Kinetic, and right now Kinetic Europe, who is hanging on to the top spot. Down here. And you got Gabriel. It actually breaks down. They got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers. And you've actually seen all 5 of these drivers throughout this whole entire run. So there's a good thing to go if you want to see what drivers are running and what teams running out here. There you go. Kinetic Europe today. Caius, Christian, Linden, Al. Tommy Haynes. No, wait a minute. Tommy Haynes ain't driving in it.
No, Chris is just being funny.
I thought of Chris Stump, man, looked familiar.
Yeah, that's. And don't worry, Chris. I took a picture of that. I've already sent it to Tommy. So.
Oh no.
He'll get a kick out of that.
Bang energy drinks and dancing.
So going back, I'm looking at car 70. That's the Kinetic Racing Energy team. They're in 4th place, just a lap behind Hippo Racing. They made up some time there. Came out of the pits with a new driver.
I see that, Tommy Vandergoff. All right.
However you say that. Yeah, it sounds pretty close.
Yeah, I would say that's probably Vandergott, something like that.
Yeah, I'm sorry that we butcher people's names, but
I apologize. I'll say it straight up.
we're just hillbillies. What do we know, right?
Absolutely.
We didn't say we were fancy.
Mike told us up here, cover the race, have fun, and folks were having a blast. I mean, we don't want to take nothing away from the action on here on this track because we learned a lot, and it has been very, very entertaining. And I don't want to take anything away from any of these drivers and teams and the effort that they put into running a full 24 hours. But, we definitely want to make it fun and exciting for y'all guys out there, too. And hope you've enjoyed it, man. I love interacting with a lot of y'all.
We said we're fun and exciting. We didn't say anything about being fancy, so.
that don't, no.
That's not part of the deal.
No. I do got some, I got some pound cake and a cup of water.
Yeah, I've been chowing down on some Cheetos.
Oh, yeah, that's American way right there. Hey, there you go. Well, out front, FT1 Motorsports still holding down the GT top spot. They have actually had one of the faster machines out here all race long. Making up a lot of ground. Well, it'd be interesting to see you out there in the chat. Who are you still pulling for? Who's y'all's favorite drivers out there? I know drivers are so forth, but if you've got a favorite driver out there, show them off. Or if you want to jump up into the interview room there and you want to get a talk in, by all means, up here and definitely let us know how your race is going. How
Please come talk about something so we don't.
Oh, well, hey, I'll find stuff to talk about now. I mean, we talk about this great racing going on this track. John might be getting tired. I'm wide awake.
Definitely tired. No.
I'm wide awake. I'm a night owl anyways. I will admit this is the first time I've ever done a broadcast this late at night. So it's definitely different and new to me. Definitely haven't enjoyed it. We're seeing right there, he's got that Atlantis Racing esports team machine. They have owned right now and been the top team in LMP2 class. Pretty much for a lot of the events so far.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about Kinetic a lot, with, their dominance in the LMP1 class. Obviously, we know they've done a terrific job, but Atlantis Racing Esport, they've done a great job in the LMP2. No emissions, been pretty close to them, having a great race themselves. They've got a good race going for second spot between No Emission and Kinetic Racing Force, both on the same lap. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out. You got, two teams there definitely going to be guaranteed a podium spot, but second or third place, we'll see how that winds up. And then FT1 Motorsport in the GT class. They've been up here up front pretty much all day. Them and Big Bone, they were up there even when we were on for the first 6 hours.
That's absolutely correct there. Good one. That team missed Apex were 100% living up the slogan. Wrong and last, but just happy we're still running. Hey, you are still running. I'll give you credit.
Well, and that's what they talked about, in the first 6 hours when we had them on, was just talking about, they wanted to get the experience and just run the race and try to finish it out. And so they're doing a great job. Obviously, when you run back, not what you expect, not what you want, but, their goal is to try to finish the race, and that's what they're doing. So I like it when people don't quit. I don't care where you're running, just keep going because you never know what's going to happen.
The driver change for Kinetic Swift Racing. Or, actually, no. They're out. Oh, what happened there, Dean? Kinetic Swift Racing either blinked out or out of the race as of a moment. Happen to see that flash up there, John? Then the same thing I'm saying?
I am, yeah.
Wow. So, again, I mean, folks, it's not over with yet. Even though Kinetic has, dominated through this thing. Now you just got to look. That's one of their top teams right there. Kinetic Swift Racing out of the race here for the LMP1. It could happen very quickly, and maybe John King out there can give us an update on what happened to those guys. Technical difficulties on their end, some internet problems or whatnot. But it could definitely happen with the top guys up there with the Kinetic Europe and American team.
Or maybe all their drivers have to go to work pretty soon.
I got to go back to what Jonathan was saying. What struck me was he said the one guy, well, they started at midnight, ran his stint, and he had to be at work at 5 in the morning. Phenomenal. Wow. That's commitment. I get my hats off. I mean, boss man in the morning will say, why are you so slow? I was racing on iRacing.
I feel like that would go over real well.
That Swift retired, too much damage. I missed where he might have got the damage at. Didn't know he had a lot of damage on the car, so we missed something on the racetrack there with the team. But the Swift Racing retired, too much damage to drive the car safely. One of the Kinetic main teams out already. All right, John, out there in the chat. Hope you got some more fingers and toes to start crossing. Might want to start crossing your teammates or whoever's with you. That could happen to your other teams there.
Now he's going to say that you're trying to put the curse on his cars.
Well, I like trying to bring a little bit of worry here. We got to bring that. There's the excitement part. There you go. There's the excitement.
Look, Christian's still awake. He can stay awake and watch a broadcast, but driving the car put him to sleep.
I know he did say that earlier. And the man tried to pay you to get in his car. I tell you what, wow. But I mean, obviously, damage too much wouldn't have mattered. But right now, Kinetic Racing Europe on pit road, along with American on pit road. This will definitely not be their last time on pit road. I don't think the driver changed this moment. I think Gal will stay in the car, and he does. No, my bad. Vincent is in it. Oh, Yal's going to stay in his car. Four-hour stint. Now, Sam was the one I believe we talked to. Came up that pretty much sounded like he was out of. Very, very tired. I'm listening in while half awake. That's talent right there. Man can drive anything and watch a race while he's half awake.
He can do anything. He can drive half asleep and he can listen half awake.
That's. But Sam said he did a 4-hour stint right. That's a long time in one of these cars. I still, my hats off to a lot of these teams doing for 21 hours straight. Actually, we're clocking to the 22-hour mark right now. We have 2 hours to go. That's a long time to be awake. I mean, we've said it before, the level of concentration that you got to have. And at this point, I mean, John, I mean, how much of those guys talking in your ear you got to have to keep you awake as a driver?
I guess it depends on how accustomed you are to running races like this. But I know for me personally, when I did Daytona, I had to have somebody talk to me for a while because I think I did about a 3-hour stint. And, you can just kind of lull yourself into this little mode, and you kind of zone out, and then you forget. They're like, you're not really pushing the car. What are you doing? You're like, oh, I'm not, am I? Like,
Fall asleep behind the wheel.
Yeah,
And
I
there's
mean,
where you
kinda
get in the
just-
zone. Yeah, you talk about getting in the zone. There you go.
Yeah, that's not the zone you want to be in, though. That's the
No,
problem.
no. And I agree
So
with you.
we talked about all kinds of things. I was telling people how to play poker, how to bet at blackjack, all kinds of stuff. Just anything to stay awake.
While you were racing?
Yeah.
Did y'all win?
We actually finished second in the GT class.
All right.
Yeah, we ran a Ferrari and
Y'all
had
cheated.
Actually, a very good. No, we didn't. Actually, we had a very good race. And I mean, look, I'm not gonna like
Hey, that's good.
spread a
finish,
bunch of
though. That's
Kool-Aid
good
around. I mean, you're talking about a bunch of guys who are circle track drivers, and we decided to go out there. None of us had a super high I rating, obviously, on the roadside, so it was an easier split. But still, for us to have never done any road course
hey,
racing,
that's a good feat.
we
my
finished.
hats
The
off to
car
you.
was barely banged up, and we just did whatever it took. Our main problem was
like
just
to-
making small adjustments and trying to stay awake.
Yeah, you know what I thought about doing it if I could maybe just get up enough. I'd like to do the 6 hours of walking someone. That would be cool. I probably could do a small stint like that. I don't know if I could. I don't think I ever could probably do a race like this. My body wouldn't hold up to be able to mash the pedals and stuff for that long.
It wears you out, man. But just from a sim racing aspect, it's tiring unless you're just really young and really in shape, and
Well, I'm old,
you know.
and out of shape.
Yeah, I know it.
And broke.
I'm 36, but basically have the body of a 50-year-old man now. Being through some things I've been through, combat, and then getting thrown off a motorcycle, and everything else that tried to kill me, and whatever doesn't kill you will try again. So.
Well, don't say that, man. I done been through a brain tumor, and I don't want another one of them. Now, come on.
Hey, what they say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
True.
I gotta tell you, after my motorcycle wreck, I don't feel any stronger. So,
yeah, true. Well, Matt Greer,
when the throttle hangs and you go into a turn and you get thrown 50 feet, you're pretty much beat.
Yeah, that would hurt. Watching a replay here of Matt, I'm gonna say Gelder, running in a GTE car there, 19th overall. Watching him right there, he just kind of looped it going around the turn. Off track. Didn't really hit anything, but just kind of looped it around.
Yeah, they got, some front end damage on that car. Might have a little bit to do with it. Trying to make up whatever spots they can. They're a lap behind the Auto Tech guys, so just trying to push it out there. No harm in that. Trying to get all you can get here at the end of these stints, into the race.
Oh, yeah. And that's Matt for the UDOX GT series team there. And, they've had an up and down eventful race so far. But again, hats off to them out there. Not giving up. Coming back out here and they're saying what they got. Watching Christopher. Oh, yeah. Went off track. Fast for some reason. Don't know what happened there. Just overshot the turn. He stopped. And then clicked on in the pit. So Christopher running in the LMP2 class. Yeah. Kind of strange there. Kind of ran off track and then clicked off into the pit. Had to tote it off. I don't know if maybe something happened. John, we haven't mentioned it. Well, we've said this at this point. Here's where you start feeling the fatigue set in. You're either committed at this point to go the rest of the distance, or I mean Do you sometimes as a driver just say, man, I just can't do it?
I mean, you might have your guys out there, they're, tired, or they just don't feel like they can do what the team needs them to do. Maybe they feel like somebody else has done better over the last couple stints. You'll have a guy say, hey, as long as I've met my required time, let somebody else do it. But most guys are racers and they want to get out and try to do it. So if a guy pushes it over the line a little bit and makes a mistake, those things are going to happen. And you can't fault a guy for trying to get as much as you can out of a race car. That's what you're supposed to do.
Absolutely. And I'm with you. Just the amount of concentration these gentlemen have to have out here. The kinetic in a racing American machine there. Vincent coming up on one of the GTE cars, passing right part. That is probably the ideal part of the track to catch slower ones down that long backstretch. And okay, let me throw this out here to you. Maybe John, but anybody out in the chat, there's got to be a name for that long backstretch back there. So what is the official name of that long backstretch, long stretch back there on this track? We were talking about that earlier, Indianapolis turns, the poor chicanes, and Ford, Ford chicane right there and all, but kind of curious of I know that long backstretch has a name to it. So, anybody out there, did the kinetic momentum run out of fuel? Yeah, not that I know of, he didn't. I don't know. We haven't gotten confirmation on that. On to, that's another thing there. Yeah, Christopher went off the track. Then he went into pits. He's back on pits. That's a good call there. I don't know if he was maybe running out of fuel. That could have been another thing we didn't think about. Maybe just overshot and wasn't going to make it back around.
Well, maybe not. I'm going back to take a look.
He just pulled off the track and then towed it to pit road. Now he's back out there running up the speed and up the power. So it does look like that the kinetic racing momentum machine there, the LMP2, could have. He just overshot pit road, thought he could make it back around, and that car just, not enough fuel. Good catch right there. Good catch. All right. Is this, wouldn't that be like Don Fresco or something? Francisco or something like that? How you pronounce his name? Gentleman running in the LMP 10th overall.
62 Can-Am Racing, right?
Yes. Yep.
John Francois Arsenal.
Yeah, John Francois. Okay. Looks pretty good. Car right there, Can-Am. Good job. And we got a new leader in the, actually it's not a new leader, but it's a new driver there in Atlanta's Racing Esports team out there putting in LMP. And Will, who we talked to earlier, Jock, we talked to earlier in the day, out there in LMP2 machines running. That's not where you want to catch lap traffic right there. No emission, or excuse me, Kinetic Racing Force. Got Will Leslie. No, we spoke to him. And I got confirmation, yep, ran out of fuel. Momentum did. That's going to hurt him on track right there. Gabriel out of the car. The Kinetic guys.
Yes, they lost a little bit of time there, but they had a little bit that they could give up. Can-Am's, right there a lap behind them now, so can't have any more, incidents on track or anything like that go down if they want to hold the position they got. But they've done a good job, as a team. What John was up here talking about earlier with those guys, kind of exceeding their expectations. Good group of drivers and all that, but just out here to get back at it, get the feel for it, get the experience under their belt. So doing what they need to do and just trying to finish the race out.
Still didn't get confirmation. Oh yeah, we did. Excuse me. Kinetic Swift earlier crashed out. Basically, too much damage on the car and out of the race. You can see him falling down in the running order. Hey, one of the most dominant cars out there, but you've still got Kinetic Racing Europe, Kinetic Racing America, still out front running this one. Unorthodox Motorsports right there in third. Bombshell Motorsports still out there. They've had an up and down racing themselves. A few mishaps here and there, but still doing, hanging tough in the fourth place spot. Josh just seems to keep turning right. Josh, let me. Gabriel said, I don't know, they went to bed. B is talking about Josh out there. What's he talking about there, John?
I'm going through trying to find it myself.
What team? Don't know. What team are you talking about there? Josh is on. I know it. Yeah, Swift car crashed on the straight. We missed it, unfortunately, and that's one of the things about road racing. I see sometimes who crashes over here on side view. That'll give me an indication, but sometimes I don't fast enough. But unfortunately, wow. Right, that's what I'm saying. But who's the team that you're spotting for? That's what. R85. Kinetic Swift car said he didn't crash and didn't fly. Yeah, I mean, mechanical problems, anything can happen.
Oh, so I've gone back and found the incident for the 85.
Oh, okay.
The Kinetic Swift. It was on lap 363. Coming out of the turn, going in the straight, and the car just goes right and drifts over to the wall on the right-hand side and cuts across the track and slams on the left-hand side and just rides the wall. So may have had a black screen or, issue with the steering wheel or something like that.
Yeah, it could be. We've seen that earlier in the race. That's right, man. Middle finger. Yeah, we remember that. That was cool. Oh,
Yeah, so
Jono. That's
now,
right, Jonathan. So yeah, we know you by Jonathan, not Jono.
now I see what they mean by their car was completely jacked after that. It was basically just dog tracking.
Yeah, a little bit far for me to go back on this one to try to find it on that, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
unfortunate that they're out of the race, and that happens. We've seen it actually earlier. Guys losing it, slamming into the wall. We saw not unorthodox, but Bombshell Motorsports earlier, same incident down the straightaway. Car just wiggled, right into the wall. Chalk it up to John Gable.
No, not me.
Well, I've not seen Mike out there talk in a while. I don't know if he's stepped away, went to bed. I mean, I know he's over here on the same time. I don't know about the same Eastern time frame, but if he's on the Eastern time frame, it's going about 6:30 p.m. close to it here. So if he is like on a Pacific time or anything like that, he'd be 3 hours behind us, so it'd be even earlier for him. Hey, maybe he's stepped away. I know a lot of the European guys during the day there for those guys. Not quite sure what the time frame is in Australia at this point. You're a military man there, John. What you got?
For time?
Sure.
Well, I'd have to look it up, to be honest with you. Because they're on
me
a
too.
totally different...
I'm with you. I'd have to look it up. Well, right now...
But it depends on where you are in Australia. That's the thing.
I got you.
So Google says in Canberra, it's 10:23 p.m.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah, there's different time zones
I got
because
you.
it's a large country. So
Okay. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, either way, just a good different time difference here between where we're sitting here in the States and over there.
over in Australia, basically, it's between 7:24 p.m. and 10:24 p.m.
Ah, okay.
Sunday night. So
Sunday night. Well,
way ahead.
Jonathan. Hey, there you go. Yeah, we know you by Jonathan. Jono. Most of your drivers are Sydney and Victorian based. Okay, awesome. Well, right now, I mean, like I say, Middle Finger Racing, they're the top BMW, and we were talking about that earlier. They're fifth place sitting right now. Porsche was dominating the GT class early on, but it seems like now it's been dominated by most of the Ferraris. And we're watching FT1 Motorsports here. He has got, it looks like, the leader of LMP1s coming up on his back end. And you see him flashing the lights like, hey, want to get around you. Let him go around him here.
Oh, he definitely
does.
Yeah, he's got absolutely nothing to gain and everything to lose by not just moving over. But it was also a really good spot. So, I mean, they're ahead by 4 laps.
What I believe it was King earlier mentioned the fact a lot of your class leaders, which obviously would be FT1 Motorsports right now, Cameron, in the LMP1 class, Atlantis Racing and Kinetic Racing Europe. At this point on, with the leads that they have, they can sit back and afford to pick their spots on when to pass and when not to pass, as opposed to like what they're talking about, somebody like Unorthodox or maybe, Hippo Racing or some of those guys who are wanting to push the envelope a little bit to catch up. They can't.
They can take it easy, but Cameron's not taking it too easy. He came through there.
I see that.
Killing the curbs.
Well, but here's the thing too, John. We have sit and talked about this with these cars. And we watched the LMP1, we watched the LMP2 class, and we watched those guys go around this track. They just look like they're on rails and so smooth. I mean, those things glide through the turns. But again, we've talked about the GTE car. It is such a handful, and we can already see it. He seems like he's just having to muscle that thing around this track.
He is, but you got a big lead like they have, and a little confidence in yourself. It doesn't hurt anything to go out there and keep pushing. That's.
Well, you don't want to push it in the wall.
Yeah, no. It's so much of it's memory though. When you ask a driver to back down, it's a hard thing to get anybody to do. Is to slow down or anything. They don't want to do that. So, he's doing what he needs to do. Obviously, they've been up front all day long. We've got. Let's see what time we got here. We're 22 hours, almost 22 and a half hours in here. So just a little bit farther to go and they can cap this one off. But
if you notice what he's doing right here, he's taking his time going around this lap car. He could have shot the gap there a couple times, but he definitely is. He's taking his time, being very patient going around them.
Yeah, a lot of it was waiting on the car to get up to speed.
That's true.
That kind of put him in a tough spot there.
I was like, Cameron doesn't know easy. Solid Aussie driver. There you go.
Yeah, you could tell the way he came through there, hitting those curves.
Wide open. I'll give him credit.
He's not backing down. So,
Dennis Van Der Linden, big bone racing, but he's got in that Ferrari. How well he's pushing it here. Maybe he's pretty comfortable where he are. Tore up the cone right there, but like he's just kind of out there for a Sunday drive.
Well, he's racing basically for second, unless something happens to FD1. He turned a 55 to Cameron's 49. Let's see what Hippo racing.
Yeah, Hippo.
They ran a 53, so he was 2 seconds faster than Big Bone Racing. So really, it's between Big Bone and Hippo for the second, third spot. Kinetic Racing Energy, right there, running in the fourth position, and GTE they're a lap behind Hippo. So it should come down to a good race here at the end for the second place, as long as nothing happens to FT1.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. Go back here, Atlantis in the LMP1 class, bumping the wall just a little bit. Oh, hard licking to the side. And John, I'm going to tell you what, by just looking at that car now, that might have knocked the toe out of the front end of that machine for Atlantis Racing Esports. They were leading the LMP1 class, and he just smacked the wall hard. I don't know, but looking at that car going down the straight, cocked sideways. Trouble.
The left side's definitely banged up a little bit on that car. Coming down pit road now, probably going to get some of this damage taken care of. They've got, a couple laps. Kinetic Racing Force. Right now, second place in that class. They're 3 laps down. So you're looking at about 10 or 11 minutes.
And, plenty of time to catch. But here's the thing. If you can't get that car back out there straight, it could be well off the pace, and this could set Kinetic Racing Force up to take that top spot. 18 minutes is what they said of repairs. Wow, what a turn of events for the LMP1 Atlantis Racing Esports team, out front leading it, smacking the wall in this one. Now they got 18 minutes of repairs. You could almost say Kinetic Racing Force is going to take over the top spot. And at LMP2, that's going to put two of their teams, two classes at the top. We said it. It's not over with. Anything can happen. So, King, if you're still listening out there, top two guys, man, whoo, we just saw it right there. Wow.
Yeah, and in these races, a lot does happen in the, first couple stages of the race, and then definitely in the last 2 to 4 hours. You get guys out here and they just continue to push, and it's a long race. Guys might get tired. All kinds of things come into play in these races. We know the track has undergone a change. The track temp's up to 90 now. It was about 63, 64 when we came on the air, hours ago. So getting hot and slick out there. So it's definitely different for these guys.
Ralph said frames went down and then he just crashed. So definitely a spike in there. It alludes to the fact that we talked earlier. In a virtual world, some things you just can't control. But, yeah, he came into that turn a little hot. Just didn't get woed down fast enough. And then, bam, right there into the turn. Anything can happen. Just like that. Out and about racing, have a huge, huge lead. And now it's pretty much all but gone. Puts it right back in Kinetic Racing Force's hands for the LMP2 class. LMP1, Kinetic Racing Europe, and American still holding on top spot.
Yeah, looking at the Big Bong Racing team in GT, they've got a new driver in now. Demi Ogunrimi. Hope I'm saying that correctly. I apologize if I'm not.
Who?
In there now. Demi Ogunrimi.
Demi.
So he's going out for his next stint here, and he turned some pretty fast laps last time he was out. So be interesting to see how much time they can make up here, because he was super fast.
Absolutely, man. I tell you, that's a top tier team right there. Just late in the race, tragic. The wreck, and hate to see that on their end. Yeah, 22 hours in and first and crash. That is definitely just some unlucky stuff, and don't know what Demi's doing down the front stretch there, weaving back and forth.
Getting heat in those tires. That's what he's doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, hey.
He's wanting to turn some fast laps out of the gate.
And he needs to make up some time. Well, he's still holding on to the second place spot, though.
Right. What they're trying to do is get a gap on Hippo Racing, who's behind them, same lap. So he's just trying to help
Keep
grow
doing
the
that,
gap.
you're going to hit the wall. Tell him stop. Makes me nervous every time he does that.
I got a feeling he knows what he's doing.
Well,
so
I know he knows what he's doing, but it makes me
watch.
nervous watching him when he does it. I want him to lose that thing and end up hitting the wall. You ever seen some catastrophic stuff? Tell him quit. I don't know how big the tires are up underneath that thing, but weaving that thing at some high speed going down the straights. It has definitely been a good one, and now, like I said, we had some wild turn of events here. That's going to put Kinetic Racing Force. They're pretty much all but probably going to leapfrog Atlantis Racing Esports. And I feel like even if they got a lot of that damage repaired, the car probably still will be damaged, because when he hit, that thing was kind of cocked sideways, so it had to mess up the toe of the car real bad.
Definitely going to play a big factor there. I mean, unfortunately, they just got so much damage to fix. That's going to probably do it for them and give the lead over to the Kinetic Racing Force team. As long as they don't have an issue here, they need to know the situation and what's at stake for them to keep that car on the track.
And now is when we talked about earlier, you said, racers want to go, they want to go, they want to go. But now you just said it right there. Now's when you, as a spotter, or driver, or as a team owner, or whatever, you go, Will, hey, look, here's the situation we're in. And we can take this top spot and win the LMP2 class here, our class, if we just maintain what we're doing. Don't make any mistakes. Don't overdrive the car. In other words, don't try to be a hero at this point. We don't have to be.
Exactly. And some people don't. We were talking about the Big Bone Racing GT, Demi being out there trying to grow the gap, and that's because Hippo Racing is only about a quarter of a track behind, maybe a little over a quarter track, but still you want to grow that gap if you can, because I'm looking at the map to see where they are. And the Hippo Racing team's not far behind, so if they have a little slip up there, Hippo will be there to capitalize on it.
Right. And I'm hungry Hippo. I had to say
You
that.
got that right.
I've been wanting to say that all day. I mean, that's a cool name.
Good, you got it.
I mean, look, you got a big bone, and you got a hungry hippo. He wants to take a bite out of that bone. Aha. Funny. Oh. Folks, John don't really have like what a fast sense of humor. All right.
I do, but not at 6:30 in the morning.
Oh, look, I tell you
I'm
what.
the least morning person you will ever meet in your entire life.
Yeah, I'm with you there, but usually I'm up at this time of morning, but so it doesn't really matter to me there. We see one of the LMP1 machines go around the Hippo Racing there of Marcus. And, you were just talking about it, but it does look like, we're watching Marcus here on the track. Look like he's pushing that car too much. Not like what we were seeing up there with the FT1 Motorsports, and he has a lead out front. He is out there just wheeling that thing around the track.
Yeah, tell you another team coming on is a 70 of Kinetic Racing Energy in the GTE class. Tommy still out there turning laps, doing a great job. Last lap was a 3:51. Turning good lap times right now. He and Hippo Racing are on the same lap. Hippo's only one lap behind Big Bone Racing. So good race here for second, third, fourth position.
Riding along here with Marcus of Hippo Racing, excuse me, folks. Just riding it inside cockpit view. Just gives you a good idea of what these guys are going through in these turns. He looks very smooth with the wheel right now. Even in the turns, doesn't look like he's wrestling with that machine. That just means a very well handling car right now. I mean, very smooth through the S's right there. Oh yeah, just no sawing of the wheel or whatnot. Very smooth cornering with that machine right now. So whatever setup's on it, definitely very stable. Kind of give you an idea of the FT1 Motorsports there. Cameron, let's see what he looks like going through the turns. You can see just a little bit right there. He had to actually, looks like that car broke free just for a split second. He saw the wheel going to the turn right there. So just kind of, showing the difference. Driving style there. Hippo Racing Marcus looks very, very smooth, clean. The FT1 Motorsports there of Cameron could be the difference in setups and the way the cars react. And looks like he's, maybe, wrestling with that wheel, getting up on those turns or curbs a lot more. The apex there. a lot more than what the other teams are.
Yeah, Cameron's still out there wheeling the heck out of that thing.
Yeah, I mean, and you can see it. We're riding along inside cockpit here with him, and you're just seeing the way he's wrestling a little bit with the wheel in the turns. Very aggressive style to be leading. I mean, if I was my crewman, I'd be, hey, calm down. They even went in that turn right there. That's a momentum turn. He kind of sawed it going in just a little bit, and you can see him, yeah, throughout the whole entire turn, just kind of muscling that car. I don't know if that machine is ill handling at this point or not.
I don't think it's ill handling. I think the driver's driving it like he's ill.
It is. I mean, we're riding along with him, and he is definitely, he's a wheel man right now. I'm going through the part where they say it's the Porsche chicanes. Porsche S's, or so to speak, and we'll head up to the Ford chicane. How's that?
That's perfect.
Absolutely. I learned
Consummate
something.
professional.
I learned something. Just watching him, it just seems like when he goes in those turns, he's kind of having to saw that wheel just a little bit. A lot more than what we saw from the Hippo Racing driver there, Marcus, earlier. He was way smooth in the turns. Right now, Cameron just, I mean, muscling this thing around the track. Now,
Being aggressive. He picked up a full second from his previous lap.
Now, with that said, too, John, we talked about it earlier. Fatigue, with him muscling this thing around here, it's got to work on you as a driver.
Over time it will, but you get down to, the section of the race here where you got to pull through for your team. They expect you to, do a terrific job. You're not in the car at the end of these races for no reason.
Except
you're
for
in
the
the
guy,
car
man,
'cause
that
you're-
fell asleep beside his rig. That would be the meme of the century for SIMRACING there. Just show that picture of a guy just laid out, side of his rig.
Right. I like what Cameron's doing. I mean, that yes, they have a large lead to work with, but he's just not gonna take that chance. He's comfortable with what he's doing. Say if he's comfortable, let him rock on
true.
and keep doing what he's doing. It's good experience for him too, to do this, and
As long as
they got a little bit of a gap to work with. Yeah, as long as you don't tear it up. I mean, let him rock on. So.
Hey, we just had another change up here. I don't know if that's because they went into the pits or not. The Kinetic Racing Force was up the second in the LMP2, but now No Emissions Motorsports is up leading. Now, I said before, now Kinetic Racing Force would have had it, but wow. The Kinetic Racing Force had to go into the pits, making a pit stop. Again, none of these cars are going to be able to make it to the end. They're going to definitely have to pit again, so No Emissions going to have to pit. They have not taken over the top spot away from Atlantis Racing. Neither one of those teams have yet. But they're still on pit road getting that, getting a lot of that repairs done. It's inevitable that one of those teams will, leapfrog Atlantis Racing with the amount of repairs. I don't know if anybody can give us an update on how long they might have left in pit road. No Emissions now in the LMP2 class up to second. Boy, he is passing a GT car in a tight turn.
Yeah, that's another one. Jock is doing a really good job here. Doing what he needs to do to make up some time. So, they're going to.
We never asked how to say his last name.
Second position. Yeah, I know. That's
Sojo?
No, I don't think it's pronounced that way. But
No, I don't need it. Got to be. Those got to be. SJ. How's that? Right now, Kinetic Energy Racing America on pit road. Vincent still in the machine for that one. Johnson says, I guess about 7 minutes still, yeah. And there you go. No Emissions Motorsports and Kinetic Racing Force have leapfrogged Atlantis Racing LMP2. No Emissions now taking over the top spot in that class. Unfortunate. Better start. John, here's the thing. We're coming up on the final hour here of the race. As a team, what starts going through your mind of what do you need to do here to maybe try to make up some track position?
The biggest thing that anybody can do, obviously, is just be mistake-free. I mean, I'm stating a very obvious thing. I realize I'm wearing the Captain Obvious logo right now, but that's pretty much all you can do now. If you're these teams, No Emission, Kinetic Racing Force, and LMP2, you're going to try to maybe get out there on fresher tires first. They might try something to get ahead of each other here because they're definitely pitting at different times, but we'll see how it works out because they're going to have to pit at least one more time. So.
Yep. Driver change for the Kinetic Racing Force team there as we see Will out there. Yeah, you're right. Big shout out to the Atlantis guys. Running very well and out there, just unfortunate set of circumstances there. Wrecking, hitting a wall, tearing the car up can happen to any of them. They definitely had one of the fastest machines out there for the LMP2s. Right now, No Emissions and Will. What do y'all think y'all's chances of catching No Emissions out there? What do you think, John? Do you think Kinetic Racing Force has got it? Be able to catch them?
Yeah, absolutely they do. It's just going to be a matter of the pit strategy here in the last, we got hour and 14 minutes or so. So see how it works out for both these teams. They're two different strategies here. I always think that Jock's coming in down pit road, but he just takes that corner wide.
Looking at they're both on the same lap. So when Jock has to make that pit, not quite sure the gap interval do here. About a lap difference. Well, only showing about 14-second difference between the two. Is that right?
It looks like it looking on the map.
Yeah, about 14 seconds. So, with that said, yes, as soon as Jock was to make his pit stop, that's going to put Kinetic Racing is going to leapfrog him. Now, my question out there, and I don't know if anybody's going to answer it or not. Can Kinetic go the entire distance? From my calculations, no. But, I have been fooled before. What do you think, John?
Well, let's see. We'll do some math real quick and I can tell.
Showing here the battles on track.
So it looks like LMP2s are going about 13 laps. And that's at a little over 3.5 minutes a lap.
That puts them in about 50 minutes, right?
Yeah, it's very close. I would say they're going to short pit at some point to get some fresh tires on there and fill it up with fuel so they can make it to.
Okay. So basically, it's going to come down. I think this race is going to come down to the last pit stop. Take tires. Do you take? How much fuel are you going to need? Because from what we're calculating up here, looks like you're not going to need a full tank of fuel. Make it there, but 48 minutes per stint. Okay, yeah. So that's going to put them with about 20 minutes left. So you think about short pitting. We talk about this in the NASCAR side of things. Short pitting a lot of time to make up ground. Do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to think about it. You can do some other things in your mapping and take some power out of it and try to save some fuel so you make an extra lap or two, or at least one lap. Maybe you could get that out of it. With it being such a large track, that's hard to do. But we're going to find out when this no emissions team is going to come to pit road, because they're pretty close to their window here. I think they've got about maybe 2 laps left, and they'd have to come down pit road.
Yeah, there's no way they can make the entire distance here. And you're right, they definitely have to come within about the next several minutes. And that's the no emissions team that we're talking about right there, Jock and company. That's going to lead or hand the lead over to Kinetic Racing Force. Titus? They said it earlier. Say that. Bias is
Oldest?
Yeah, hey. Oldest, yeah. Yeah, I want to apologize to a lot of the drivers out there. Go back and watch it. Yeah, we're working on the names here. I know I am working on them, and messed up a few of them out there, and I know they'll probably go back and go, man, brother, these two guys are. Who's that one guy up there? What's wrong with him?
You got 2 rednecks calling a road race.
Hey, but you know what? Hey, I'm having fun, so I don't want to take away from it. Not to say that we can't do it.
Well, you got to start somewhere, right?
I don't want to put too much emphasis on that fact of can't do it.
Hey,
I know a lot about road racing.
We're here for the last 6.
I know more about road racing than a lot of people want to give credit for.
I've learned a ton.
Absolutely.
That stuff I didn't know. I mean, it's been a lot of fun. I mean, watching the guys has been awesome. The competition out here, and it's getting really close here at the end. Everybody's tired at this point. So it'll be interesting to see, how these guys, when they come out and they get some tires on it, hurry up, get the heat in it, try to put down fast laps as you can, even though everybody's exhausted at this point.
Yeah. Kinetic Europe is on pit road. Yeah, you're right. I mean, everybody at this point, you're getting down to the closing times, closing part of the lap, exhaustion, like you said, starting to set in. The fatigue part of this race, and is it over with yet? But again, these guys out here doing a phenomenal job, especially the Kinetic Racing team.
Driver change for those guys.
Well, and they have dominated. I mean, I go back to what King said earlier when he come up here. He said this is their wheelhouse. They have made no bones about it. That definitely this is their house. They are owning this place right now. Don't want to take away from any of the other teams out there. And like he said with Unorthodox, just a little bit of mess up. I've said in a lot of past broadcasts, from what I've seen from drivers, I've said it many a times, mental mistakes can cost you in a race more so than performance. Yes, you've got to be fast. Yes, you've got to have the equipment there and whatnot. But mental mistakes, a lot of times, mistakes on pit road, missing your entry and out of turns, and whatnot, breaking points. Those kind of mental mistakes is what I usually talk about a lot, and I have seen drivers dominating races, and to throw it all away on a pit stop error.
I like the move that Kinetic Europe has made with their drivers, though, to keep them fresh. Make sure that the guys aren't out there for too long. Christian Challenger came in, overnight, did a tremendously long stint in the car, turned unbelievable lap times super fast to help these guys out overnight, let them get some rest. And now they've got their fastest driver, Gabriel, behind the wheel here to finish this race out.
Absolutely, yeah, you're right there. Just unlucky, break for y'all guys out there. Definitely see track soon again. Kinetic Racing, the American and Europe team right now holding the top 2 spots in the LMP1 class. Unorthodox Motorsports there in 3rd. Bombshell Motorsports, they are still out here. Got to give them a ton of credit. Mark is still out there running that machine.
Now we're talking about no emission, and Jacques just came down pit road, finished their stop, heading back out on track.
Okay. That definitely, like we said before, is going to put Kinetic Racing out, Kinetic Racing Force out front in the LMP2. Going to put no emissions right there. Let's just 40-second interval between the two. So he didn't go a lap down. Nowhere near it, really. We'll see if he can make that time up with those new tires. I mean, just to give you an idea, 41 seconds between in the LMP2 class between Kinetic Racing Force there, no emissions. But to give you an idea, up there from Kinetic Racing Europe and Kinetic Racing America, there is a 2-lap difference. And unorthodox racing, for that matter. The unorthodox could theoretically probably, actually no, laps back from them. And then Bombshell's 10 laps down. So just kind of give you an idea there. I got a feeling everybody's going to stop one more time.
Yeah, they definitely have to. And see, no emission, they're going to have to stop one more time. They're definitely not going to give away when that's going to be. So.
No, because there's going to be your important stop, and I feel it's when you take that pit stop but especially with as close as they are. I mean, the battle right now it is for the LMP2 because as of FT1 Motorsports right now, they've got a 4-lap lead over Big Bone Racing. Just kind of show you there. And, Kinetic Racing Europe, they've got a 2-lap lead over the Kinetic Racing America. So they right now, from where they're sitting, they could take it easy and, kind of be, as long as they don't make any mistakes. Big race right here, though, Kinetic Racing Force and no emissions with a 41-second difference between the two. And this is something I have not brought up. In road racing, and whoa, see what, another car almost hit the tire barrier. But in road racing, John, they talk about seconds and we talk about tenths. A lot of times in an oval in NASCAR, we hear a lot of, a guy's got a tenth or he's got a half second, or if you've got a second lead on somebody on an oval race, man, you got a huge lead. Here, you could have 2, 3, 4, 5 second leads and it get wiped out in one turn.
Well, we've seen, a handful of incidents here in the last couple hours. You wouldn't expect that. These guys go all night, same guys coming in and out of the car, but when the pressure gets put on you and you have to, push it over the edge or get close to the edge, sometimes it comes back to bite you. And sometimes you reap the benefits, but that's part of racing. So the good news for these guys in the LMP2 for Kinetic Racing Force and no emissions is if they can go 40 some odd minutes, they can really just cut this in half if you wanted to. So really, I guess what I'm trying to say is their playbook is wide open when it comes to when they want to pit and how entering and exiting pit road is going to matter their placement of the next car. So they're, and then are they backed into a corner? Does, Kinetic do something that they didn't expect them to do? Maybe put them in a bind or something. So it'll be interesting to see this play out with these two teams here.
Yeah, and that's what I said. We're looking at the two teams here. The reason being is because the closest race out on the track. Realistically, as long as anybody does not mess up, top drivers in the class is effectively be able to bring it home here as we get into the final hour of this one. The 24 hours of Le Mans here, presented by the Majors. Right now, LMP2 class, Kinetic Racing Force. They have a 40-second lead. What I am noticing here, it's a stalemate between those two teams. So, with that said, like what you just said right there, John, one of these teams is going to have to do something out of the ordinary to make up some ground. Now, we know the GTE cars should be able to make it all the way. Or they should be able to push it to be able to make one more. Or actually, just what Middle Finger Racing out there, Jonathan said. They could actually push it to where this could be their final stop. They won't have to stop again.
Yeah, I'm looking to see how many laps these guys have completed as well. So, trying to figure that part out. Doing math while I'm tired, too. So that's not...
Get your calculator out. Let's see.
It looks like they're doing 12 to 13 laps as well. Okay. So, it might be in the same boat, time-wise for these guys. So, again, another ending here that's going to be interesting for the GTE class between Big Bone, Hippo, Kinetic Racing Energy. They're a lap behind those two teams.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, lap traffic has slowed up. No emissions right now. His last lap was a 4:29. Definitely way off the pace from what it was. That's not what he needs at this moment.
No, it's really not. But that was his out lap, I think.
Okay.
That's what I was looking at.
I got you. 335 is what Kinetic Racing Force. Let's see what no emissions lays down. And I tell you what, comparing to LMP1, you got 318 by Kinetic Racing Europe. Now, those guys have just put down blistering pace throughout this whole entire event.
Yeah, for an out lap too for Jacques, it's a pretty decent lap for them to put down. Pretty good lap actually for an out lap off.
37, off the pace just a little bit.
Yeah, well, traffic played a little bit of a factor there in his previous lap, the 37. So we'll probably see him get back down to the 34 range here as long as he doesn't have any issues or run into traffic again.
Yeah, he needs some clean racetrack in front of him here to make up some ground on that Kinetic Racing Force. I mean, this is going to be a chess match here. That you're up on top of the box, you're trying to keep the driver motivated. You're getting tired. You're getting down here to the final closing laps, and final closing time of the race here. We're getting about an hour to go in this one.
Watch him, Jacques, using the slipstream here, as they call it. We call it drafting. But using the slipstream of that 4 car, the LMP1 car, to get down that straightaway.
Smart move.
Yeah, he very wisely let him go and immediately got right behind him to use.
Yeah. And that's what he needs, some clear traffic right there, but not a little bit further away from cars where he can use, like you said, get some of that the word they use is the slipstream. We call it a draft here. But to get that off of that other car to maybe pull him down and around this track, help him improve anything to benefit him to maybe make up some time on that Kinetic Racing Force team machine up there. Kind of curious to see what he's going to run this time around. He's coming into the final 4 chicanes here. Yeah, but such a long track. It's a long way to get around.
It is.
Yeah, it is a huge track.
You look down at a time and you're like, what?
Yeah, I mean 3 minutes. Right?
It takes a long time. But...
And a lot of technical parts right there. I mean, obviously it's not the longest track. You know, we got to go to Nürburgring. It takes a good 6 to 7 minutes to get around those tracks. Get around that track. That huge. Get around this lap car before he turn. And he does. That's a good job right there on his end.
Just another good example of using what slipstream he could get off of that Porsche there to get that car up to speed, go even faster, hopefully gain a couple miles per hour out of it.
Just saw Kinetic Racing Force there running 336, so let's see what no emissions here Doc's able to run as he's coming around the final turns. He's utilizing everything on the track he possibly can to get around here as fast as he possibly can. And, you know, we talked about it. Here's where, you know, these guys are going to push these cars. See what he did. 37. So, wow, didn't really pick up anything. Stayed, same. Wow. I didn't see him pick up any time there, did you?
No, he didn't. He actually, that was a slower lap, just by 2,000s. But
wow. I mean, dead on consistent, don't get me wrong, yeah, but just not.
It's either by design or he is overdriving the car.
You know,
those are the
if
only
it's,
two things that
you brought that up, then that's a good point. If it is by design, that's got to be a pit strategy thing that they're thinking about doing. What do you think?
I mean, they could be trying to see, how long they can make this last out here. Maybe they know they don't want to come down pit road first. We don't know what their plan is, but we're going to see it play out here pretty. Again, using slipstream here from the 84. He's racing smart. He's doing what he needs to do. So they know what their plan is. We get to watch it all unfold here. It's going to be really exciting. We know that for the one class Kinetic Racing Europe, barring something crazy, going to have that one locked up. So we've got ourselves, a race for the lead in the LMP2 class.
He lost a little time, and he was only 40 seconds. Now he's 42 behind.
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, it's either by design or he's just overdrove the car a little bit. Trying to get as much out of it as he can. So we just have to keep watching his times and see. That's the telltale sign is going to be the timesheet.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we are in the final hour here of the majors. 24 hours of Le Mans. I got to say, it has been exciting, and it's about to get interesting between the LMP2 as Kinetic Racing Force leading it right now. No Emissions Motorsports right there in second. Unfortunately, Atlantis Racing Esports, which was dominating the LMP2 early on, crashing and hitting the wall hard and had a lot of damage they had to take care of. But it's a good battle about to heat up between the top two spots in LMP2. As far as LMP1 goes, Kinetic Racing Europe, they have a two-lap lead over Kinetic Racing America. Unorthodox Motorsports in third, Bombshell there in fourth. And then in the GTE class, you've got FT1 Motorsports. They got a solid 4-lap lead over Big Bone Racing, who was second. Hippo Racing there in the third in their class. Kinetic Racing Energy right there in fourth, which now there's a battle for a podium position because it's only 57 seconds behind between Hippo and Kinetic Racing Energy. So that could be a race there for the podium in the GTE.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these teams do. Seems like they're all a little different pit strategy as far as when they need to come in. But, now in the last, we got 50 minutes now exactly. So we'll see how these teams do it because we're down to basically, one stop.
Now, has Kinetic Racing Energy, have they came into pits? Have they already made their pit stop? The GTE class?
They made a stop, I think it was about 2 laps before no emissions came in.
I don't know
I'm
if
sorry,
they can go
you
all
said
the way.
you said energy. You talking
Yeah,
GTE
the GTE
class? Okay, my bad. Wrong car.
Not sure if they've came in yet.
Let's see. Kinetic Racing. They came in
3:33 is the pit lap that they.
Yeah, so they're getting close here. So they've run 13 laps. So probably going to be coming down this lap, I would imagine.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see. And they got a fast car. If they are able to make up that, maybe get a podium out of here. And like what you said before, as of right now, that would put all 3 of the Kinetic Racing machines on podium. As he's about 54 seconds back right now. Gabriel still holding down the top spot here.
Yep, here they come.
Pit road.
Kinetic.
Yep.
Yeah. Kinetic Racing Energy's coming down pit road.
And this should be his final time, so definitely they definitely slow march down there. You'll hear your crewman box, box, box. For all y'all that don't know, that means pit box. Hey, what, I gotta give hats off there. Tommy, he's 5,000 I rating. Wow.
On the road side? 5,000?
179.
Ah.
Does. Cameron, the man out there racing right now, he's got a 50.
I don't even have that on the oval side. I'm a 42.
A lot better than I am. I'm like a 16. So there you go.
Well, I was a little bit higher, but I took a break, came back on the last couple weeks here, and
Crashed a lot.
got some practice in. No, I actually didn't. I practiced a lot at first and got in some races and did okay. So lost a little bit. I was a little over 43. So
what do you think? Thunder are laughing. Yeah, I mean that's I rating 1,000 on the roadside. That is.
I think it's pretty good. Period. I don't care what.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think anything over 2,500 is pretty good. I mean, something like that.
Oh, thank you very little. I appreciate that. Makes me feel better about.
You're doing exceptional. There you
go. Yeah. Got a long way to.
Well, we're getting to the final times here on this one. 50 minutes left in this long 24-hour race that these guys. Drivers are getting fatigued. Crewmen are getting fatigued. They're getting tired out there. The equipment man's starting to, wear down a little
Announcers
bit.
are getting fatigued.
I'm awake. John's tired.
Oh, I am tired.
Well, John, in his case, he's not been feeling very well.
Oh, it's been so good.
So I do appreciate you, man, hanging in here with me and calling this race. And I appreciate all the viewers out there, too, man. Hey, I've learned a lot, a world of information throughout this entire race. I appreciate y'all hanging in here, watching all this action. It's been different. It's been unique, and I really, really enjoyed it. Just to call it here. Still, LMP2 class. That's where John drinks some coffee. Yeah. He's been drinking, I think, some
coffee
tea.
Drink. I've been drinking hot tea. That's been mainly to help my throat not be terrible and I go hoarse on you. So
there you go. The battle should be heating up pretty good between the LMP2 class as Kinetic Racing Force is trying to hang on to the top spot. Those cars will have to make another pit stop. They cannot make it the entire distance. So it's going to be interesting to see when No Emissions comes in, when Kinetic Racing Force comes in. Got any guesses there, John?
Man, it's tough because they're so close together. It's going to be interesting to see which one drops off first, and if the other guy tries to leapfrog him by short pitting him or something. Somebody's got something up their sleeve here. We just got to see how it goes. I don't
if
know.
you're the No Emissions guys, what would you do in their seat right now?
I would think that I want to hit pit road before the other guy.
Kinetic is smart. They'll shoot it down 2 laps prior to the fuel run. That down, and normally that's a short pit, and that's what we were talking about there on the No Emissions. It's going to be interesting. Now, next question is, do you take tires or just fuel on this one?
Yeah, well, and that's a good thing. Good question is, what have they been doing? They've already been double stinting the tires. Are they wanting to, triple stint if they've already done that? Or do you want a fresh set of tires on? So, it's all about the time. So,
well, let's look at the
tires and all that. It's more time on pit road. So,
I can give you an idea. The last pit time Doc had was 31 seconds to a 40-second time there of Kinetics. So evidently what was done on that last pit stop was way different between the two. But 30 and 40 seconds, I don't know. I mean, that's kind of average between what we're seeing by all the other teams. So I'm going to say that, yes, they have taken 4 tires with that.
Yeah, I would think that if you're going to take tires, you're going to do it, you're going to double stint at the end of the race.
I look at Will out there. Will said, don't worry about us. Okay, Will. We won't worry about you. But if you lose, we'll let you know. I'm with you, Jonathan. I mean, the track temp has went up, but No Emissions is right now the team that has to make the time up. Kinetic is holding them off.
I wouldn't want to have to make it up, on my last pit stop, be taking tires. I think if you were going to take tires, you would have done it on this previous pit stop,
Right.
double stint your way to the end, and just take.
And they can do that. You know, they can do it. The Swedish Vikings will take the win. Okay. Don't know who the Swedish Vikings are, but kind of help us out here. But whoever it is with the miss in the front, I got to say that maybe that's a family member out there. So always enjoy that. Rooting on their driver. I would say out here, I hope everybody had a wonderful Thanksgiving, but I made that mistake one time before in a road race with Europeans, and I forgot that that's an American holiday.
Yeah, and yet you still bring it up.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying because we do have a lot of Americans out here. I mean, hey, what I'm getting at next is I hope everybody has a good Christmas because we obviously won't. No Emissions is the Swedish Vikings, all rocking heavy beards. Okay. Ah, okay. The Swedish Vikings. Well, right now,
the heavy beard.
Yeah, I know. Right? We would call that Duck Dynasty where we're at. But right now, though, I'm gonna have to say No Emissions gonna have to come up with something out of the ballpark and hit a home run here because they're losing time to Kinetic Racing. He is definitely picking up the pace. They're gonna need something here.
Yeah, they got both teams have their fastest drivers out here. Kinetic Racing just put down a 3:37.0 to Jacques 3:37.1.
Yeah.
So you talk about mirroring times, that's about as close.
Well, the reason I say it, like I say, folks, I mean, I want to say, up and coming Christmas holidays, I want to wish everybody that and a Happy New Year because, obviously, yes, here at OSR Network, we will definitely have some more racing by the time the year ends. Not any more of the road style stuff here. People out there, so definitely wish you the best. Still 42 seconds though. Even if they pitted at the same time, they're not going to make that up.
Well,
yeah,
not if you're pitting at the same time or not, but we'll see. Somebody's got something here up their sleeve, but somebody's got to hit the track.
Will said, "Don't worry about him." No, Will already out there said, "Don't worry about him." Sunshine.
I can guarantee you one thing. I want everybody to do well, but I'm too tired to be worried about anybody.
Oh,
I'm doing all I can, just trying to count laps right now. So.
Oh, yeah,
but I mean, honestly, I've been so interested in this race, I haven't slept today. So
yeah,
I sat here for hours just staring at the TV watching them. Even they had their own stream going.
I like what Will's confident. He said, "Don't worry about us, Sunshine." Definitely confident.
I'd be confident too if my guys out here running quick lap times.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, man. We like dirt stock, deep stock racing. Well, right now, Kinetic, man, they're setting some blazings, pulling away. They keep doing what they're doing. They got it in the bag.
Yeah, just no mistakes here. We'll see how it plays out. I mean, I would think if they keep this up, it's going to be hard to for the No Emissions team to make it up. But dude, we've seen some strange things happen in the last couple hours here.
Oh, yeah, we have. And we're getting down to now, well, folks, 40 minutes left. I believe it was a big wake. Well, this is the one of the best battles here, but you got to take it to the LMP1 class. They're the main guys out here. And what I noticed here too, Unfortunately, four of them there because Dogbeard Racing still running, but Kinetic Swift Racing out of the race early on. Grizzly Motorsports out of this also, along with Alliance Racing out. But Kinetic Racing Europe owns the top spot in LMP1 class. Kinetic Racing America right there in second. Unorthodox there in third. And you got Bombshell Motorsports hanging on to the first place spot. Watching that battle for the LMP2. But the GT3 class, Cameron still muscling this car around at GT Ferrari for FT1 Motorsport.
See, Cameron just came down, pitted 2 laps ago. So they'll be good to go now. He's just got to keep it on track, keep it in one piece.
Yeah. Now would be the time to say, okay, we're going to wide open, but calm down out there, Cameron.
He's been driving that thing like he stole it, so.
Absolutely.
It's been a lot of fun to watch.
And hang on to it there, too. I just like the look of those GT. They just look aggressive. I don't know. It's just something about, man, the GT3, GT car that, man, I really, really like.
It's got the low profile look. That's what everybody likes.
Yeah, and it just looks mean. Yeah, give a shout out to just Apex. Still out here racing, back in 23rd position. Sam, he's out there running. Cool looking BMW.
You know, maybe an hour or two ago, talking about how they were on in the first 6 hours of the broadcast. The goal was to, run the whole race, try to keep the car on track. So they're still out here doing their thing. So accomplishing a goal by finishing this race with these guys here. Or this morning, or whatever time it is, wherever you are.
Well, it's morning time for us. How's that?
It's morning for us.
I'm waiting to hear all of a sudden on John's side, kaploom, fall out of his seat.
John King says both 71 and 7 need to stop one more time.
That's the LMP 1 class or 2 class?
Yep.
Yeah. We definitely know they need to stop. It's just a matter of when they're going to stop. And never mind, look at that. Kinetic Racing Force on pit road. They jumped on pit road first. Oh. Wow.
That's exactly what they need to do, though. You want to be the first one down pit road. Depending on what no emission stop is going to be like, going to play a big factor here in the time. And see, no emissions stays out on track, so Jacques still going. Doesn't come down pit road.
It looks like Kinetic right now is taking 4 tires. Very long pit stop. Absolutely, I'm with you out there, Miss. Whoever finishes this race, they're all winners. I'll 100% agree with that. If you stand the test of time here, it doesn't matter if you finish first or last. If you can finish this race with as long as it is, definitely. Wow. Well, here's the thing. If I'm no emissions at this point right now, I feel like I'm coming on pit road now. And don't take tires. I don't know. I mean, really, what do you do? Because
right
now
I don't
you
see how you have anything to gain by staying out another lap. I think if anything, they would come this lap.
Especially right there where he is marred behind traffic. That's kind of slowing him up a little bit. He only has a 15-second. See, here's the thing, though, John. There's only a 15-second difference, even when he comes on pit road. I think it's gloom and gloom there for the no emissions guys. Only 15 seconds in front, whatever they do. I just don't see. There's no way they can make it the entire distance.
No, I think gonna have to come down pit road. I just, depending on the lap times, especially with Kinetic, if they took tires, you're not gonna gain anything by staying out. So if they took tires, it kind of puts you in a box where you have to take tires. I mean, how are you gonna catch them if you're double stinting your tires?
I don't think you can. I mean, I don't mean to sound like that, but there's 15 seconds difference between the two. He comes on pit road, he's obviously going to lose top spot.
Well, logically, it doesn't make sense. Like, that shouldn't happen, right? That's how I'm.
Yeah, I mean, and we know how the numbers work. Once they do drop down pit road, obviously Kinetic's going to go by them. And then it's going to be a matter of the distance and the gap and what they can make up. You're right. I mean, if you take tires, it's longer on pit road. Looking at. Well, it was only a 29-second pit stop. Kinetics did take time. Or maybe just made sure you had enough fuel. I don't know. It's interesting. And Will out there says, sure, we took tires.
Sure,
I know you did. I at 29 seconds, I can almost say they didn't take tires. But then again, I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. For 29 seconds, they didn't take tires. And here's the other kicker to that, really, is you and I can guess whatever we want and say, sure, yes, no, whatever. But really, the guys that know are the no emission guys.
Yeah.
So,
true.
Us knowing it doesn't really matter.
Well, we can go off by what the pit times are and the pit times in the past. I mean, a lot of times, and again, when I do a lot of broadcasts on the NASCAR side of things, John, I'll be honest with you, it doesn't matter what y'all know in pit road. I can look at your pit time and tell if you took 2 tires, 4 tires, or just fuel, just by looking at the pit time, and that's just by knowing what it is.
We do enough of that racing to where you kind of get it.
Absolutely, yeah. 29 seconds. I'm going to take a gander on, no, he did not take tires, but then again, it probably could. That's an awful long pit stop. But we were talking about that earlier. The fuel delivery in these cars are so long. Why wouldn't you take 4 tires? If it takes some seconds to put fuel in it, it surely can't take another 20-some seconds to put tires in.
I think somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's about another 10 to 15 seconds if you take tires added on to that. So that's why guys don't do it. You spend more time on pit road, that's not going to help. So I think when you do that, you have the longer stops where you see them closer to, 30-some, 40-some seconds.
Yeah, because there's a few 47, 48 seconds out there. Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, here there's a lot longer to it. And a lot of it is what we were talking earlier about the fuel delivery cars. So the reason we bring that up is because Jock now out front, no emissions. What do you do? What do you do as a team?
Well, Jacques right now, he's run 9 laps. This will be lap 10 when he comes to the line. So he's going to be coming to pit road pretty soon here. If he doesn't come now, obviously he'll be in the next, 2 laps.
He's picked up a little time. He's 17 seconds ahead right now. I don't know. I just would not want to be the crewman on that box right now trying to tell him what to do. I mean, they're trying to win this class here. And obviously, we don't want to take away from what's going on with the LMP1 class, which Kinetic Racing Europe right now has pretty much locked down unless they just make a huge mistake. We only have 23 more minutes left here. John, I got to give all the drivers and all the teams, all of them, got to commend them all for making it this far.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And the other thing is just, it's really cool to see these classes, come down to the last, minutes of the race where it's going to matter what happens. And you think, you're racing for 24 hours. How in the world could that ever happen? But somehow it always happens. It may not be in every class. Somebody might run away with it in one, like LMP1. Kinetic Europe has just really took it to everybody. So not much going on there. You got your podium set in the LMP1, but for the other two classes here, got some close racing going on in the GT class with Big Bone, Hippo, and Kinetic Energy on the same lap now. So lots, great things still to come here in the last couple minutes of this race.
What I'm noticing on track, no emissions right now. He must have picked the pace up because he's gapped Kinetic Racing there by several seconds. He's got 18-second lead now. That was down to like a 14 second earlier when I was talking. But he is picking up the pace. Now, what that tells me, I could be still wrong, but what it tells me is, no, Kinetic did not take tires. He should not be losing that kind of time.
Kinetic ran a 3:37. They were 1 second slower. So
they did not take tires.
No, I think they kind of know. And if in the position that they're in with the gap that's there, having to pit again, the seven's going to have to pit again. I think they kind of know, where they stand. So just hit their marks, keep the car out on track, and see.
But if they keep losing time, that actually plays into no emissions hands to get in and off pit road. Throw enough fuel in there to make it to the end of this thing and still stay out in front of them.
Yeah, and if he's gapping him right now, if he can continue for another lap or two, or maybe 3 more, I would say that might be pushing it, but maybe he can. And I just don't know what I'm talking about. But as long as you're gapping him, then just continue to gap him,
Yeah, and he's definitely doing an outstanding job. So getting down to the closing minutes of this one, folks. Definitely and awesome. We got about 23 to go here in a 24 hours. The majors, 24 hours of Le Mans. Here, that has been an outstanding race. It is heating up to be a good one here in the LMP2. As right now, there's a 19-second. So he is definitely extending that lead. But no emissions will have to pit again. It's just, can he get enough of a gap? And I think that's what he wants. To get in and off pit road where Kinetic Racing Force and the LMP1 car does not come around him, because right now Kinetic Racing owns the top 2 spots in the top class LMP2, and FT1 Motorsports in the GTE class. They have a huge decisive lead in that one. And let's say right there is not what he wanted. Yes, that tells you right there he's pushing that car, but all that time he gained, he's gonna lose some of it. He's pushing that car. John, that just tells you he's driving.
He got there. I could tell before he got. I was like, he is really trying to drive that thing about as hard as he can. And then that little spin came. But honestly, great job catching the car.
Yes.
And not letting it get any worse than it was. What little bit of time he scrubbed off there, he's able to fix it. Now the thing is, did he hurt the tires at all, or is it kind of negligible? But, it's going to heat him up for sure. It's going to wear him out just a little bit more.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, he lost maybe a little time, but now he's gained it all back. Wow. He is driving. Jock out there, man, is just blistering pace with that car. He's got it. I think he's trying to get as much of a lead that he can, so when he dives on pit road, and also too here, John, the longer he goes, the less amount of fuel he has to put in. So there, accounts to, and you can see him coming out of the turns. He is fishtailing that thing right now.
Yeah.
He's close to on the edge of wrecking it, but he is making time. And I know what I've got the strategy kind of down pat here. I know what he's doing. He's trying to make as much time gap. So when he does make a pit stop, 2, 1, the longer he goes, the less amount of fuel he has to put into the car. So which means the pit stop's not as long. 2, the bigger the gap, that means that helps him out on pit road here. Now, my question is, if he does not take tires, I mean, he's already way out of control at this point. But if he does take tires, he can almost just kiss the lead goodbye.
No, you're definitely not taking tires at this point. Yeah, you've waited so long and you don't have much left here. There's no sense in taking tires and spending more time on.
Now, Jock right now, out front, he is driving that car. I mean, Speed Demon comes to mind out there. He's got a 20-second lead, so he is.
He has really opened it up.
Yes,
Look at the wheel that thing is. He is really going after it right
now. Here's something. I mean, you don't see it throughout, but we're getting into closing minutes here of the race. With about getting close to about getting close about 15 minutes to go in this one, and you can see him opening up that gap. I mean, turn after turn, just coming out of turn. Now, he's going to get a good draft going down here. It's a good place to pass some of these cars. You can get close enough to them. Get quite close enough to that LMP1 there, but he's going to get an awesome draft. Oh, he's going to split them. Oh, good job there by the GTE car. Seeing what's going on and letting him go. Now it's all a matter of the car in front of him there. He's going to let him go. The Jock boy doing an outstanding job of driving. Almost 21-second lead here. Does not need that other car battling him, though.
No, he definitely wanted him to get out of the way. Luckily, he does. Good sportsmanship there, letting him go on about his business. So, I think trust me, I think you want to get out of Jacques' way right now. So.
Yeah. Hey, the way he's driving that thing, he's a madman on a mission. Now, no emissions at this point. I think they're probably in cruise control because they understand the situation. That, Kinetic. Yep, and here comes on pit road. No emissions on pit road. Here it is, the final time. Is he going to have enough time?
Road.
Oh, he has to. He's got to make up time on pit road somehow. He cannot lose time. He cannot lose anything, but I mean, Kinetic's going to go by him no matter what. But again, can he run him down? That's going to be the question. There goes Kinetic by him. I do not see the car coming up on the jack stand, so that tells us right there, no tires. He's going fuel only, but does he have enough time at this point? No tires, all fuel. This is it. This is for LMP2 class. I think Kinetic Racing might have enough lead to hold off. It's going to be about a 24-second lead. I think that's all he needed right there.
Well, and we saw Jacques, racing as hard as he was, made a little mistake there. Luckily, he was able to catch it and hold on to that thing, and not a lot of people could do that. So, Kinetic's up there. They know that Jacques is fast, so anything can happen. I'm not going to put a curse on anybody because honestly, I've had a blast in the last 20 minutes watching this guy wheel this car around.
Yeah, I won't put the voodoo on it, but his pit stop was a 19-second. Josh's was. So a 29-second of
Yeah, they
Fuelless.
calculated that
Fuelless.
down to the lap, I'm sure.
Oh, they did. So now the question is, has he got enough time? Does he got enough car? Does he got enough underneath that thing to run down Kinetic Racing Force? And yeah, I know Will out there. Don't worry about us. We're good. Well, I mean, the way Jock was wheeling that machine earlier, ugh.
I think he's definitely going to give it all he's got here. It'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, I think just far back. I really, to make up 20 seconds, I think it just might be too far back.
Yeah. And just update on the GTE class here. We got Big Bone second place, and Hippo still behind them. Both are still on the same lap, but a pretty sizable gap between them. Kinetic Racing Energy fourth place in their class, a lap behind those.
Absolutely, and good outstanding run by all those guys in the GT class there. Definitely most notable. And Gabriel out front in LMP1, holding it down for Kinetic Racing Europe. Here in this team event here for the majors, 24 Hours of Le Mans. We're down to the final minutes. We've got about 19 minutes to go in this. Yeah, I just don't think Jock is up enough time right
now. And if he doesn't, he put on a hell of a show right there.
Oh, yes, he did, man. It was fun. Say that. He's not time. Now, with him taking less fuel, where he's really going to make up the times on those straights for that car being as tight as it is, turns might definitely hurt him a little bit. That's all going to depend on how he goes. But, he's got enough time to catch him. The Jock got this. We got the. Hey, I mean, it's not over. He definitely has, he's got the time. He can definitely get there.
Made an offer to a guy.
Cheese, knife, and some bread. Okay. That's got to be some
yeah,
European.
Scandinavian.
Oh, okay. Got to be. Man.
Yeah.
Piece of pizza, and I'm running him down. Donut. Maintaining 23 seconds right now. This is getting close. I mean, it's a good effort.
4:17 out lap. 4:17. His previous out lap was a 4:29. That out lap coming off pit road, a 4:17.
That means he was hauling.
He was hauling, buddy.
Well, it's kind of a stalemate right now, so I think he needs Kinetic to make a mistake. John right there, look at that. We may have a big blocker, Carroll Shelby. There you go. See, I like Will's thinking. I like that. See, now he bringing about my kind of man. Yeah, Carroll Shelby with forward power. Yeah. Woo-hoo. She's having a girl. Oh my Lord. That's a good one. Kinetic right now, and I know King's up there. Remember he came out here. The first thing he said was, "This is their wheelhouse. This is their house. This is what they do." For them to take right now, if it ends like it is, for them to take the top 2 spots in 2 of the classes, and then have their other car there in 4th place in the 3rd class. That is a dominating performance from a team. Middle finger.
They were looking for incident points. That's what they want. But I think they got their answer.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure about the.
Somebody else got them because I can't see that either.
Yeah, no. Now I'm overlay. Don't tell me all that now. Hey, there's some information that I don't have.
Dude, Jacques is just killing it right now. This is so much fun. Just to watch him turn these laps.
And you know what? He's dropped some time. He's down to 21, 22 seconds. I mean, he knows he's there. Look at that. He's looking at that GTE car like, get out the way. Or I'm going to move you out the way. I mean, he motored that thing around there. I mean, yeah, he's wheeling that machine.
I think if he could, he'd pedal with his feet too.
That is, wow. 14 more minutes left in this one, and we'll close it out for the majors. 24 hours of Le Mans here. Watching the LMP2, because, boy, that's some exciting here. That's a 21 gap difference, but Jock right there for No Emissions Motorsports. Turning up the wick here, trying to run down Kinetic Racing Force, as Kinetic Racing right now has dominated the series in the LMP1 and LMP2. And they have a pretty good showing in their GTE class right now. But Jock, he is showing us
He's
that,
got that thing sideways.
That's what I'm saying. Jock right now showing us how to drive a car on the edge. Wow.
Looking through the list of Viking gods, I don't think we have any fat ladies to make an offering to.
2 goats we can make. All right, well. You know, but if you're Elias, and I hope I'm saying that right, out front, you know, you got clean track, you know, kind of fresh air up there. You know, you've got John King and Will out there sitting there going, we got this covered. You know, you can still, you've got enough time and enough distance, you can kind of race your own race. I mean, Doc's going to have to put that thing through the floor. That way, and he is.
And you'll just hear he ran a 3:38.8 against Jacques' 3:36.8.
Yeah, picking up the pace here, the LMP2 class. I mean, Jock's doing what he needs to do. Just drive it. You know what's more impressive is, like I say, he hadn't taken tires, and we saw what he was driving like at the beginning of it. He just took fuel, and but time's not on his side, running out. We're getting close at less than 12 minutes to go in this one. Time definitely is not on his side. He's 21 seconds back. He would need to start chopping some huge amount of time off of that.
Yeah, that, or they got to hope for a little Scandinavian flick on the 71 there, as they mentioned in the chat. So
yeah,
help them
well,
catch up just a little bit.
Kinetic guys, man, is he gonna fall asleep, or is he gonna finish out the race? He don't want to be that guy, man, that falls out of his rig. I mean, he looks smooth out there. Litus right now does. He's definitely hitting his marks, going through there. He knows, don't make any mistakes, and pretty much if he doesn't make any mistakes at this point, he's got it in the bag for the LMP2 class. He can't afford to get caught up with lap traffic, the wrong spot, the wrong, anything like that. I mean, especially the way Jock's been running.
We're down to, just several minutes left here. This is not where you need any mistakes or anybody slowing you up. Everybody's got their own race going on. You try to respect that, but other guys that are out there have to understand the position you're in and what you're trying to do in your race as well.
Absolutely. It's good to see the Scandinavians on top. Hey, outstanding race right now. My next question is, if we interview him, does he speak English?
Oh no, brother, that's your deal.
What? Well, we got to go back up here to the LMP1 because Gabriel right now, he's holding down the top spot. And that awesome fast class right there, the LMP1 machines of Kinetic Racing Europe. And it has just been a dominating performance by Kinetic. They've got the 1 and 2 spot in the LMP1 and right now hold the 1 spot in the LMP2 and sitting 4th in a GTE class. Wow.
They've all done a fantastic job.
Yeah, absolutely.
They started out with Matthias Magnussen in the car, went to Valverde, Matthias again. Him and Yao Valverde put a lot of time in. Gabriel, Christian Chandler came in over the night, let all the guys get some rest, and put them in a really good position there. So just hats off to those guys, all those drivers on that team. They've all done a fantastic job. Kept the thing together. Christian Chandler stepped up, put a lot of time in overnight, and kind of helped solidify these guys in the front.
There you go. No doubt about it. Good run. It looks like that Jock is kind of stalemate now, not been able to gain any more time on the top leader there, but hey, he's still going to drive that thing.
Yeah, I've got to say, as far as watching anybody turn laps around here last couple hours, he's been the most exciting to watch for me. I think.
Oh, wow. Him and Cameron.
You got to give it to him, man. He's tried everything that he could to get up there and get a gap.
Oh, yeah. I mean, not a lack of effort. I'll give him that.
No, absolutely not.
And just not a lack of effort on any of these drivers out here, any of the teams out here who have competed, finishing this race out. Top guy right there, the Kinetic Racing Europe, goes around him. He just lets those guys go on. But yeah, this man right here for Kinetic Racing Force in the LMP2 class, he is about 7 minutes away now from winning the LMP2 class and giving Kinetic Racing a 1-2 finish in their respective classes, because Gabriel right now in the same boat. All he's got to do is pretty much he can put that thing on. Well, actually, let's get wreck at this point, almost. Peace.
Well, that's a good thing to say at the end of a race. Go ahead.
My bad, sorry. I'm gonna take that back. I didn't mean that. He's gonna finish out the race. I know John King and him are going to be yelling at me. What is wrong with him? I reckon. Not what the other teams want to hear. Okay, but no, I mean, fantastic job. My hat's off to all teams out here. They've done a wonderful job as we're getting here to the closing laps. About 6 minutes to go in this one.
John King started off in that car.
And he's still away.
So he started the race. He's driven multiple times. You got Yildiz. I apologize if I know I'm jacking your name up. Will put a lot of time in. Gustavo. John got back in. So all these guys have put in a ton of time. But John started in the car, and he's still here, like awake.
Oh, well, and we could hear it in his voice even when we brought him up to talk. You could tell the tiredness there in it, and you can tell John's tired, but I sound like I'm wide awake because I slept. Well, no. I think at this point right there, their miss, what y'all would need was a huge mishap on Elias's car, Kinetic Racing Force. I think y'all would need that in order for him to make up. I mean, he's making time down to 19 seconds, but a little bit too late for it to be done. As we're less than 5 minutes to go in this one. He would have to have Kinetic Force driver there to definitely make a huge mistake on the track. Closing minutes here. I tell you, it's good. Heating up between the drivers. This is iRacing.com. Check them out. Even he said it was a game.
I've been awake way too long to have that argument.
I know, but hey, look. Hey, some guy out there going, how dare him?
You know I'm tired if I ain't going to argue with you about something.
Yeah, forget about it. There you go. Well, the one good thing is that we're getting down to the closing laps and closing time here on this one. We're less than 4 minutes to go in this. 24 hours, when you say 24 hours of a race, it sounds like a daunting task. You like what you mentioned earlier, John, you almost say it can't be done. They do it in real life year after year. Not just one track, they do it at a couple other ones. Daytona comes to mind. But, it is a daunting task. It proves what drivers, teams put into it and what these machines can take in a 24-hour period. It's a work of art, is what I got to say.
It's a lot of work that these guys put into it. So much practice, sharing information, running laps, just constantly for, months. It takes these guys to prepare for this. And, when you can put it all together and it pays off, then, it's great. I mean, it's always great to win. So nobody ever races to just go out and lose. So sure, as we're closing in here to the end of this race, a lot of these guys will, as exhausted as they are, will, be pretty happy. Great accomplishment for them to come out and have a podium finish here, or, get a win under their belt here, especially for Kinetic being so close last year.
Absolutely. That's what John's still crossing his fingers, because remember last year, closing in, they were dominating and got caught up in a crash. And we're seeing right now, Gabriel is around some other lap traffic. But at this point, I'll go back to what I said. Even if he wrecked at this point, the good news is he's not losing. He's got a 3-lap lead ahead. And if you take the time that it takes to get around here, we're getting on to about a minute left in this one. So you're going to see the white flag fly here pretty soon. It'll tell him that's the final lap around the track. And that'll be for Gabriel. It'll be the overall winner of the event with Kinetic Racing Europe, Kinetic Racing America, Unorthodox Motorsports holding on right there. So, go. John said another 5 minutes. All right. Got another 5 minutes left. Well, I guess by the time you do another lap around the track, yes, as we're watching, riding on board here with Kinetic Racing Europe, Gabriel, he should get the white flag. That time should click off to 24 hours. Then what'll happen is, as soon as he crosses the line, tell him one more time. If I'm not mistaken, it should tell him They'll have one more lap, final lap. I don't see the white flag out. I do believe that's how that goes. Yeah, as soon as he crosses the line here, the white flag will fly. Yep. He's going to have one more time around this track. So, like I said, one more time for that man as the white flag flies here. Gabriel's got a huge lead. Yep, white flag's out. That's what I'm thinking. So Gabriel is going to win it for Kinetic Racing Europe. Vince going to come up in the second for Kinetic Racing America. The LMP 2 class. Look at that. Kinetic Racing Force. All he has to do is complete this lap, and he's got it won, so we'll watch here on the final time. FT1 Motorsports with the GTE3 is going to bring it home for that class there for those guys. 18 seconds, though. I mean, obviously, Kinetic there, the Force, they got to make it around this track, so he's still got to finish it. Gabriel winning this one here for that team, Kinetic Racing Europe, for the LMP1. The final time here. It's been a good one so far. I tell you, this has been outstanding as we're watching the Kinetic Racing Force come down the long style back stretch, just a little bit there. Off into the turns. Still got a good 18-second lead, though. Wow. Absolutely. Gabriel is going to win this one. Coming around. He's going to put this thing in victory lane here tonight in that Kinetic Racing Europe mission. Kinetic Racing is going to wrap up 1-2 in the LMP1 class, and as of right now, Titus is going to have to cross the line still. But only 17 seconds difference between that and Kinetic Force and no emissions. But as of right now, Kinetic Racing owns the top spot in the LMP1. FT1 Motorsports GTE class right there. He's going to wrap it up and win it for them. Outstanding job by all teams and all members out here tonight. Phenomenal there. John might have fell asleep.
No, I'm sorry. I was listening to some of the chat in the race there. A great job by all these guys. This has been a lot of fun to be a part of and watch this race. Appreciate you having me with you here, and all the guys here at just did a terrific job. I really enjoyed this race. I always enjoy the endurance races, but this was extremely fun to watch.
Yes, it was, as they come around for the final turns and the final time here. Kinetic Racing is going to wrap this thing up into LMP1 and LMP2 right there. And you just saw, boy, wow, Kinetic Racing Force guy come out of the last turns. He's like, hey, guys, look, I want to at least finish cross the start-finish line here. Race is over. A lot of the other guys in the LMP1s, they were slowing up. They said, hey, wait a minute, I still got to get across the line. Had no emission guys coming. Wow. What a race. What a finish here. That man right there, Gabriel, for Kinetic Racing Europe in the LMP1, 24 hours of Le Mans. Man, awesome. Burn them down. You deserve it right there. That is just some outstanding racing these guys have done. And I know they're tired. I know these guys, man, have got to be just extremely exhausted. Let's why the results. Wow, that was interesting. And don't sure who's going to jump up here so we can get a talk in. Would love to give a talk in with maybe Gabriel or at least one of the Kinetic Racing Europe's drivers out there as they win it here. John, that right there, I mean, what a showing. What a showing.
Yeah, a lot of great teamwork, by the Kinetic Racing Europe guys to pull this off. But, same thing for the Kinetic Racing Americas, doing a great job. Unorthodox, being able to come back from a problem earlier on in the race and fight through that, get a podium finish out of this deal, and, show these Kinetic guys that, they're going to be a force here and going to be looking forward next time they can get out there. Great job by Kinetic Racing Force. No emissions. That was a great race by them, and watching Jacques wheel that thing around. Unfortunate there for the 26, the Atlantis Racing team had that incident there. Not of their doing, but it's part of racing on a computer there. So congratulations to FT1 Motorsports guys on their GT win. So it's a lot of fun to watch it. These guys, they made sure it came down to the very end and made it really interesting for us. It was a lot of fun to watch. Great to be a part of. I enjoyed it and appreciate the opportunity to be here with you and the opportunity that they gave us here to cover this race.
Well, I tell you what, it looks like we do got Eulitis. Actually, I'm gonna find out how to say his name here. That is actually the Eulitis is up here to get a wheel. He is part of Team Kinetic also. Let's bring down Eulitis and Gabriel and okay, well, I don't know which is which out there. They're all up in the interview room. A lot of them up in the interview room. New to me on that one. I'm used to the top three, so there we go. We bring down first here. Who do you think? Down
Hey, you talk to your main winner, man. Main one.
Bring down Gabriel. Man did it here for Kinetic. Mike out there.
Woo! My voice can't go that high. That's terrific.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to pull Gabriel down, but it won't let me pull him down. But Will, man, I tell you what, Kinetic did it. Y'all guys, man, just came out here and dominated.
Look, before we get on here, let's go. Can you try and get Aldous in here? Like, he's the man of the moment. That last stint from Aldous.
Let me try to get him in here then. I can't bring him down. See if you can bring him down in here.
I don't have the permission, I don't think.
Yeah, and I don't know why it's not letting me get John up here. He's one of the main guys. Let's bring him down. What is going on? I can't even get John down here.
You only get one. Anyway. Maybe you can only get one person in the booth. But yeah, look.
That might be what it
terrific
is.
Job. I'd just like to thank everyone, the whole Kinetic team who put in the big work for this race. And it's the first race win for a lot of these guys between the LMP1 car and the LMP2 car. And, great job to the GTE car for finishing in the top five. That was good as well. Bit of redemption for last year. I mean, we got sort of cut short last year, and this year is just makes me speechless how hard we've worked, and it's finally a bit of reward for effort.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the Kinetic guys coming out here, John King said it earlier. This is their wheelhouse. My hat's off to all the other teams out there, but for Kinetic to come out here 1-2 in the LMP1, and then first place there in the LMP2. And then finish it off in fourth in the GTE cars. So phenomenal job by you guys. But hey, like you said, man, Will, who makes it happen out there real quick for you?
Hey, look, it's just the whole Kinetic team. I mean, we're one big family. Speak of the devil, here's John King. He's the
maybe I
dad
can
of the
ask
family.
him.
Yeah.
John, I can't bring any of the other drivers down in here. Maybe I'm glad you dropped down in here. But go ahead, Will. Didn't want to interrupt there on you. I mean, like you said, who makes it happen for you here?
As I said, just the whole Kinetic family. I mean, John and Wade and Mark, and there's so many of us to name that, it's crazy. So I just want to thank all those guys. It's a massive effort from the team, and also a big thanks to the Majors Series. I mean, hell, that race wouldn't have happened in the first place for us to win it if it wasn't for them and the dedication of Mike and Wayne and John. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you, boys, as well in the booth. That was a good commentary for those first couple of hours and the last couple of hours. Glad we made it exciting for you in the P2 race.
Oh, yeah, definitely was exciting. A load of comments out there that y'all was doing, and held on to it, though, like you said, for that LMP2 there. Again, there, Will, congratulations to your team on that victory there in LMP2.
Thanks, boys. I'll let the stars of the show do the rest of it. So thank you again.
All right.
Thank you again. It's been such a pleasure.
No doubt about it. There you go. I do not know what has happened to my permissions here. Moving them up and down earlier, but now all of a sudden I can't move anybody. Yeah, I can't move. All right, we're down here. We got in the booth, and we got a lot of the drivers here. We're just having a little bit of technical difficulties here in our at the team channel, trying to get some of the drivers here to get a word in with them. First off, the one I want to really get a talk in with is this guy right here, Gabriel. Gabriel, you had the last stint for Kinetic Racing, and you brought it home for those guys. How'd it feel?
Pretty awesome. I was really nervous because the only thing I could have done was to mess up the race pretty much, because we had a 2-3 laps lead, and you don't want to put the car in the wall, and it was close a couple of times because I slowed down too much.
Oh, absolutely.
But in the end, it felt awesome taking it over the line.
Well, Kinetic took the top 2 spots there, with the Europe and American side, and then in the LMP1 side, taking the top spot. So, like what King said earlier, y'all came here, y'all's wheelhouse, you dominated. I mean, was you, at any point during this race, I mean, my hat's off to you guys, 24 hours, that's a long time. Any point in this race where maybe fatigue was setting in?
Yeah, for sure. Christian went to the bathroom when no one else could jump in, so we lost like a minute there. So stuff like that can happen.
Tell him to pee faster because I got it done.
Well, I gotta ask who all here is Kinetic Racing team members. I'm taking most of you are in here, but as a team effort, I mean, y'all brought the A game here today and won this thing. Everybody's shy.
Somebody has to talk.
Yes, everybody's shy in the team. Hey, I don't blame you. Everybody's shy. There you go. Hey, I mean, don't get me wrong. I imagine a lot of you being tired, fatigued out here. I mean, taking the I gotta see. Elias is one here I gotta really talk to because, man, you held on to the LMP2 spot. At any time, was you worried that Jock was going to run you down?
We were pretty much the same pace. He was slightly faster, maybe, but I was taking easy the last stint because there was 20 seconds gap, and I thought he can't manage that if I don't screw it completely up. So that was actually fortunate.
When he took his pit stop, because we were sitting here calculating when he's going to take that stop, when he's not, what's going to happen there. Kind of getting a little worried on the fact that maybe he had a different strategy because I don't know, when you go back and watch the way he was driving that car, he had that thing sideways several times out of turns.
Well, yeah, he had to catch like 20 seconds. I had 20 seconds to lose, so I was taking it easy. I think when the leaders crashed before, so from that moment we already calculated who needs to pit and how much advantage do we have, and we took like slightly easier so we can actually just bring it home.
I'll tell you what, you brought it home in the LMP2 class for Kinetic Racing here as a whole and as a group of drivers. You all did a fantastic job. 24 hours here of the majors. At Le Mans, it's phenomenal to watch there, the closing laps, and throughout the whole entire event. Wow, I mean, I don't know what more to say.
It deserves a yeehaw, I think.
That's it, man. Y'all did what John King said y'all were going to do. Dominate and come out here and win this thing.
Yeehaw!
Party at the Kinetic House. There we go.
It's 5:30 a.m. where I am, and I got another endurance race to do in a couple hours, so I'm gonna go to bed. You guys
Holy cow! Wow, Vincent, you're the man. That is wow. You came home in second here. Absolutely dedicated. You came home in the Kinetic Racing there, brought it home in second for the guys in LMP2. I mean, as a team, this is a team event. To bring 1 and 2 home in the top class. That just shows how strong you are. And does that gear y'all up for 2020 season?
Oh, hell yeah, it does. That's a great effort from everybody on the team. So we just have to apply it for the whole season so we can get those guys that keep winning it out of the top.
I'll tell you what, as a whole, man, I definitely want to get my hats off to the whole entire Kinetic Racing organization and team. Good job bringing it home. In the LMP 1 and 2, the top spot and second place there in the LMP 1, and also a 4th place finish there in the GTE class. Very good, strong finish there too by your driver. Tommy. He actually finished it out here in here, but a good effort on his end. I'll tell you what, John T, you got anything for him?
It was interesting from the minute we got started. I've never enjoyed watching a race as much as I did this one, and in fact, you guys let it all come down to the end is crazy. Over 24 hours. I don't know how you guys stay awake this long and do that long, because I'm tired and I didn't do anything. So, good job by all you guys, and congratulations.
Thanks,
great
guys.
Race, good showing for you guys, and appreciate you letting us be a part of it, being some rednecks that we are, not knowing too much. It was fun.
Yeah, it was fun watching also.
I'll tell you what, man, I'll let y'all, hey, real quick, I mean, the main guy, I guess we'll hand it off to Gabriel here. Who does it for the Kinetic team here? Who do you have to thank out here for this awesome event and race that the team effort put on?
Yeah, I have to thank John King for putting out with us, all maniacs here. And also Sai, that helped out a lot with the car. because the LMP1 is a complex car to set up for sure.
I'll tell you what, there you go. You have it, folks, man. That is the Kinetic Racing Bunch. Wow, guys, they had a fun 24 hours, but they brought it home. 1-2 in the LMP1 class, and then the LMP2 class, bringing it home in the top spot, and 4th place in GT. Wow. Yeah, John, I don't know what to say. That was an awesome run, and an awesome event here.
Yeah, absolutely was. Like I said, a lot of fun, but we know it's a lot of work that goes into it. A lot of testing, practice, yelling at your teammates about how whatever changes they want to make are ridiculous and it doesn't work. And sometimes they do work. So, but just a lot of work by all these guys. And I know it's nice when you can, pull one out, get a podium finish here, get a win under your belt, and go on to your next race here. Just a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. It's great league that they have here. We learned a lot about how the majors work and help drivers and all that. So, and we learned a lot about road racing, Joe. That's the thing.
Absolutely.
I enjoyed them. I mean, it was entertaining. It was just sharing a lot of information here. And hats off to John King for helping us out with all that and giving so much information, and all the drivers, team members that came in to speak with us during the race, and keep us from getting too boring for everybody. So good time, good fun, good race.
Where did John King go?
Have no clue. But get down here to see if I can't get up with the guys at FT1 Motorsports, because they brought it home in the GTE class. Let me see if I can find out if I can get any of their team guys in here. But again, just want to congratulate all the Kinetic Racing guys again. But let's see if I can grab one of those guys from over on the FT1 side of things. All right, I called up with the FT1 Motorsports camp here. One of the drivers, Philip Cameron, obviously, hey, I don't blame him, tired, went to bed. Hey, he put it in victory lane for you here in his last stint. Awesome run by him. But guys pulled it off in the GTE class there, made it work in that FT1 Motorsports group. How's it feel?
Oh, feels pretty good. There's a nice swan song for the FT1 name. We actually just merged with TechSense FitSty, so it was a nice finale to go out on a bang.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, me and John up here, I love the GTE cars, GT3 style cars, and me and John was talking about them throughout the entire race, and Cameron did a phenomenal job wheeling that machine around. We were wondering, he's got such a big lead. Is he going to take it easy? We definitely don't want him to crash that machine.
Nah, he was out there having a bit of fun towards the end. He had a pretty hard day already, and then comes in and does a bunch of racing. Had a commentary gig in the middle of his stints as well, which was quite funny.
Wow.
But, yeah, so he had to duck out, go and do some commentary on for another event, and then come back to do the last two stints. So he's had a full-on day.
Oh, man, I'll tell you what, that's awesome.
And all of us are running from Australia or New Zealand as well, so times are topsy-turvy for us, so it's about 11:30 at night now.
Wow, man, my hat's off. again, like I was telling it before, hats off to all the teams out there and you drivers. I mean, what y'all did in this 24 hours was phenomenal. I learned a lot. John has learned a lot throughout here. And just to see what the majors have put on, it is truly phenomenal that the organization here. And again, my hat's off there to FT1, but who you like to shout out for this win here tonight in the GTE in this 24-hour race?
I just want to shout out to my team. Obviously, Dominic, Aaron, and Cameron. They did a fantastic job for helping us get to the end. No major mistakes, no major damage on the car or anything like that. So yeah, the sponsors that we have, Demon Tweaks, Fight CRC, and TechSense and Renvel now as we merge with FitSty, are the major sponsors that help us get to this point in the first place. So, and of course the majors for putting on the event, and you guys for deciding to have a good chat about it.
Hey, no doubt about it. It was awesome, man. They sit up here and call this race and all the action out here. Again, FT1 Motorsports winning the GTE class here. Again, congratulations on that win there. It is the majors, 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Thank you very much, Joe and John.
All right, there you go. Wow, move him out. All right, we've caught up with the man who made it, I'm going to say exciting there in the last half hour, about hour of the race. Jock, and I know John T had been watching him, but you were wheeling that machine. What was going through your mind? I mean, with that last pit stop, did you think, is there anything else you could have done to maybe take that LMP1 or LMP2 class?
No, I think not. We got unfortunate during the night. We had some minor incidents, so we had to do some stop and go or hold it in the pits for 40 seconds. So we had some time to gain here and recollect some time during the morning. And yeah, it all came down to that. We got unsynced when it came to pit stop, so we knew they had like 6 laps in when we had to take our pit stop, and the other way around. So we knew we were behind in the pit strategy, but yeah, we did everything we could.
Well, you definitely made it exciting. You know, John and myself was out there watching. You had that thing sideways several times. You're willing it. Now, you took no tires on that last pit stop. Do you feel like maybe that hindered you any?
No, I think definitely we still gained on P1 there on Uldis in P1. We gained about almost a second each lap. I think he was doing it safe, playing it safe the last couple of stints. They definitely saw us, they noticed us. So yeah, the pressure was still there. But during the night when the temperature was lower, we were trying to actually do 3 stints with 1 set of tires, and during the morning we decided to that the last driver is actually gonna do the same thing again, even if the temperature was higher. And yeah, that's why we gained a couple of seconds in the last couple of laps there.
I think if you'd have been a little bit closer, like you said, you probably could have closed that gap. You definitely was a fast machine there at the end, but just a little bit short, coming home second here in the LMP2 class. Who makes it happen for that no emissions team?
Well, we tried our best. We're super excited, and I'm super proud of our buddy Kim, our driver Kim. That was his first 24-hour race actually, and one of his first official races with the HPD. So big shout out to Kim and all the others in the team. They did everything they could, and I'm super proud of.
Oh, my hat's off to them too there. Like you said, no emissions, coming home in second here in the 24 hours. The majors, 24 hours of Le Mans in the LMP2 class. Again there, Jock and the No Emissions Racing team. Congratulations on that second place.
Thank you.
All right, we caught up here with Big Bone Racing and the GTE class here. Guys, man, had a good run out there. What you feeling in this 24-hour stint?
I mean, I think going into it, we definitely knew we had fairly good pace. Obviously, we don't want to underestimate like the competition and stuff. So going into it, we felt we'd do if everything went well, as in no incidents and stuff. I think we felt we were able to place decently well. So that was kind of that, and then we had a few events unfold throughout the race that unfortunately didn't go our way, but that's just part of like racing in general, especially these long endurance races. So, but yeah, was overall pretty happy with what we did. I don't know if any of the other guys want to elaborate or anything.
Well, is there anything y'all could have maybe done different throughout that stint? Stint here on the 24 hours. I mean, multiple drivers. Just to add, how many drivers did y'all have doing this?
We had 5.
5. Okay, well, that's pretty good. I tell you, it's a lot better than what I've heard some of the other teams. They're talking about they had only 3.
I saw that too.
Wow, that's right there. That's double tough. But 5, that's awesome. Y'all getting it done out there. The GT class, we love watching those cars. How much different? I don't know if any of y'all drove into the LMP 1 or 2, but how difficult it is to get one of those GT cars around a track like Le Mans?
I don't think it's as difficult as some people think. I personally think the being in a P1 or a P2 is a bit more difficult because you have no idea what the GTs are going to do. In a GT car, you just kind of have to hold your line and just let them go by.
Yeah, so. I definitely agree. It's at a track like Le Mans. I think personally, Le Mans is probably the best endurance track to race at because it has a lot of challenging and technical sections with like the Porsche curves towards the end of the lap, but you also have the straightaways that not only allow you to, I guess, kind of rest a little bit, but also make it easy for the LMPs to pass you. Like, there's so many good passing zones for them to easily just get around you. And so I think overall, I think the LMPs are great here. I think the LMPs are built for this track, really. But I think it's mainly just preference that majority of us just preferred the GT style racing and decided to go with that.
Oh, I'm with you. I love the GTEs and GT3 style cars. I always have. Don't want to take anything away from the top tier LMP 1 and 2. But well, Bob, what do you think? Your take on this 24-hour run?
I mean, just first say thanks to the organization and to you guys for the broadcast and of course the race. And we had a lot of fun in it. And as Jack already said, it was pretty eventful. And unfortunately, things didn't fall our way. But I mean, we still had a lot of fun, and we'll definitely come back stronger.
Hey, hats off to you out there. You finished this thing, and that's definitely the number one goal. Is finish it, and you can't take nothing away from it. But you guys did an awesome thing out there. Got anybody else you want to maybe shout out here?
Isaac and Dennis, they're not with us right now, but they both did really strong stints. I think Isaac drove what, 6 hours and Dennis drove 4. I think it was. Is that right?
I think they both drove about 4, right? I think it was, I don't know, 6 or 4. I think I was something like that though. But they definitely were huge. But yeah, unfortunately, I think they left or they're busy right now. But yeah, they definitely were. Yeah, probably to go sleep. But they were a huge contribution for sure. Like this race could not have been possible without them too, as well, being teammates. So, yeah, shout out to them for sure, and shout out to our paint maker as well, Villa Corpi, for the awesome liveries. And yeah, that's about it for me, I guess. Shout out, of course, to the organization as well, like kind of what Robert was saying. But yeah, really good stuff. And shout out to you guys as well, you know, for casting this. Like, it must be difficult to cast 6 hours or 12 hours, I guess, in total. But it's really awesome for you guys to do that, and it's definitely, I think I can speak for all the drivers, we really appreciate your hard work, the both of you guys, for doing that. So big shout out to you guys as well.
Well, we do appreciate it, man. We had I learned a lot, had a lot of fun throughout this whole entire event. Definitely the first time I've ever done one quite this long. I come from the NASCAR side of things, but the majors, 24-hour Le Mans, there you go, folks. John T, man, we're going to leave here Le Mans for the major series. You know, Kinetic Motorsports, they came in here and they did, just like John King said, their wheelhouse, they dominated here for the 24-hour race. Folks, I do appreciate it for myself, for the majors, for all the teams out here involved in this race. Everyone, guys, a good rest of the day, evening, and night. See you later.